The political economy of dictatorship. Much of the world still lives today, as always, under dictatorship. Yet the behavior of these regimes and of their leaders often appears irrational and mysterious. In the political economy of dictatorship, Ronald Wintrobe uses rational choice theory to model dictatorships, their strategies for accumulating power, the constraints on their behavior, and the reasons why they are often more popular than is commonly accepted. The book explores both the politics and the economics of dictatorships, and the interaction between them. The questions addressed include: what determines the repressiveness of a regime? Can political authoritarianism be good for the economy? After the fall of a dictatorship, who should be held responsible for crimes against human rights? The book contains many examples and case studies, including chapters on Nazi Germany, Soviet communism, South Africa under apartheid, the ancient Roman Empire, and modern capitalist authoritarian regimes such as Pinochet's Chile. It also provides a guide to the policies toward dictatorships that should be followed by the democracies. To Diana. Part 1. Introduction. 1. The questions: why was Caesar assassinated? Why have some dictatorships been stable and long-lasting, those in the USSR, China, Cuba, Iran, whereas others have proved to be unstable and very short-lived, such as many of the regimes in Africa and Latin America in the 1960s and 1970s? Why did the regimes in South Africa and the former USSR collapse? Just as important, why didn't they collapse sooner than they did? Why have countries such as South Korea, China, and Chile grown so fast in recent years? Is political dictatorship good for economic growth? Why are some regimes, Stalin's Russia, Hitler's Germany, Pinochet's Chile, extremely repressive, whereas others are less so? Why do even relatively repressive regimes have periods of thaw in which the level of repression is temporarily reduced? Have dictators such as Cuba's Fidel Castro or Iraq's Saddam Hussein stayed in office so long because of their capacities to repress their peoples, or because they are popular? Can the answer be both? Was Adolf Eichmann, the transportation coordinator of the final solution to the Jewish question, himself guilty of the crimes committed by the Nazi regime, or was he just a cog in the machinery of mass murder? Should functionaries in other regimes, such as those in Argentina, South Africa, or China, which committed massive violations of human rights, be tried for the activities practiced by those regimes? All of these questions, and others like them, concern different aspects of the behavior of dictatorships. That is, they describe the conduct of the ruler, his or her administration, or those who are ruled in a political system in which the rights of the people to decide by whom and how they will be governed have been abrogated by the ruler. In this book I assume that this behavior is explainable and, statistically, predictable. In other words, although not all dictatorships are alike, they follow patterns which can be understood in rational choice terms and which can be predicted given certain broad characteristics of the regime. Several dimensions of the behavior of dictatorships are important, including the level of political repression, economic policy, toward economic growth, property rights or redistribution of wealth, the level of economic efficiency, and attitudes toward other states, open or autarkic, peaceful or threatening. Perhaps the central point of departure in what follows is that although the dictator may have a formal monopoly with regard to political power, the policies pursued on all these matters is conditioned by constraints which arise both from the behavior of other actors, including the administration or bureaucracy, as well as the military, and from the extent of support or opposition from the dictator's subjects. Formally, the dictator has power over all these groups. But no matter how great the dictator's powers, he or she cannot simply issue commands and expect them to be obeyed. For one thing, there are just too many people to be controlled this way. For another, how can the dictator be sure that his or her orders will be carried out? It is easy to threaten punishment, but can the punishers be trusted to remain loyal? Finally, it is important to notice that a ruler's rights are themselves circumscribed. Although the dictator may believe otherwise, he or she doesn't own the regime and usually cannot transfer the rights of office to a designated successor. This limitation makes the dictator's position peculiarly vulnerable. Of course, the people have good reason to fear the ruler. But this very fear, as well as jealousy, will make many among them look for ways to get rid of the dictator. So the ruler has every reason to suspect that there are plots against the regime, and one common method of removing a dictator from office has indeed been assassination. If the regime is to have any permanence, institutions must be created or maintained which deal with this problem by regularizing payments to its supporters and by providing for the systematic marginalization or elimination of its enemies. These institutions of repression and redistribution define the dictatorship. Examples of political and economic institutions which, among other things, play these roles, and which are analyzed in this book, include the totalitarian party, the pass system in apartheid South Africa, the ethnic or religious reservation of jobs and other privileges in such countries as South Africa, Nazi Germany, and contemporary Iran, and the system of gifts or clientela in ancient Rome and in many less developed countries today. All these institutions provide for the distribution of payments to the regime supporters on a systematic basis, and they simultaneously repress or tax the opposition. Given this perspective, the book addresses the following abstract versions of the questions, which were posed at the beginning of this chapter, viz. 1. What are the primary tools that dictators use to stay in power? 2. What determines the repressiveness of a regime? How does the level of political repression respond to economic forces such as changes in the regime's economic performance, example the rate of growth in GNP, and to political forces, example changes in popularity? 3. What circumstances, economic and political, contribute to the stability or instability of authoritarian regimes? 4. Are dictatorships more capable of superior economic growth than democracies? Are they less subject to rent-seeking or redistributional pressures? 5. Does the introduction of free markets inevitably lead to the decline of political dictatorship? 6. What circumstances contribute to the fall of democracy and the rise of dictatorship? 7. How does nationalism arise and how and why do dictators promote it? 8. What is the responsibility of bureaucratic functionaries for crimes committed by the regime? This is the Eichmann question. 9. What policies should Western democracies follow toward autocratic regimes? 10. How does a study of dictatorships shed light on the workings of democracy? Although there is no shortage of thoughtful discussion on these issues in the literature, analysis is seldom based on an explicit model capable of explaining the behavior of different regimes, or even of the same regime at different times. I develop a general model of dictatorship in this book which provides a consistent set of answers to these questions, some of which the reader will no doubt find more satisfying than others. The model uses the tools of economic theory. However, the economic methods used are not the traditional ones, they are instead the tools of the new economics of institutions, and they are explained in some detail in Chapter 2. The use of economic methods implies that I assume dictators, and their subjects, to be rational, in the standard sense that given their goals, they choose the best means of achieving them. On the whole, with one exception, I do make this assumption, and I do so because in that way I can comprehend their behavior. However, assuming that dictators are rational does not mean that they are perfectly informed or that they are incapable of error. If they were, their control of the machinery of the 6. State would guarantee that they would never lose power, they would be able to uncover any plot against their regimes and prevent its fulfillment. On the contrary, certain classic errors of dictators are very much the subject matter of this book. In this way, and in others, I associate particular regimes with fables, lessons that help us to understand the nature of that regime, and dictatorship in general. Thus, although the models used are themselves abstract, I use certain regimes or historical figures to illustrate them. Some regimes are discussed in detail: Nazi Germany, the communist government in the former Soviet Union, the apartheid system in South Africa, the Pinochet regime in Chile, and the ancient Roman Empire. Other regimes are mentioned, but they are examined less thoroughly, Mobutu's Zaire, Haiti under Papa Doc Duvalier, and contemporary China and other Asian dictatorships. Sometimes the conduct of a particular dictator is used simply to illustrate a particular theoretical point. As for the regimes studied in detail, they are selected partly on the basis of their importance, partly on the basis of the availability of materials, but mostly on their interest. I have relied on standard historical and other sources for the facts alluded to in these case studies. I hope the theory developed here contributes to an understanding of these regimes, how their institutions worked and why particular dictators did what they did. At any rate, this is the main purpose of the book. The book thus attempts to fill and to bridge gaps in and between two literatures. On the one hand, the literature known as the economics of politics, or public choice, has, with important exceptions, example North and Thomas 1973, North and Weingast 1989, Olson 1993, Root 1989, and Tulloch 1987, focused on modeling democracy. Because most of the world for most of human history has lived under dictatorship, there is obviously a deep need for more work in this area. Moreover, every democracy contains aspects of autocracy, and indeed, all too often autocratic solutions have been suggested as ways to compensate for one or another failure of democracy. The most obvious examples are all those situations in which it is proposed that policy on certain matters be taken out of the democratic process and put into the hands of an independent authority. Thus, it is said independent central bankers are the only ones who can be counted on to control a nation's money supply. Constitutional prohibitions are required to prevent overspending by democratically elected governments, and so on. The literature on public choice is particularly rife with these policy prescriptions. Yet all of them involve the substitution of authority for democracy in the sense that the right to decide these matters is withdrawn from the citizenry. Why should an independent authority, a person who is not responsible to the people, do? 7. What is best for them? If an argument along these lines can be successfully made in central banking or on the deficit, why can't it be extended to other areas of public decision-making? What's wrong with an independent Pentagon? I contend that one cannot answer these questions without an understanding of autocracy. And, finally, I suggest that one cannot really understand how democracy works if one does not understand its converse. The other literature to which this book is addressed is the vast and often fascinating literature on particular regimes developed by historians and political scientists. Although the theory developed here is very different from the kind of account usually found in these works, I have in fact used them extensively, not only in the cases studied but also as a way of thinking about the problem of autocracy. In particular, I have extracted 4 archetypes, or images, of dictatorship. These correspond to the 4 possible equilibria of the basic model developed in this book. Of course, there are many other typologies and points of view, but the ones cited here are those that I have found most useful, and they do encompass a good deal of the literature. And I hope the reader will find it interesting that all 4 can be generated from the same simple, rational choice-based model. So my goal is not to develop yet another typology, but to show that although very different kinds of regimes can emerge under different conditions, all dictatorships can be analyzed the same way. These images of dictatorship are presented in the next section. 2 images of dictatorship. Important contributions to our understanding of dictatorship have been made in a large number of different fields of specialization, including, most obviously, in history and political science, but also in psychology, economics, and fiction. I will not make any attempt to survey this literature here, but I do believe that as viewed from the perspective of this book, we can discover a small number of what I think it is useful to conceive of as images of dictatorship that tend to recur over and over in it. The 4 types of dictatorship we will be examining are totalitarianism, tin pots, tyranny, and timocracy. A. Totalitarianism. There are a number of classic sources for this concept of dictatorship. In fiction they include, most notably, George Orwell's 1984, 1949, Arthur Koestler's Darkness at Noon, 1941, and Aldous Huxley's 8. Brave New World, 1946. The fundamental problem of all novels is an individual's, a character's, identity, Kundera 1995, p. 22, and so these books were concerned with the effects of brainwashing, thought control, and indoctrination on the individual spirit. The word totalitario itself comes from Mussolini's Italy, which is sometimes classified as a totalitarian regime, but often his regime is not so classified, because, it is believed, the level of repression or state control under Mussolini never reached the levels that it did in Germany or Russia. The analytics of the concept were fleshed out by Hannah Arendt in The Origins of Totalitarianism, 1951-1973, and by Karl Friedrich and Zbigniew Brzezinski in their Totalitarian Dictatorship and Autocracy, 1965. Both drew a sharp distinction between totalitarianism and previous forms of autocracy. Friedrich and Brzezinski define totalitarianism as a syndrome, note the analogy to medical disease, consisting of 6 interrelated characteristics, including an official ideology, a single party typically led by one individual, a terrorist police force, monopoly of mass communications, monopoly of armaments, and state control of the economy. The underlying logic of this type of regime, how it functioned and what its goals were, was never made clear. That task was performed by Arendt in monumental fashion. More than 40 years after her book's publication, the conceptual and analytic power of her reasoning is undiluted, and although the regimes described in it are thankfully both gone, the book is as fresh as ever. One reason, apart from the skill of the author and the frightening nature of the regimes discussed in it, is that the book on one level is simply an attempt to portray, in stupefying, mind-altering clarity, the most perfect nightmare of everyone who values freedom, the possibility of being completely subjected, in every sphere of life, to domination by the state. So totalitarianism as a political system is defined as one which aspires to total domination, the permanent domination of each single individual in each and every sphere of life, Arendt 1951-1973, p. 326. In part, this goal is achieved through the atomization of human relationships, the destruction of classes, interest groups, and other relationships between people. Another one of her books, Eichmann in Jerusalem, 1976, became famous for its introduction of the concept the banality of evil and for its personification in the functionary Eichmann, who, in sending millions to their deaths, argued that he was just carrying out orders and who appeared as dehumanized himself as the victims of the terror in which he played a substantial part. With so much emphasis within the concept of totalitarianism on the state's control over the minds of its subjects, it was natural that psychologists would become interested in the problem. 2 of the most famous works in this vein, each of which spawned an enormous literature, were 9. That of Theodor Adorno, Els Fenckel-Brunswick, Daniel Levinson, and R. Nevitt Sanford, and that of Stanley Milgram, an account of whose experiments was published as Obedience to Authority, 1974. In the former work a scale, the F, for fascism, scale, was devised on the basis of interviews to isolate a constellation of personality traits which correlated, sometimes in a non-obvious way, with a disposition toward authoritarianism. Although some of the original ideas have been discarded, work on scales of this nature has continued, and new scales were developed, notably the one measuring right-wing authoritarianism by Bob Alde Meyer, 1981, 1988-1996, which he has developed and refined over a period of 20 years or so. In Milgram's experiments, the question was to measure how much people would be willing to obey a recognized authority figure. For this purpose Milgram had an actor pose as a scientist, purportedly one conducting a learning experiment, who would instruct the hapless subjects to administer shocks of ever-increasing magnitude to a fake learner, also an actor. The fake learner, in turn, was instructed to keep giving wrong answers to the questions asked. Milgram found that the subjects obeyed the authority figure to an astonishing degree, even when they had nothing to gain by doing so, and even when cooperation with the scientist appeared to mean inflicting considerable pain on the victim. To my knowledge, the results have never been discredited, although no university will allow experiments like this one to be performed any longer. The subjects found their own behavior, after the fact, to be as distressing as the reader presumably does. The experiences of the 1930s also had an impact on economics. Although the subject matter of economics is less concerned than that of novels or psychology with the emotions, restrictions on the freedom of individuals to invest or on the capacity of managers of firms to operate them the way they like can be every bit as horrifying to the modern free market-oriented economist as thought control, political repression, or psychological domination are to other scholars. Because government control over the economy was much greater in the Soviet system than in Nazi Germany, even at its height, it was the Soviet experience which stimulated the most research and debate within the economics profession. One important issue was that of the efficiency and functioning, in strictly economic terms, i.e., apart from the question of liberty, of such a system. Initially, there was a considerable debate, stimulated by Friedrich Hayek in his Collectivist Economic Planning, 1935, and by Oscar Lange's response, on the Economic Theory of Socialism, 1938-1964, about how central planning could mimic the price system and 10. Thus obtain the efficiency of capitalism without its concomitant vices of external effects, which could be solved by simply choosing the right shadow prices, and income inequality. In the end, what emerged as the standard picture of the economy of a Soviet-type system was a vision very much like that of the picture of totalitarianism in political theory in this one respect: it led to a so-called command economy, a giant bureaucracy in which all decisions are made at the center. In such economies, orders filter down to those at lower levels, who are responsible for doing the actual work. The difference is that, to an economist, this picture appears pathetic rather than threatening. The standard theory of markets implies that a society of over 250 million people, in which everything is decided at the center and in which everyone else follows orders, would be shot through with inefficiency, and this belief also became part of the typical picture. Thus, as Alec Nove wrote in 1980, in most instances the center does not know just what it is that needs doing, in disaggregated detail, while the management in its situation cannot know what it is that society needs unless the center informs it. p. 89. Moreover, even if the center had the correct information, it would have difficulty communicating it. As Nove asserted, the trouble lies in the near impossibility of drafting microeconomic instructions in such a way that even the most well-meaning manager will not be misled. p. 89. Finally, there is the veritable host of inefficiencies that result from the use of substitutes for the set of perfect instructions. This is the so-called success indicator problem, all of which are nicely illustrated by the well-known cartoon depicting a group of Soviet managers from a nail factory who are gazing with satisfaction at a single enormous nail and congratulating themselves on overfulfillment of the plan for nails, which was expressed in tons. However, it is noteworthy that until at least the late 1970s, assessments of actual Soviet economic performance by top Western experts, those based either on official Soviet data or on those of the CIA, were typically extremely positive. Example: see the estimates of Soviet productivity growth in Abram Bergson 1978, the estimates were revised in 1987 and 1992, for a general survey, see Ofer 1987. So if the Soviet Union was inevitably doomed to self-destruct, it was not always clear before the fact. The question which remains, and which is discussed later, is, how could Soviet-type economies appear so successful for such a long period of time if they were not? And if they were indeed successful, why did this success erode so badly over time? In any case, many of the arguments that were used to buttress the case for the economic strength of communism during the Cold War are still 11. around, only now they have been transferred to a different style of dictatorship, the newly industrialized and industrializing countries of Asia. The threat is posed by the same forces as before, a mysterious group loyalty of the citizenry to the state or to the firm, an alleged superior capacity to make collective decisions, and an apparent ability to control the economy in socially beneficial ways of which no democracy is deemed capable, all buttressed by impressive statistics on economic growth. The difference is that these regimes, even contemporary China, are not totalitarian. I will be referring to them as tyrannies. Before turning to that category, however, let me first discuss another type of regime, one which in many respects is the polar opposite of totalitarian dictatorship. I refer to the unstable, chimeric, short-lived, or weak dictatorships common in Africa and Latin America, especially from the 1960s to the 1980s, a category with many different labels but one which I will label tin pots. B. Tin pots. Tin pots are regimes in which the ruling government does not disturb the traditional way of life of the people. Instead, it represses them only to the modest extent necessary to stay in office and collect the fruits of monopolizing political power, Mercedes-Benzes, palaces, Swiss bank accounts, and so on. Examples of this latter type include the ex-rulers Somoza of Nicaragua, the Shah of Iran, Ferdinand Marcos of the Philippines, and General Noriega of Panama. There is no standard label for this type of regime, which in my view encompasses some traditional autocracies. Kirkpatrick 1982, following Friedrich and Brzezinski 1965, distinguished two types of regimes, totalitarian regimes and traditional autocracies. Other labels include sultanism, patrimonial and neo-patrimonial rule, and personal rule. Military dictatorships are often of this type. The revolving Latin American or African dictator is the classic popular image. Kirkpatrick argued that U.S. foreign policy should be relatively tolerant toward traditional autocracies, not because these regimes display very much that is appealing to lovers of freedom, but because, 1. Although their leaders are dictators, they tend to be pro-Western and, 2. Because such regimes are less repressive and less stable than totalitarian regimes, the United States often abets their downfall by taking a hostile attitude toward their repression of civil liberties, only to see them succeeded by regimes of the totalitarian type. Hence, she argued that a double standard could be recommended to lovers of freedom in their 12. attitude toward dictatorship, and she fought for such a standard while serving as American ambassador to the United Nations. Now all policy conclusions depend on a model, and so it is reasonable to ask what the underlying model of dictatorship is in this case. I think it is fair to say that in Kirkpatrick's view, the essential tool or instrument of governments under either traditional or totalitarian dictatorships is repression, or coercion of the citizenry. Consequently, the only, or at least the main, difference between traditional and totalitarian dictatorships is their level of repression. This way of looking at dictatorship is, I believe, common to much of political science. One difficulty with Kirkpatrick's theory is that some of the regimes which appear as relatively harmless traditional autocracies in her categorization were very repressive indeed. The most obvious cases are the military regimes of Brazil and that of Pinochet in Chile. A general empirical test of the theory was performed by Neil Mitchell and James McCormick, 1988. They constructed two measures of human rights violations for a large number of countries, one measuring the frequency of use of torture and the other the number of political prisoners taken, and they found that military regimes and traditional monarchies actually used torture more frequently than totalitarian, Marxist, governments, although they used imprisonment less often. And when repression was operationalized as an aggregate index incorporating both imprisonment and torture, they found no significant difference between the two types of regimes. This analysis suggests, first, that the argument for double standards may be misplaced and, second, that there is a need for another category of dictatorship, one which is not totalitarian but in which the level of repression is high. Since totalitarianism is a new, 20th century, phenomenon, whereas repression, even at extensive levels, is a very old one, this second point seems obvious enough. I follow a venerable tradition in political philosophy and describe such regimes as tyrannies. See tyranny. The label tyranny was commonly used in the ancient world. In his magisterial Bread and Circuses, 1990, Paul Vane gives three definitions of the word as used in ancient Greece and Rome: 1. A regime in which the tyrant keeps himself one in power through violence. 2. A regime run by a man whose policy runs contrary to the material interests of a section, large or small, of his subjects. 3. A regime controlled by a man whose delight in the exercise of power derives entirely from the servitude that he imposes on some of his subjects, p. 405. All these definitions appear consistent with the concept as used here, that is, a regime in which repression is high but which lacks or abjures the instruments of mass communication and control that make totalitarianism possible. Another term which describes the same phenomenon is despotism, a term which describes the reigns of the unenlightened monarchies of the 17th and 18th centuries. Of course, a moment's reflection confirms that such regimes are not uncommon in the modern world. The most obvious examples are the Duvalier regime in Haiti and those in Chile and Argentina in the 1970s. Africa has had its share of tyrants as well, a number of whom are catalogued and described in an article which was appropriately titled His Eternity, His Eccentricity, or His Exemplarity. A further contribution to the study of H.E. the African Head of State, Kirk Green 1991. Of course, tyrants do not usually identify themselves as such, but often, as Kirk Green points out, they emphasize a claim to legitimacy through the use of appropriate titles, including the Guide, Mobutu, Conqueror of the British Empire, Idi Amin, or simply the Emperor of Ethiopia, followed by the Elect of God, Son of David, Son of Solomon, King of Kings, and Lion of Judah, Haile Selassie. The most important theorizing about contemporary tyrannies has concerned itself with Latin American regimes, possibly because of their proximity and importance to the United States, where most contemporary theorizing on most subjects in the social sciences seems to take place. One celebrated contribution was the bureaucratic authoritarian model invented by Guillermo O'Donnell, 1973, which explained the rise of authoritarianism in Latin America in the 1960s as the result of economic pressures. Specifically, he suggested both that these economies had reached the limits of import substitution as a means of economic growth and that further development required capital deepening, thus requiring, in turn, military rule backed by an alliance with the domestic bourgeoisie and foreign capital. However, in the 1970s the same pressures for economic growth produced another form of military rule called market authoritarian by John Sheehan, 1987. Karen Remmer, 1989, has recently provided evidence that contradicts the conjectures implicit in these models about the superior capacity of military regimes to solve crises or to promote development. Still, the idea that some form of authoritarianism is superior to democracy in promoting economic 14. Growth has, as I have already mentioned, lost none of its appeal. The leading examples cited today include the soft authoritarian regimes of Southeast Asia, the lasting economic successes of Pinochet's reforms, and the new free market communism of China. Can tyrants really be the heroes they claim to be, if not in genuine popularity while in office, at least in posterity or the bond market? Perhaps Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana did not, in the end, deserve the accolades Man of Destiny, Hero of the Nation, his high dedication, the Messiah, and others by which he was only too willingly known, Kirk Green 1991, p. 178, but can similar accolades really belong to Pinochet for his legacy of low long-run interest rates and privatized pensions? This question brings us to our final, perhaps mythical category, timocracy. Timocracy. I borrow this term, perhaps inappropriately, from Plato, in the Republic. I use it to refer to a benevolent dictatorship, one in which the dictator genuinely cares for his or her people. It was not Plato's ideal form of rule, it ranks second to rule by the philosopher king in his scheme. Still, the Greek root of timocracy is thymos, to love. In any case, the allure of the concept of benevolent dictatorship is well known, whether it is indeed the rule of a philosopher king, an enlightened despot, Fidel Castro, or the Nicaraguan Sandinistas in their salad days. the dictatorship of the proletariat, the stern but growth-oriented regimes of Lee Kuan Yew of South Korea or Pinochet of Chile, or the social welfare function of modern economic theory. I do not know whether a genuinely benevolent regime has ever existed, but the idea has a never-ending appeal. So for this reason I include it here, defining it as a regime in which repression is low but which produces a dictator who is capable of staying in office because his or her love for the people is reciprocated by them. The historian Edward Gibbon, 1981, suggested that the Antonine age of the ancient Roman Empire was the happiest time the world had ever known. This provides me with an appropriately mythical historical context in which to theorize about how such a regime might operate. To summarize this subsection, I have suggested 4 images of dictatorship which are common in the literature. Although it does a grave injustice to the works mentioned, from the point of view of this study, the 4 types can be usefully conceived of simply as different combinations of the variables loyalty and repression. Thus, totalitarian regimes. 15. Combine high repression with a high capacity to generate loyalty to the totalitarian party. In tyranny the regime stays in power through high repression alone. In such a regime, loyalty is low. A tinpot regime is low on both counts. Antimocracy implies that loyalty is high even at low levels of repression. Consequently, in one sense the different regimes simply represent different solution levels of these variables, which suggests that all 4 regimes could in principle be obtained from a single general model. In this model the dictator maximizes a utility function in which utility depends on his or her own consumption, power, security, and so on. The constraints on the dictator's maximization are both political and economic. For example, the dictator cannot allow power to fall below the level required to remain in office, and maintaining this level of power requires scarce resources. The regime's institutions of repression and redistribution help to define these constraints. This model is developed in some detail in this book. The methodology behind it is introduced in Chapter 2. The next and final section of this chapter outlines the rest of the book. 3. Plan of the book. The first, previously cited questions to be pursued in this study are, 1. What are the primary tools that dictators use to stay in power? 2. What determines the repressiveness of a regime? How does the level of political repression respond to economic forces such as changes in the regime's economic performance, example the rate of growth in GNP, and to political forces, example changes in popularity? 3. What circumstances, economic and political, contribute to the stability or instability of authoritarian regimes? Part 2 of the book, chapters 3, 4, and 5, suggests a simple abstract model which confronts these questions. In the model all dictators remain in power through the use of 2 broadly defined instruments, political repression and the accumulation of loyalty. One way to create loyalty, which is very common in the modern world, is to stimulate economic growth. Chapter 3 considers 2 types of regimes, totalitarian and tinpot. A totalitarian regime uses these instruments of repression and loyalty to maximize power over the population, whereas a tinpot regime seeks no more power over its citizenry than is required to remain in power and collect the fruits, Mercedes-Benzes, palaces, Swiss bank accounts, of that office. The basic institution of control in the totalitarian regime is the totalitarian party, communist, Nazi, Beathist, which in some cases 16. Dominates the economic as well as the political sectors. Many tinpot regimes, on the other hand, are short-lived, are often military-backed or run, and do not deeply alter the economy. Given these assumptions, we will develop a model in Chapter 3 that both displays the equilibrium levels of power, repression, and loyalty for each of these 2 types of regime and shows how levels of these political variables respond to changes in a regime's economic performance or to exogenous shocks such as the imposition of external sanctions or the offer of aid or trade. Some novel predictions are derived. For example, an improvement in economic performance tends to reduce repression under a tinpot regime but to increase it in a totalitarian one. This provides the basis for addressing question, 9. What policies should Western democracies follow toward autocratic regimes? Chapter 3 develops the basic policy implications of the book. These implications are generalized further in chapters 5 and 8 and summarized again in chapter 14. Chapter 4 develops a similar model for the other kinds of regimes considered here, tyrants and timocrats. The chapter begins by looking at life from the dictator's point of view. The leader's dilemma is that, given that he or she has such power over the regime's subjects, how can he or she know whether they really support the regime or are merely pretending to do so while secretly plotting his or her downfall? Put differently, is it better to be a tyrant or a timocrat? Although the model of tyranny is a straightforward extension of the totalitarian version, that of timocracy requires us to develop some new ideas. I ask whether a dictator who really loved his or her subjects would tend to prosper in office. The proposition that love tends to be reciprocated in this way was suggested long ago by the Greek philosopher Xenophon. I analyze how such a regime could be expected to function if it did exist, and I illustrate it with a possible historical example about which so little is known that the conjecture, by Gibbon 1981, that it was indeed benevolent rule could be true. In any case, the label bears the stamp of Gibbon's authority. The regime referred to is that of the Antonine rulers of ancient Rome, especially Marcus Aurelius, the author of the famous Meditations, 1964. Chapter 5 generalizes the model developed in chapters 3 and 4.1 show there how the four types of dictatorship may be thought of simply as special cases of a very simple general model. This model also shows, in a precise way, the limits of the dictator's power. Part 3 looks at the functioning of the economy under dictatorship. It is mostly devoted to questions 4 and 5, which were posed in the first section of the chapter. 17. 4. Are dictatorships more capable of superior economic growth than democracies? Are they less subject to rent-seeking or redistributional pressures? 5. Does the introduction of free markets inevitably lead to the decline of dictatorship? The first chapter in this part, Chapter 6, discusses alternative approaches to autocratic economies and presents the basic elements of the approach taken here. Part 3 then examines two examples of the economy of tyranny. Chapter 7 examines the case for the superior economic performance of contemporary free market dictatorships and in particular asks whether there is any foundation to the idea that this superior performance results from the fact that dictatorships are less subject to rent-seeking or redistributional pressures than other forms of government, example democracies. The cases of Pinochet's Chile and South Korea under the generals are examined in this light. This discussion is clearly relevant to question 10. How does a study of dictatorships shed light on the workings of democracy? Indeed, all of Part 3 compares, if sometimes only implicitly, the economic institutions of dictatorship and democracy. Chapter 8 turns to the economics of redistribution under the apartheid regime in South Africa. Two models are developed, one in which the regime exploited black labor for the benefit of white labor and one in which this exploitation benefited white capital. These models are also of general interest insofar as they show how economic exploitation can be carried out in markets. I also show why the regime collapsed, that is, I develop a simple autopsy for apartheid. Chapters 9 and 10 are devoted to the political and economic institutions of communism. Chapter 9 develops a model of communist economics. This married totalitarianism to an economic system in which production was organized within a single bureaucratic system controlled by the Communist Party. Chapter 10 applies this model to an understanding of the history of the system, first explaining how it worked under Stalin, and then turning to an examination of the economic decline of the system after the 1960s. It suggests an explanation of why in China the system was successfully transformed into a market economy whereas similar attempts by Gorbachev in the former Soviet Union simply led to the collapse of the regime. Part 4 looks at various questions concerned with the dynamics, rise and fall, of dictatorship, and thus it compares the political institutions of dictatorship and democracy. Chapter 11 models the breakdown of democracy in terms of a failure of democratic competition. I show that under certain circumstances political party competition ends up in the 18. Inaction zone, a region in which both parties prefer to do nothing other than to propose a controversial course of action. This is more likely both when voters' preferences are relatively polarized and rigid and when there is little trust between voters and politicians. This formalizes and expands arguments developed in the political science literature by Samuel Huntington, 1976, Giovanni Sartori, 1976, and others that political polarization tends to breed an incapacity on the part of the political system to solve important problems, and that this failure, in turn, often leads to the breakdown of the democratic system and a turn toward authoritarianism. So Chapter 11 provides one point of view on question 6.6. What circumstances contribute to the fall of democracy and the rise of dictatorship? Chapter 12 continues the investigation of this subject, and it also turns to question 7.7. How does nationalism arise and why do dictators promote it? I develop a model of ethnic group relations and show why there is always a potential for conflict among ethnic groups, as well as why this conflict is not reduced by market forces. Moreover, when political competition is based on conflict or competition among ethnic or racial groups, it is particularly likely to lead to polarization instead of compromise solutions. I introduce the concept of ethnic capital too and discuss the attractiveness of ethnicity or nationalism as a way of reducing transaction costs. Ethnicity is modeled as a capital good that reduces obstacles to both political and market exchange among those who have invested in it. Investments in ethnic capital naturally increase the importance of the group relative to the individual and therefore give rise to a demand for political leadership to manage that capital stock. Hence, their attractiveness to dictators. This same analysis also explains conflicts between groups and why the market mechanism cannot eliminate them, as well as why democratic political mechanisms also do not solve these conflicts. Dictators resolve these conflicts through repression. Dictators give one group the capacity to impose its will on another. I use these concepts to examine the roots of the Nazi dictatorship. Throughout this chapter, I try to show the usefulness of the concept of ethnic capital in explaining the economic, political, and even psychological origins of fascism. 19. Chapter 13 discusses one aspect of the fall of dictatorship. It is devoted to an ethical and legal issue, namely question 8.8. What is the responsibility of bureaucratic functionaries for crimes committed by the regime? This question was, of course, most famously addressed by Hannah Arendt in her book, Eichmann in Jerusalem, 1976, on the Nazi final solution to the Jewish question. The general question is this one: how is it possible to hold bureaucrats responsible for crimes committed by the regime if, in perpetrating those crimes, they are only following orders from their superiors? This issue reappears again and again. It was raised with respect to the behavior of the Argentinian military after the reassertion of civilian control there, it reappeared in Germany after the release of the files of the Stasi, and it became an issue in Poland and in Russia, where Yeltsin once suggested putting the Communist Party itself on trial. The defense is always the same: I acted under orders, so I can't be held responsible. I argue, with specific reference to the Eichmann case, that this line of defense was false in that it rested on an invalid picture of the way the Nazi regime functioned. Evidence from standard historical sources is used to show that Eichmann and others like him were in fact extremely competitive and entrepreneurial. They were not simply acting on orders; a host of agencies were competing to solve the Jewish question. Once this fact is understood, there is no difficulty in convicting them of guilt. Part V, Chapter 14, summarizes the argument on a number of themes in simple English and concludes the book. The Dictator's Dilemma. One sympathy for the dictator. The most obvious feature of dictatorship is that dictators typically have enormous power over their people. Yet there is one thing that even dictatorial powers cannot give them: the minds of their subjects. Dictators cannot, either by using force or the threat of force, or by promises even of vast sums of money or chunks of their empires, if any are available, know whether the population genuinely worships them or worships them because they command such worship. The case of the Roman Emperor Nero provides a good illustration. One of all of his accomplishments, Nero was most proud of his lyre playing and, while emperor, he often entered musical contests. The art scene in Rome did not satisfy him and he headed for Greece. According to the profile of him by Gaius Suetonius, in his celebrated The 12 Caesars, 1957, his main reason was that the cities which regularly sponsored musical contests had adopted the practice of sending him every available prize for lyre playing. He always accepted these with great pleasure, giving the delegates the earliest audience of the day and invitations to private dinners. Some of them would beg Nero to sing when the meal was over, and applaud his performance to the echo, which made him announce, "The Greeks alone are worthy of my efforts, they really listen to music." p. 224, it is of course possible that the Greek audience may have been influenced by Nero's position. If that were not enough, Suetonius continued, there were other constraints on their behavior. He wrote, no one was allowed to leave the theater during his recitals, however pressing the reason. We read of women in the audience giving birth, and of men being so bored with listening and applauding that they furtively dropped down from the wall at the rear, since the gates were kept barred, or shammed dead and were carried away for burial. p. 225, John Elster analyzes this general problem, which he refers to as the basic paradox of the Hegelian master-slave dialectic. He stated, the master cannot simultaneously enjoy his absolute power, which exists only insofar as he can abuse it, and draw satisfaction from the recognition that the slave offers him. It would be like a nation seeking diplomatic recognition from one of its own colonies, like the person checking the news in the paper by buying a second copy. 1993, p. 67, however, this way of thinking about dictatorship does not originate with Hegel, but was known in ancient times. Consider the dialogue by Xenophon, Hiero, or Tyrannicus, apparently the only ancient dialogue devoted entirely to the subject of tyranny, and which Leo Strauss has resurrected and written an extensive commentary on. Strauss, 1963-1991. In the first part of the dialogue, the tyrant, Hiero, complains at length about the miseries that tyranny causes the tyrant himself. Flattery is no solace to him. He laments, what pleasure do you think a tyrant gets from those who say nothing bad, when he knows clearly every thought these silent men have is bad for him? Or what pleasure do you think he gets from those who praise him, when he suspects them of bestowing their praise for the sake of flattery? Xenophon, reprinted in Strauss 1963-1991, p. 5, the basic problem is that the tyrant could trust no one, not even those closest to him. Because of this, love was denied to him as well. According to Hiero, it is never possible for the tyrant to trust that he is loved. For we know as a matter of course that those who serve through fear try by every means in their power to make themselves appear to be like friends by the services of friends. And what is more, plots against tyrants spring from none more than from those who pretend to love them most. How should they believe they are loved by anyone else, inasmuch as they are so hated by such as are inclined by nature and compelled by law to love them? Pages 7 to 8, 10. 22. Instead of trust or love, the tyrant's life is governed by fear. He continued, to fear the crowd, yet to fear solitude, to fear being without a guard, and to fear the very men who are guarding, to be unwilling to have unarmed men about me, yet not gladly to see them armed. How could this fail to be a painful condition? To trust strangers more than citizens, barbarians more than Greeks, to desire to keep the free slaves, and be compelled to make the slaves free, do not all these things seem to you signs of a soul distracted by fears? p. 13, the poor tyrant. And yet his or her dilemma cannot be dismissed, and it must be investigated. To do so, let us begin by noting that this dilemma is inherent in any dictatorship, that is, in any system in which the rulers are self-appointed and in which there is no legal procedure for removing them. Is obviously magnified when procedures for succession are unclear. On the other hand, the dilemma is partly solved if the identity of the successor is known for certain, as in dynastic rule. There is no point in assassinating a dictator if by doing so, you will only get his or her idiot son instead. This knowledge soothes the dictator. The dilemma is also a paradox, as the dictator's power over his or her subjects increases, his or her problem appears to become larger. The more threatened they are by the ruler, the more the subjects will be afraid to speak ill of or to do anything which might conceivably displease him or her. Therefore, it would seem, the less the dictator knows what they are really thinking, and the more reason for him or her to be insecure. Hence the paradox: the greater the dictator's power, the more reason he or she has to be afraid. Finally, and most important, the problem is two-sided. The dictator's dilemma could equally be called the subject's dilemma. As much as dictators want to be loved, the subjects want them to believe that they are loved, for only then are the people safe from them. If they can make their dictator believe that they truly worship, or even that they support, him or her, then he or she need not fear them, and if in turn the ruler does not fear them, they need not fear him or her. This was the solution to the dictator's dilemma suggested by the character Simonides, an economist, in Xenophon's dialogue. He told the emperor that if only he cared for his people, they would care for him in return, and then not only would he have nothing to fear from them, he would be the happiest of men. We will later examine, in Chapter 4, this strategy in more detail. Stalin is a good modern illustration of a dictator in the grip of the dilemma, and of a different type of solution to this problem. According The Dictator's Dilemma 23. To the historian Alan Bullock, he thirsted for recognition from his former allies, the old Bolsheviks, and it was this thirst which explains his fantastic efforts to extract confessions from them in the great show trials of the 1930s. Stalin wanted these allies to recognize, Bullock, 1991, noted, not just that he had won, but that his victory was deserved and that they accepted him, as they had accepted Lenin, of their own volition, as the Vazd, leader. This explains his insistence over and over again during the period of the trials that the accused, the generation of the old Bolsheviks, should confess in humiliating terms that they had been wrong, and Stalin always right, p. 358, but it was not just this demand for recognition but fear itself that motivated Stalin. His suspicion never slept, Bullock wrote. T was precisely the Bolshevik old guard whom he distrusted most. Even men who had been closely associated with him in carrying out the Second Revolution, as members of the Politburo or the Central Committee, were executed, committed suicide, or died in the camps, p. 377. Stalin was like Julius Caesar insofar as he attempted and was seen to be attempting to substantially augment his own personal power. But Caesar was popular. He won popularity not just through glory, but through generosity. He built a new forum with the spoils taken in Gaul. He doubled the pay of the army and made gifts of prisoners, thousands at a time, or loans of troops whenever asked, without first obtaining official permission from the Senate or the Roman people. He also presented the principal cities of Asia and Greece with magnificent public works, and he did the same for those of Italy, Gaul, and Spain, Suetonius 1957, p. 25. He always accepted honors, even when they might appear excessive. It was whispered at one point that at the next meeting of the Senate the title king, hated by many Romans, would be conferred on Caesar, p. 48. Stalin was haunted by the fear of an attempt on his life, Bullock 1991, pages 364-5. No fewer than 60 men took part in Caesar's assassination. The modern African dictator also suffers from insecurity. For many regimes, this insecurity is unsurprising, given the frequency of coups in and the notoriously short life of many African regimes. However, even a long-lasting regime like that of Zaire's Mobutu, which survived for 31 years, was dominated by insecurity. According to Michael Schitzberg's 1988 portrait of the regime, the insecurity of its leaders is never far from the surface, p. 49. One reason for this insecurity, apparently, was the difficulties Zairian officials experienced in obtaining information from the hinterland. The leader's problem, Schatzberg 1988, see also Kolacki 1984, is that his relationships with the people were filtered through the bureaucracy. The bureaucracy had its own interests, apart from giving Mobutu accurate information as to what was going on under his rule. In particular, the regime's extensive use of coercion made bureaucrats afraid to turn in negative information that things were not going well in the hinterland, which might raise the possibility that there were people in some parts of Zaire who were not ecstatic about life under Mobutu. The bureaucrat who reported this information ran the risk associated with being the bearer of bad news. Thus, one of the important information networks used by the Zairian state was the CND, Centre National de Documentation, the direct successor of the Belgian colonial Shurud. Some CND reports read like this: during this 10-day period all remains calm across all the area of Mongolia. All the people work in joy, doubling their energy thanks to the continuity of the new regime. The recent ministerial reshuffle accomplished by the father of the nation brought forth a great joy among the population which promises him a sincere attachment. Schatzberg 1988, p. 47, would reports like this one have made Mobutu feel more secure, or less? Perhaps sensing this problem, the CND employ the mantra "situation is calm" to soothe the dictator. The soothing action of the phrase was limited, however, as a result of its use in the following bizarre manner. You are informed that on May 26, 1974 the zone commissioner presented to the public 36 robbers who were sowing terror in the city of Bumba. These thieves are being kept in the central prison of Bumba, which is not well maintained, and their escape is to be feared. The operation continues. The situation is calm, p. 47, and then, 1 month later came this report, daily situation, of the 36 robbers arrested in Bumba, only 12 were brought to the prosecutor's office at Lizala. 24 escaped from the prison at Bumba. Situation is calm, p. 48. Thus, one problem with the coercive solution to the dictator's dilemma is that there is a cost to the dictator in imposing so much risk on the bureaucracy. It makes its members unwilling to report harmful, but truthful, information. Karl Friedrich and Zbigniew Brzezinski, 1965, refer to this as the vacuum effect surrounding the dictator. In contemporary principal agent theory, similar problems arise whenever the principal imposes too much risk on the agent. So it is not necessarily easy for dictators to displace their own risks onto those under them. Of course, dictators typically enjoy income, privileges, and perquisites of office unknown to any democratic leader. But they also experience the other end of the spectrum of consumption possibilities. One common method of removing a dictator is assassination. In other words, the dictator's rewards are great, his or her risks equally so. The dictator's fundamental difficulty in getting real information on just how popular he or she is compounds this risk-reward structure. 3. Expressing it in terms of rational choice theory, we would say that dictators and their subjects have a mutual communication or signaling problem. Alternatively, they do not trust each other, Breton and Wintrobe 1982, Coleman 1990, or they have a problem of making credible commitments, North and Weingast 1989, or there is a problem of enforcing commitments, Pierzewski 1991. Dictators may promise not to harm their subjects, but such promises are unenforceable. So are the citizens' promises of support. The insecurity of dictators follows from this line of reasoning. Mutual signaling is more costly between dictators and their subjects than between the government and the people in a democracy. 2. The method of analysis, economics and the enforcement problem. The dictator's dilemma, considered in abstract terms, is a set of circumstances in which there are gains from exchange, between the dictator and his subjects, but in which promises and obligations are not enforceable. For example, in exchange for their support, the dictator could promise to implement the kinds of policies that his or her subjects wish. However, what guarantee does each party have that the other party will live up to its commitment? Dictators could promise to change their policies in order to quell a riot, to appease an important interest group, or to break up a plot against them within the military or civilian bureaucracy. What commits dictators to keep their word after the crises are over? In the same way, any of these groups may profess their undying support to calm a dictator. What prevents them from taking part in an assassination plot as soon as the ruler lets down his or her guard? Viewed this way, we see that the dictator's dilemma is merely an extreme version of a very common problem. It exists in democratic politics, within firms and government bureaucracies, in families, and even in many markets. For example, consider the arena of democratic politics, interpreted here as political exchange. Particularly during elections, politicians promise policies in exchange for votes or for support from interest groups. What motivates the citizens or interest groups to believe the politicians will keep their promises? They cannot sue a politician in court for breaking a campaign promise. So what guarantee do they have that he or she will keep it after obtaining their votes? The world of bureaucratic politics is also often modeled in exchange terms. Bureaucrats trade favors with each other and with politicians. But a bureaucrat who reneges on a promise to do a favor for a politician or for another bureaucrat can't be taken to court. So how can the exchange take place? The same problem arises in primitive societies, in which often there are no courts, and of course in many markets, some promises, example that a good is high quality, are obviously unenforceable, and many more are difficult to enforce. Even within families, the same problem arises if relations there are interpreted as exchange, example a child may promise to repay his or her parents for the care he or she receives by promising to support them in their old age, but at present, at least in the United States, the parents can't sue the child if he or she reneges. For in recent years a great deal of work has been done to apply the methods of economic theory to these problems, much as economic theory has been applied to areas traditionally in the domain of other disciplines such as law, politics, organizational relations, and the family. Partly as a result of this work, which has necessitated considerable adaptations to the tools of economic theory, and partly as a result of new developments in the theory of markets itself, it has been discovered that when economic rights and obligations are unclear, difficult to establish, or difficult to enforce, many of the standard propositions in economic theory do not hold and indeed are sometimes turned on their head. At the same time, this line of thought makes it possible to understand a great deal about social, political, legal, and even market relationships that is otherwise mysterious. To see how the analysis works, consider the standard economic model of the labor market. Note first that the same enforceability problem arises in this context. Firms hire employees and pay them a wage in exchange for the performance of tasks as specified by the employer. But what if the employer reneges and doesn't pay, or what if the employee shirks or otherwise performs badly? Implicitly, it is assumed the other party can sue in court and obtain satisfaction at little, theoretically zero, cost. Given this assumption, and some other standard ones, we know that the market for labor clears, producing an equilibrium wage W** and employment level L** in which everyone willing to work at that wage has a job. Now suppose the assumption of costless enforceability is dropped. Instead, assume, say, that workers can shirk or in other ways perform their tasks poorly, but that employers may have difficulty discovering this fact. One reason for this situation is that it may simply be hard to tell how well they are performing their tasks. For example, if employees are bond traders, it may be hard for the employer to ascertain if they are taking undue risk and exposing the firm to possible bankruptcy. If they are doing some form of creative work, it may be that an employee gets his or her best ideas while lying horizontally on a couch. In short, for various reasons, the performance of the employee may be difficult to monitor. What difference does this make? Suppose an employee shirks and the employer happens to discover this fact. The employer may threaten to fire him or her. However, by definition of the market clearing wage W**, any employee can get another job at that wage. Under these assumptions, the employee's rational response is to say, "Go ahead. The market clears, so if you fire me, I can always get another job at exactly the same wage as the one you're paying me." In other words, as long as the market clears, no employee has any incentive to fulfill his or her contract as long as shirking is preferable to working. The reason this is so is that the employer has no means of punishing workers as long as a dismissed worker can always get another job on exactly the same terms as the one he or she already holds. How can the employer solve this problem? One way is to offer a wage higher than that obtainable elsewhere. Then an employee can be credibly disciplined, because in that case the employee has something to lose, the wage premium, if he or she is caught shirking. However, all employers have exactly the same incentive to do this. So each firm will attempt to raise wages above those paid at rival firms, and the net result will simply be that the equilibrium wage at all firms rises to above market clearing levels. In the end, the problem does get solved, not because some firms pay higher wages than others. In equilibrium, they all pay the same wage, but because at the non-market clearing wage, not only will some 28 workers be involuntarily unemployed, but also every worker will face some prospect of unemployment. This situation gives employers power or authority over their workers. Employers can tell a worker to do something and threaten dismissal and the prospect of unemployment if he or she does not comply. As Carl Shapiro and Joseph Stiglitz, 1984, put it, the prospect of unemployment serves as a worker discipline device. The prospect of unemployment is not the only possible disciplinary mechanism. For example, Jeremy Bulow and Lawrence Summers, 1986, suggested that if the economy can be divided into two sectors, one with good jobs, which pay high wages, offer some prospect of promotion and some job security, and so on, and one with bad jobs, with none of these attributes, McJobs, as they are popularly known, then the prospect of unemployment is not needed to discipline workers in good jobs. Dismissal poses a threat as long as the worker can fall into the bad jobs sector. Such a prospect is sufficient to discipline the labor force. Moreover, in this model many of the standard propositions of economic theory do not hold. For example, free trade is no longer optimal, because it is desirable to protect the good jobs sector. Prior to the development of this type of model, economic theory identified power in economic relations solely with market power, that is, with some form of monopoly. These models showed that in the absence of costlessly enforceable property rights, power is not only consistent with but also essential to the workings of competition. Another implication of these models is that the institutions of exchange, and who controls them, make a difference. One reason this is so derives from the fact that the firm can deter employee shirking in either of two ways, by supervising workers more closely or by paying them a higher wage. To the firm, money spent on supervision and money spent on higher employee wages are both costs, and the firm will simply choose the cost-minimizing means to deter a given amount of employee shirking. But from the point of view of the economy, money spent on supervision uses up real resources, whereas paying higher wages does not, because it is merely a transfer from the firm to its employees. Consequently, from society's point of view, resources will be wasted in excess supervision, Bowles 1985, Shapiro and Stiglitz 1984. Moreover, alternative employment systems will give different results. Gordon, 1990, for example, presents data on the ratio of administrative and managerial employees as a percentage of non-agricultural employment for various countries. In 1985 this ratio was 11.7% for the United States, but it was approximately 4% for Japan and West Germany, and 2.7% for Sweden. An interesting recent development is the just-in-time system. In this system, as workers receive the next piece which they are supposed to work on, they are expected to see that it has come to them with no defects. The system essentially eliminates supervisory personnel as such, because under such a system, workers are motivated to monitor each other. In the labor market, then, power solves the enforcement problem. In other markets, and even in the labor market, there are alternative mechanisms that can perform this task. For example, consider the market for high-quality goods. Suppose that prior to purchase, consumers cannot distinguish high quality from low. What prevents the firm from producing low-quality goods and selling them as if they were of high quality? Carl Shapiro, 1983, following Klein and Loeffler 1981, showed that three conditions are required if a firm is to be discouraged from trying to cheat its customers. 1. There must be a prospect of future sales. 2. The firm must have a reputation, built in the past, as a seller of high-quality goods. 3. The firm must receive a price premium on high-quality goods, both to compensate it for its past investments in reputation and to serve as a deterrent to cheating. According to the no-cheating condition, the present value of the premiums received from future sales must be large enough to overcome the one-time gains from cheating, milking the firm's reputation. In essence, the existence of the price premium provides the consumer with a reason to trust the firm. Or, as Klein and Loeffler put it, the consumer pays the firm protection money in the form of a price premium to ensure contractual fulfillment. In this context, trust rather than power substitutes for legally enforceable property rights in solving the enforcement problem. But in another sense, the two solutions are the same. In both, overpayment, the wage or price premium, solves the cheating problem. Now let us apply this way of thinking to political life. Begin by noting that all governments, democratic or dictatorial, provide services to citizens. They build roads, hospitals, and schools, and they provide policing and defense services which protect the population and, in dictatorships, repress it. The government provides these goods and services to the citizenry in exchange for political support. Or politicians may supply interest groups with policies that amount to some form of favorable regulation, a subsidy, a tariff, control over entry into an industry, favorable tax treatment, and so on, in exchange for campaign contributions. However, in any of these forms of political exchange, the problem 30. Once again, is that there is no third-party enforcement of the contract between politicians and citizens. Indeed, no formal contract is ever drawn up. Because there is no contract, what prevents politicians from reneging on the exchange? Of course, they often do renege. The accusation that a government has broken its promises is one of the most commonly heard charges in any election campaign. However, if politicians always broke their promises, there would be little point in accusing them of doing so in any individual instance. So the question remains, why do politicians keep their promises as often as they do? A similar question exists on the demand side of the political marketplace. What motivates citizens and interest groups to deliver support? One solution is analogous to the one which was just given for labor and product markets. Cheating can be prevented when 1. There is a prospect of future interaction between the parties. 2. The parties have built up a reputation for not cheating. 3. The parties receive a premium on the exchange, both to compensate them for their past investments in reputation and to serve as a deterrent to cheating. Now political parties are long-lived institutions, both with reputations based on their past performance in office and with a substantial stake in their reputation in the future. Galeotti and Breton 1986, Weingast and Marshall 1988, Wintrobe 1987, and rational politicians have the same incentive as rational sellers in economic markets, to provide citizens with some reason to believe their promises. Whitman 1983. Similarly, rational politicians need to guard against cheating by citizens, that is, they will search for mechanisms which guarantee that citizens or interest groups can be counted on to deliver support. In general, I suggest that the reciprocal problem of cheating is solved in political markets by investments which bind the parties to one another, that is, by engendering political loyalty or support. I define loyalty as a long-term attachment on the part of an individual to an organization or institution. For similar definitions see, example Schar 1968, also see Hirschman 1970. For the most part I will be talking about rational loyalty. For example, if Shapiro's conditions, 1, 2, 3, are satisfied, the attachment is rationally motivated. Substituting political parties for individuals as the central institutional actor in the political life of a democracy makes it possible to see how political exchange can take place. Conditions, 1, and 2, are satisfied by democratic political competition when there is some trust in or loyalty to political parties. Of course, political parties may fall into disrepute, and the dictator's dilemma 31 many have. The fates of the Progressive Conservative Party in Canada or the Christian Democrats in Italy are recent cases which come readily to mind as examples of the severe punishment that voters can mete out to parties in which a pattern of cheating has been discovered. This interpretation of political life also yields a simple explanation for the role of political ideologies, one which differs from the classic analysis of Downes, 1957. A party's ideology is simply a set of promises, against which the actual performance of the party's representatives can be measured to ascertain whether cheating, deviating too far from its ideology, has occurred. This ideology gives the party a considerably larger role than simply assembling and nominating candidates, the roles assigned to it by Downes. It is the guardian of the voters' trust. What is the political analog of condition? 3. The premium. As far as politicians are concerned, the rewards, the income, prestige, and power, to holding political office are so large in most democracies that, by themselves, they constitute a substantial deterrent to political cheating. In a sense, the premium here arises naturally from the dichotomous nature of political office. Politicians are either in or out. The more interesting question is what motivates loyalty on the part of citizens or interest groups. I suggest that the distribution of political rents, earnings that exceed productivity, often plays this role. Two examples which generate rational loyalty are pork barrel projects and political patronage. Both are frequently discussed in the literature on congressional politics, Firayan 1974, Shepsel and Weingast 1981. Suppose, for example, that a politician obtains a dam or bridge or other pork barrel project for the citizens in his or her district. A proper cost-benefit analysis will reveal that the project is wasteful. Indeed, if the project is not wasteful, citizens have no reason to give their support to that politician in exchange for the dam or bridge, because the politician is making no sacrifice on their behalf but is simply doing what any technocrat would do. On the other hand, to the extent that the project is wasteful, i.e., a genuine pork barrel project, citizens have some reason to believe that that politician or that political party is responsible for getting them the project and will thus look after their interests in the future, provided they reciprocate with their support. More precisely, the element of waste in the project is precisely the sign that the politician can claim credit for the project, as suggested by Firayan, 1974, and others. A patronage job acts in exactly the same way. So pork barrel projects and patronage jobs are the exact analog, in political markets, to price and wage premiums, in economic markets. The size of the premium is measured by the amount of waste in the project or by the excess of wages over marginal productivity in the case of a patronage job. 32. In general, the stock of loyalty capital may be measured by the total value of rents distributed by the political party in office. The total costs of rent-seeking, Posner 1975, Tulloch 1967, frequently measured in recent years, may be waste in the economic marketplace, but in the political marketplace these costs are useful investments which reduce the transactions costs of political exchange. To recapitulate, we can say that the group which receives a monopoly privilege or other rent from a political party immediately has some reason to believe that that political party will look after its interests in the future. Because the rents can be withdrawn, politicians are justified in their belief that the favored group will provide the politicians with loyal support in return. The rents thus supply the necessary premium to compensate the group for its support or loyalty to the party, and they also serve as a deterrent to cheating. Consequently, Pork barrel projects and political patronage are investments which solve the problem of political cheating by citizens and interest groups, in political markets, in exactly the same manner as wage and price premiums, in labor and goods markets. We will call the total stock of such investments a politician's loyalty capital. These stocks are measurable and have been measured directly by Gianluigi Galeotti and Antonio Forcina, 1989, who provide estimates of loyalty ratios for U.S. political parties. Of course, these solutions are second best, they involve waste and corruption, and in a sense they constitute a perversion of the democratic ideal. In the ideal scenario, the citizenry trusts its politicians to implement their promises, and politicians can count on the citizenry in turn to fight for their political beliefs. But the ideal implicitly assumes that enforcement costs are zero. So there is a precise parallel between the economist's ideal of markets and the political scientist's ideal of politics. Both function in the way they are supposed to only if the costs of enforcement are ignored. Still, we should not remain blind to the enormous gap between the pork barrel and patronage style solutions to the enforcement problem, on the one hand, and the democratic ideal, on the other. And this recognition should alert us to the fact that there are many other, better ways in which democracy might work and sometimes does. The basic problem for democratic politicians is to get the citizenry to believe in them and to motivate its voters to act on this belief by supporting them. There are many ways parties can do this. J.R. Lott, 1987, for example, suggests that one important device by which politicians can pre-commit themselves is ideology. His many papers provide considerable evidence for this view. See, example Lott 1987-1990, for a general survey, see also Lott and Bender 1996. William Landis and Richard Posner, 1975, suggested another mechanism to solve the enforcement problem, the independent judiciary, by making legislation harder to reverse in the future, helps to serve as a pre-commitment device. No doubt there are many other institutions that serve this function, and an illuminating book could probably be written about democracy from this point of view. In the present context, perhaps the most interesting point is that by limiting the power of the ruler over his or her subjects, by ensuring a free press which not only frees the subjects to criticize the ruler but also enables the ruler to discover what his or her subjects are really thinking, and by providing formal constitutional means for the ruler's removal, democratic institutions allow relations of trust to develop, credible commitments to be made, or signals to be sent much more simply and directly than is possible under dictatorships. Consequently, however badly democracy may sometimes perform in these respects, on theoretical grounds, we should expect it to do better than the alternative. With this point in mind, let us return to the subject of dictatorship and see what strategies are available to the dictator for solving the dictator's dilemma. 3. The instruments of political power. The message of our brief tour of the economics of self-enforcing exchange in the preceding section is that there are a number of devices which can substitute for the missing external enforcement mechanism, devices which allow exchange to take place. 5. As far as the strategies available to the dictator are concerned, I suggest that all of them may be grouped into two classes, repression and loyalty. By repression I refer to restrictions on the rights of citizens to criticize the government, restrictions on the freedom of the press, restrictions on the rights of opposition parties to campaign against the government, or, as is common under totalitarian dictatorship, the outright prohibition of groups, associations, or political parties opposed to the government. To be effective, these restrictions must be accompanied by the monitoring of the population and by sanctions for disobedience. The existence of a political police force and of extremely severe sanctions for expressing and especially for organizing opposition to the government, such as imprisonment, internment in mental hospitals, torture, and execution, is the hallmark of dictatorships of all stripes. How does the use of repression get around the dictator's dilemma? In part, of course, it does not, indeed, it engenders it, for as we have seen, the more the citizens are ruled by repression, the more the dictator has to fear from them. However, there is a way to solve this problem: increase the level of repression further. Eventually, the dictator's own fear will begin to subside, for the simple reason that he or she need only be afraid of the people / and it is a big / they can organize or get their hands on the means to depose him or her. Increasing repression reduces this likelihood. However, it does cause another problem. In order to accomplish this goal, the dictator's security forces must themselves be given sufficient power, and their own uncertain reliability may, in the end, constitute the main threat to the ruler's regime. One obvious way to solve this problem is to overpay the security forces. But this is not the only way. There is another one that was typified by Stalin. Alan Bullock, 1991, described his strategy when he wrote, "As a man of the people himself, not an intellectual or a former image, he alone understood that the Russian people had always been ruled, and could only be ruled, by fear, by suffering. And the key to that, as Peter the Great and Ivan the Terrible had understood before him, was to keep the apparat itself in a state of fear which it would in turn pass on to the people. Convictions might change, but fear lasted." After Yagoda had completed 2 years as head of the secret police, Stalin decided that the time had come to liquidate him. He was succeeded by Yezhov, after whom the worst period of the terrors is known in Russia as the Yezhovskaya. Yezhov also lived in fear, and when Stalin decided that the time had come, he, too, was liquidated. p. 357. This description of Stalin's strategy is not yet complete. One other important element in the successful inducement of fear, and the accurate revelation of information about culpability, is to ensure competition among agencies. Surin Byler, 1980, describes how this was part of Stalin's strategy as well. The secret police itself, the main tool but also the main danger to Stalin, was not permitted to grow too powerful against Stalin. It was checked by a number of administrative arrangements and policies. Besides Stalin's private secretariat, the most important of those were, the existence in the secretarial apparatus of the party's Central Committee of a special department which was empowered to supervise the internal affairs of the secret police, Stalin's retention of the power to appoint high police officials who were often selected from competing factions in order to minimize the possibility of a monolithic command and collusion, the retention of a military intelligence apparatus, semi-autonomous from the secret police, which provided an independent channel of information and an investigative body in strong competition with the police, the infrequent but significant reorganizations of the police apparatus, the most important of which consisted of dividing the enormous machine into 2 command structures, the MVD, NKVD, and MGB, NKGB, and the separation of the internal intelligence and counterintelligence service from control over the militarized internal security units. p. 35. So repression itself is, after all, one way to solve, or at least to ameliorate, the dictator's dilemma. The complications arising from its use, from the dictator's point of view, can be handled in several ways. There can be sufficient further repression, the security forces can be overpaid, such forces can be kept in a state of fear by means of competition among the different agencies, and so on. Substantial evidence exists on the extent of repression in different regimes. Although the level of political repression may be difficult to measure conceptually, a number of indices are available, among which perhaps the best known is the Civil Liberties Index, which has been issued by Freedom House annually since 1973 for a very large number of countries. Countries are ranked subjectively from 1, most free, to 7, least free, on the basis of such factors as the number of political prisoners, freedom of expression, freedom of the press, and so on. The rankings are reviewed by a distinguished panel of academics. Economists have not, until recently, made much use of these data. The basic reason is undoubtedly the absence of a good theory of the determinants of political repression. On the other hand, it is an article of faith among many economists that at least some of the important determini. 36. Nants of political freedom are economic. Using the Gastill data, John Bilson, 1982, attempted to test for the influence of these factors and other economic variables on political freedom. However, the results were not very definitive. For example, the level of government intervention turned out not to be a significant determinant of political repression in his analysis. Neither did the growth rate of GNP, the average level of government expenditure, the ratio of exports to GNP, an index of openness to foreign influences, or population size. The only important explanatory variable was the level of income per capita, which is negatively correlated with political repression. However, the hypothesis that all the coefficients are equal to zero was also rejected. This possibility and the likelihood that all the independent variables themselves are highly correlated suggest that the main obstacle to progress in this area is that we do not understand how the variables are related to one another. R.H. Barrow, 1949-1987, used the Civil Liberties Index in a multiple regression analysis to investigate the determinants of economic growth. Adam Przeworski and Fernando Limongi, 1993, summarized the findings of a number of studies in an attempt to see if there is any correlation between dictatorship and economic growth, and they found very mixed results. Perhaps the most robust finding in this literature is the correlation between political stability and economic growth reported by Silvio Borner, Imo Brunetti, and Beatrice Weder, 1995. There is also the interesting finding of Stephen Knack and Philip Kiefer, 1995, that the protection of property rights, independent of regime type, is positively related to growth. But the main obstacle to discovering the determinants of repression, and the effects of repression on economic variables, appears to be not a lack of data but the lack of theory. The other way to accumulate power is to accumulate political loyalty. One way to do this, as we have already suggested, is by means of the distribution of rents. But if this unsavory practice is common in democratic regimes, we will see that they pale in this respect in comparison with dictatorships. This subject is considered in detail in Part 3 of the book. In the meantime, readers might satisfy themselves on the plausibility of this point by recalling the well-known practice of this art under, say, Marcos in the Philippines, Juan and Wu in South Korea, or communism as practiced everywhere. Note that on theoretical grounds we already have some reason to expect dictatorships to engage in greater rent distribution than democracies. Many of the institutions which can be used to create trust directly in democracy are exactly those forsworn by dictators. Nevertheless, there are other, more subtle strategies available to a dictator to gain the trust of his or her subjects. Some of them can be illustrated by examining the practices of the Roman emperor. Augustus. Augustus was one of the most skilled individuals at accumulating power the world has ever known, a ruler who, with Antony, defeated Brutus and then Antony, and Cleopatra, and founded the Roman Empire. Suetonius describes some of the techniques Augustus used to solve the dictator's dilemma. For example, he often committed adultery, but according to Suetonius, he did so only for reasons of state. He wanted to discover what his enemies were at by getting intimate with their wives or daughters, 1957, p. 92. He nearly always restored the kingdoms which he had conquered to their defeated dynasties, and he followed a policy of linking together his royal allies by mutual ties of friendship or intermarriage, p. 82. One reason he fought wars, Suetonius says, is because he wished to offer his secret enemies, and those whom fear rather than affection kept with his party, a chance to declare themselves by joining Lucius Antonius. He would then crush them, confiscate their estates, and thus manage to pay off his veterans, p. 61. After what happened to Julius Caesar, he was wise enough to refuse offers of excessive honors. Thus, when the people would have forced a dictatorship on him, he fell on his knee and, throwing back his gown to expose his naked breast, implored their silence. p. 84. And did his best to avoid leaving or entering any city in broad daylight, because that would have obliged the authorities to give him a formal welcome or send-off, p. 84. According to Suetonius, he was known for his generosity to all classes of people, p. 77. None of Augustus' predecessors had ever provided so many, so different, or such splendid public shows, p. 78. But he always tried to demonstrate that he did this not to win popularity, but simply to improve the public welfare, that is, because he cared for the people, and wanted to be generous to them. But this did not mean that he could be taken advantage of. If the people demanded largesse which he had in fact promised, he responded, "I always keep my word." But he refused to grant demands for largesse for which no promise had been given, p. 78. All of these strategies are ways to accumulate loyalty, 6. An ability which, I will argue, is characteristic of stable or long-lived dictatorships. As even Napoleon is said to have realized, Aurorist methods are a sign of weakness rather than of strength, Coben 1971, p. 90. The fact that both Hitler and Mussolini amassed considerable popular support is well known, see, example the studies in Larsen, Hackvitt, and Michael Bust 1980, and the basis for the famous claim by Seymour Lipset, 1960, and others that the masses are a threat to democracy when politically active. In the next chapter we will show how the structure of totalitarian parties facilitates investments in loyalty. Chapter 4 returns to the Roman Empire and examines still other techniques used by the emperors to accumulate support. In summary, the dictator's dilemma sounds like a paradox. In particular, what appears paradoxical is the proposition that the more power dictators have, the more insecure they are. Was Julius Caesar not powerful? And was it not for that reason that he was killed? But the paradox is really an artifact of the command model often used implicitly in discussions of power, a model in which the only instrument of power available to the dictator is commands backed by sanctions. A more general analysis, which we have begun in this chapter, shows that there are many ways for the dictators to accumulate power without increasing their insecurity. Indeed, all of the techniques mentioned, the accumulation of loyalty, Augustus, the exercise of surveillance, Mobutu, and the use of bureaucratic competition to create fear, Stalin, would appear to increase the dictator's security as well as his or her power, thus invalidating the simple paradox of an apparent correlation between insecurity and power. Other strategies enable dictators to increase their level of security, and the security of their assets, at the expense of their power. Examples of such expenditures abound. The most obvious are the Swiss bank account, the plane on the landing strip, both ready and fueled, or the Praetorian Guard. Another technique is the practice of rotating, and requiring turnover among staff and senior officers. Indeed, the simplest technique is to accept formal checks or limits on his or her power. Douglas North and Barry Weingast, 1989, explain the Glorious Revolution in England, from which Parliament obtained from the king the capacity to insist that he repay his debts, in this manner. They point out that accepting this constraint on his power subsequently allowed the king to raise more revenue, because his promises to repay would, for the first time, be credible. By contrast, the French king, whose authority was not similarly limited, was at a disadvantage which ultimately led to the bankruptcy of the state and to the French Revolution. In the same way, on the basis of our analysis, the population would have less to fear from the dictator if there were limits on his or her power. Such a dictator would also have less to fear from the people, and thus be more secure. So, in all these ways, a dictator can exchange power for security if he or she so desires. In short, there are a number of techniques a dictator can use to circumvent the paradox of power. Behind the paradox, however, lies a fundamental truth about dictatorship: the absence of a legitimate, regularized procedure for the dictator's removal from office makes him or her relatively insecure in it. So, on perfectly rational grounds, the characteristic personality trait of dictators is paranoia. For conclusion, the dictator's dilemma results from the fact that using his or her power to threaten people can increase his or her own insecurity in office. As the threat to the people increases, the people become more afraid to speak out or to do anything which might displease the ruler. As a result, the less the dictator knows about what they are really thinking or planning, and the more reason he or she has to fear them. On the other hand, if the subjects can convince the dictator of their support, then he or she need not fear them, and they therefore need not fear him or her. In terms of rational choice theory, the dictator and the subjects have a problem of credibly signaling support or trust in one another. I discussed a number of reasons why this problem is important for the dictator's subjects. One of them is the fact that the insecurity of the dictator results in excessive repression. Stalin is the classic modern example. From one point of view, the dilemma is simply an extreme case of the general problem of building or accumulating trust between two parties when their assets are very unequal, for example, in wealth, beauty, or fame, as well as in power. For example, a woman who won a lottery declared on television afterward that from now on, she would be stuck with the friends she has, that is, now that she was wealthy, friendly overtures from people who were not themselves wealthy could only be greeted with suspicion. From another point of view, the dilemma arises when there are gains from exchange but when promises and obligations are not enforceable. This problem occurs in many situations, in democratic politics, within firms and government bureaucracies, in families, and even in many markets. One general solution to this problem involves overpayment or the use of a price premium to motivate loyalty or trustworthiness. I explained how this solution works in the context of the labor market and the market for votes, democratic politics. I then looked at some of the ways autocrats have solved this problem, including Stalin, the Roman Emperor Augustus, and Mobutu of Zaire, and I suggested that all these solutions can be grouped into two types, repression and loyalty. Part 2. 3. The Tin Pot and the Totalitarian. 1. One of the most provocative and controversial contemporary studies of dictatorship was that of Jean Kirkpatrick, in her book Dictatorship and Double Standards, 1982. The essence of her argument, as already mentioned in Chapter 1, is that there are two kinds of dictatorships. The first type, commonly referred to as totalitarian dictatorship, is characterized by massive government intervention into the economic and social lives of the citizenry, an intervention motivated by utopian goals of one kind or another and exemplified by communist dictatorships, Nazi Germany, and possibly contemporary Iran. The second type is what Kirkpatrick, following Karl Friedrich and Zbigniew Brzezinski, 1965, calls traditional autocracies and which I call tin pot dictatorships, ones in which the ruling government does not intervene very much into the life of the people, represses them only to the modest extent necessary to stay in office, and uses its rewards of monopoly of political power to maximize personal wealth or consumption. Examples include Anastasio Somoza of Nicaragua, the Shah of Iran, Ferdinand Marcos of the Philippines, and General Noriega of Panama. In short, in Kirkpatrick's model, the basic tool dictators use to remain in power is the instrument of repression, and tin pot and totalitarian dictatorships differ mainly in their level of repression. Perhaps surprisingly, in view of the controversy generated by these ideas, very little effort has been made to answer the simple question, how much of the actual behavior of dictatorships can be explained with this type of model? For example, although all dictatorships are repressive, the level of repression does not appear to be constant under any particular regime, whether totalitarian or tin pot. In the former Soviet Union and in Eastern Europe, for example, from time to time there appeared periods of permissiveness or thaws, such as those that occurred in the Soviet Union under Khrushchev and later under Gorbachev. In Latin America there was a resurgence of authoritarianism in the 1970s, see, example Collier 1979. In the 1980s this trend was reversed and a period of democratization ensued, which persists as of this writing, 1997. How can these changes be explained? A second question concerns the behavior of military dictatorships, a very common form in the modern world. If coercion or repression is the basic tool of dictatorial rule in general, one would expect military governments to have a comparative advantage here. Military dictatorships should be among the most successful dictatorships, in the sense that they would be stable and long-lived. Instead, we find precisely the opposite. Military regimes tend to be relatively short-lived and unstable, and, what could be more ignominious, often they hand power over to a civilian government after fewer than 5 years in power. Nordlinger 1977, p. 139, Paldam 1987. What explains the instability of military regimes, and why do military governments sometimes voluntarily cede power to civilians? Third, consider totalitarian regimes. Although we have very little direct evidence about the popularity of these regimes in the form of opinion polls or electoral results, we do have some information about them. For example, we know that after the end of World War II, a large proportion of the German population still supported Hitler. See the results of various polls in Larson, Hagvit, and Michael Bust 1980. It is also well known among scholars of comparative economic systems that the economic record of communist regimes, at least as measured by economic growth rates over long periods of time, was remarkably good. Ofer 1987. Economic performance declined in the 1970s and rather dramatically in the 1980s, but measured performance compared very favorably with that of capitalist countries from the 1920s to the 1970s. Performance in communist China in the 1980s and 1990s, as measured by growth rates, has been astonishing. Perkins 1994. One traditional explanation of the periods of apparent popularity or dynamism of totalitarian regimes is that the people in those societies are brainwashed by the government. Repression is carried out not only against actions but also against thought. Kirkpatrick's, 1982, definition of totalitarian government is one prepared to use government's coercive power to transform economic and social relations, beliefs, values, and psychological predispositions. p. 101. A totalitarian ideology is the first of Friedrich and Brzezinski's, 1965, 6 characteristics of totalitarian government. Gordon Tullock, 1987, develops an evolutionary argument to suggest that human beings are readily indoctrinable, p. 94, and will accept any regime that has been in office for some time, although he does. 45. Not accord this factor much importance in explaining the survival of dictatorship. One obvious problem with these explanations, when viewed from a contemporary standpoint, is that if totalitarian propaganda was successful in the past, what explains its obvious failure in the 1989-91 period in Eastern Europe and then in the Soviet Union? But the more general problem with ideology as an explanatory variable is simply that we do not understand it very well. Thus, Friedrich and Brzezinski, after giving ideology pride of place in their explanation of the workings of totalitarianism, also suggest that the populations in these societies have a profound distrust of what they are told. But if the ideology is not believed, what function does it serve? Kirkpatrick, 1982, having laid even greater emphasis on the importance of ideological indoctrination to explain the survival of totalitarian government, brings herself at last to the central question. She writes, but have they managed to reform human consciousness? Have they managed to educate Soviet citizens so that they would freely choose to behave according to the norms of Soviet culture if the constraints of coercion were removed? The answer of course is that we do not know. Emphasis in original, p. 123. After the fall of communism in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, it appears that we do know the answer to this question, and it is no. In this book I will not assume that dictatorships, even totalitarian ones, can capture the souls of men and women. They may, however, obtain their loyal support, which is quite a different matter and one entirely within the domain of rational choice. So a dictator can use two instruments, repression and loyalty, to accumulate power over the population. Section 2 of this chapter shows the equilibrium levels of repression and loyalty for a tin-pot dictator, one who simply maintains the minimum amount of power necessary to stay in and enjoy the fruits of office. This model is then used to address two issues: first, the relationship between economic performance and political repression, and, second, the instability of military dictatorships. Section 3 extends the model to totalitarian regimes, that is, regimes which maximize power, and develops the connection between economic performance and political repression for that type of regime. These two sections imply, surprisingly, that an improvement in economic performance tends to lower the level of political repression in a tin-pot regime but to raise it in a totalitarian regime. Finally, Section 4 of the chapter looks at policy implications. It derives the policies which democratic governments should pursue toward dictatorships, assuming that the objective is simply to promote 46. More freedom in those countries, i.e., neglecting possible strategic considerations. 2. The model of a tin-pot regime. A. Equilibrium levels of loyalty and repression. To this point I have argued that dictators typically use two instruments to build and maintain political power over the population under their governments. The first instrument involves political repression, that is, removing the threat of opposition to their policies by outlawing it. The use of this instrument requires resources devoted to producing repressive legislation, to publicizing these laws, to policing their obedience, and to punishing offenders. Alternatively, dictators can bind parts of the population to them as loyal supporters through the creation and distribution of political rents. Rents cost resources and in addition generate a deadweight loss to the economy. Of course, expenditures on repression are also deadweight losses. The dictator who wishes to remain in office therefore faces a trade-off between these two alternatives. The interrelationships between them, however, are complex. The main complication is that whereas loyalty and repression both use up resources, and in that sense are alternative inputs into the creation and maintenance of political power, their levels are not independent of one another. The level of repression affects the supply of loyalty. In order to sort out the various relationships involved, I now construct a simple model of the equilibrium levels of repression and political loyalty. First, I assume that the relationship between the inputs of loyalty, L, and repression, R, and their output, power, can be represented by the production function, 1, N equals N, LR. The production function for power, N, is assumed to be well behaved, that is, 7IL, NR0, NLR0, NLL, NRR0. These relationships imply that the continued use of either instrument alone leads to diminishing returns in the production of power and that there is some complementarity between repression and loyalty in the production of political power. Figure 3.1 depicts this production function in the form of a set of isopower lines in which, as is usually the case, higher isopower lines denote higher power. Second, I assume that the amount of loyalty available to the dictator is, like any capital good, fixed in the short run but variable in the long run. R** 47. L** P degree L. TT2. L** BL. Figure 3.1. Equilibrium levels of repression and loyalty under a tin pot. On the other hand, the level of repression is variable in the short as well as in the long run. Third, I distinguish two kinds of dictators, totalitarians and tin pots. Totalitarian dictatorships use the instruments of mass control to maximize power over the population under their jurisdiction. I believe this objective function is consistent with the characterization of totalitarianism in Hannah Arendt, 1951-1973, Friedrich and Brzezinski, 1965, or Friedrich Hayek, 1944. 2. The objective function of a tin-pot dictator, on the other hand, is to minimize the resource cost of staying in office. In Figure 3.1, the tin-pot dictator seeks no more power over the population than that represented by the lowest isopower line in the figure, min. At any lower level of power, the tin-pot will be deposed. Should tin-pots obtain more resources than required to attain N equals min, resource constraints will be discussed shortly. They do not spend them on repression or loyalty, but on their own personal consumption or that of their families. Since tin-pots always remain at min, as long as they stay in office, it immediately follows that there is an inverse relationship between the amounts of L and R demanded by the tin-pot. An increase in R results in a fall in the level of L demanded. Now consider the supply of loyalty to tin pot dictators. I assume that 48. Although tin pots may have a monopoly of formal political office, they do not monopolize political power in their countries but instead face opposition in the form of potential alternatives to the government. Citizens and interest groups may establish, possibly covered, ties with these potential opposition leaders. In other words, such dictators may have a monopoly of formal, legal, political power, but they have no monopoly on political loyalty. What happens to the supply of loyalty to a tin pot if the level of political repression is increased? To analyze a typical citizen's response, recall that, in our framework, loyalty to the government or to opposition leaders is a capital asset which is accumulated in order to facilitate political exchanges. Each citizen may be viewed as accumulating an optimum portfolio of these assets, taking into account their expected rates of return and their risk. As in the standard theory of portfolio choice, see example arrow 1971 for an exposition, a change in the riskiness or in the rate of return of any asset will lead the investor to change his or her desired portfolio, and this change may be decomposed into the usual income and substitution effects. In other words, citizens or interest groups who speak out against the government, demonstrate against it, and so on are essentially offering their loyalty to someone willing to offer an alternative policy. An increase in repression affects the risks that are associated with accumulating these assets as well as the return on such assets. The increase in repression may take the form of an increase in the range of activities prohibited, in the level of policing of forbidden activities, or in the size of the sanctions imposed on those caught engaging in them. Whichever form it takes, the risks of disloyalty among the citizens are increased, and the expected rate of return is diminished. Consequently, from the point of view of citizens and interest groups, the attractiveness of dealing with the opposition decreases, and the relative attractiveness of exchanges with the dictator, or with his or her representatives, increases. This substitution effect implies that a typical citizen's loyalty, and hence the aggregate supply of loyalty to the dictator, will be positively related to the level of repression. However, there is an income effect that works in the opposite direction. An increase in repression either increases the likelihood that the individual will be the victim of a sanction, or it increases the size of the sanction imposed, and this is so even if he or she is for the most part loyal. This fact reduces the individual's wealth, and, as long as investments in political loyalty are a normal good, it reduces investments in political loyalty to the regime, as well as to the opposition. At low levels of repression, this effect will be small for most individuals. For example, if, as in the early years of Nazi Germany, repression is directed mainly at obvious opponents of the 49 regime, example at Jews, the loyalty of these groups would obviously be reduced, but individuals who do not fall into such a category could reasonably assume that they would not be the victims of the regime's repressive policies. Consequently, as long as the level of repression is relatively low, it seems reasonable to assume that the substitution effect dominates the income effect for most citizens. If this is the case, the aggregate supply of political loyalty is positively related to the level of repression, as depicted by the two LS curves in Figure 3.1. The supply of loyalty to the dictator will also depend on other variables apart from the level of repression. In our framework, citizens and interest groups supply loyalty because they expect to receive in return some portion of the gains from political exchange. This return or rent to suppliers can be represented as a price received per unit of loyalty supplied, PL. The distinction between the price received and the price paid will be discussed shortly. I assume the supply of loyalty is positively related to this price. In Figure 3.1, an increase in PL from P degree L to PF therefore results in a rightward shift of the supply curve, as depicted. Finally, the supply of loyalty also depends on the economic performance of the regime, PE. For example, suppose that performance were better than expected. Then the value of a given fraction of the rents from political exchange will tend to rise, and the supply of loyalty will increase. For these reasons, the supply of loyalty function can be written as 2. ls equals where dls and dlsa dls00. The model can be completed by formally introducing the resource costs to the dictator of repression and loyalty. The costs per unit of repression, PR, are the costs of obtaining manpower and capital equipment for the police, prisons, and the court system. It seems reasonable to assume that these per unit costs are not under the tin pot's control, although some dictators may be able to produce repression more efficiently than others, as will be discussed shortly. So we will assume they are fixed, i.e., PR equals PR. The cost to the dictator of creating and maintaining loyalty, PL, includes the costs of creating and distributing monopoly rents, of building dams or bridges, of doing favors for the citizenry, and so on. The production of loyalty is a rather subtle process, because it essentially involves 50. The creation of a belief on the part of the citizens that the dictator can be counted on to look after their interests. The costs involved therefore include the costs of communicating, in addition to the literal costs of such pork barrel projects as dams and bridges. It follows that the demand price, the price paid for a unit of loyalty capital by the dictator, PF, differs from the supply price, the price received by suppliers of loyalty, PF, because the former includes all the costs incurred by the dictator to create and maintain loyalty, whereas the latter includes only the portion actually received by the suppliers of loyalty. Normally, the two prices will move together, but, for example, an increase in the efficiency of producing loyalty implies a lower PF, but not necessarily a lower P with respect to the choice of R and L. PE is assumed exogenous for the time being, i.e., PE equals PE. This yields, which may be combined to obtain the familiar looking expression 7. L equals PL plus LPLLN RPR plus LPLR. DN DPL DPL where NL equals, FLL equals, PL, equals. Equation 6 resembles the usual condition for cost minimization, except that the marginal cost of repression PR plus LPLR is less than its price, because an increase in R allows the dictator to obtain loyalty at a reduced price. The long-run equilibrium described by 6 is represented by point E in figure 3.1, and it is unique if the production function is well behaved and if the budget line is concave. The upward sloping supply of loyalty function does not pose an additional constraint, i.e., it must pass through point E, because this relationship is incorporated into the budget constraint. Its main usefulness will be apparent shortly when we turn to comparative statics, in section 3b. An interesting special case of this general model may be described if we further assume that the tin pot's total budget, i.e., one including government resources diverted to his or her personal use, either for personal consumption or perhaps to be deposited in Swiss bank accounts, arises solely from a proportional revenue maximizing income. 52. Tax. As in G. Brennan and James Buchanan, 1980, let T equals tax rate, and YO equals initial, pre-tax, income. The tax reduces work effort, and therefore income, by R, the elasticity of income with respect to the tax rate. Tax revenue is then T0, L, R\T. Assume also that the rate of growth of disposable income of the population, YD, is a good proxy for PE, the dictator's economic performance. 3. Then the tin pot may be described as maximizing profits, that is, the difference between total revenue and total costs of staying in office, as in 8, MAXZ equals T0 where YD equals the rate of growth of L, T, Y0, L, TTF. Maximizing 8, with respect to T, R, and L yields the same first-order conditions for R and L which were described in equations 5 and 6, and it yields this further condition for T. 9, equals Y0, I, 2 TTF, L equals Q or 9. Where DPL equals DPL DYD DT DYD DT the left-hand side of 9, Y0, L, 2R backslash T, is the marginal revenue from an DPLT increase in the tax rate, and the right-hand side, G, caret, is the marginal cost, which arises because higher taxes reduce political support or loyalty and must be compensated for by the payment of a higher price for loyalty to keep L from falling and reducing N below N0. From 9, we find that the optimum tax rate is 10, I1 DTL 53. This differs from Brennan and Buchanan's revenue maximizing tax rate, which is simply T asterisk equals R backslash. The profit maximizing tax rate described in 9 is lower than this, since 0 dt. The present analysis is more general than theirs, because it incorporates the concern facing any dictator that raising tax rates increases opposition to his or her regime. No such problem arises for Brennan and Buchanan's Leviathan, who is assumed to have no difficulty in staying in office even at confiscatory tax rates. B. Effects of economic performance on the behavior of a tin pot. To illustrate the workings of the model, let us suppose first that the economic performance of the regime improves and that the regime is able to claim credit for this development. The analysis is straightforward, as a simple graphic proof shows. In Figure 3.2, EO depicts the initial equilibrium of the system, at which R, L, and PL are given by ρ, lo, and P degree L. The improvement in economic performance shifts the supply of loyalty to the right, to Ls. In the short run there is now an excess supply of loyalty, Lx, lo. At LL9 row of repression is unnecessary to remain in power, and the dictator will relax R to RU, implying a new short-run equilibrium at EV in the long run. However, the excess supply of loyalty implies that the dictator can allow the price paid for it, PL, to fall. This shifts Ls back partially to Ls backslash, and it also changes the slope of the budget line, to BB caret. Since PL/PR falls, the final long-run equilibrium must be at a point to the right of EO, for example, at E2 in the figure, on B2, which is parallel to BB caret, thus implying an increase in L, to L2, and a fall in R, to R2. Under a tin pot dictatorship, in other words, an improvement in economic performance unambiguously results in an increase in loyalty and a fall in the level of political repression. Note that if strong economic performance were to continue over a period of time, the level of repression would continue to fall, and ultimately, it is possible that the tin pot would need to use very little repression to stay in office and could even hold and win a reasonably free election. Suppose, on the other hand, that there is a deterioration in economic performance. The supply of loyalty shifts to the left, from Ls to Ls, as shown in Figure 3.3. At ρ, the supply of loyalty has fallen to LL5 and JR0 of repression, and Lx of loyalty are insufficient to keep the dictator in office, i.e., N-min. The proper short-run response by the dictator is to increase R at least to RU, implying a new short-run equilibrium at X. Thus, the short-run response to changes in economic performance is asymmetric. A deterioration in performance calls for a sharp rise in repression, whereas an improvement results only in a slow relaxation of much smaller magnitude. Compare RT, ρ in Figure 3.3 to ρ, Rx in Figure 3.2. The asymmetry arises for two reasons. First, the increase in repression when performance declines is necessary for survival in office, whereas only greed motivates a fall in R when performance improves, and, second, the diminishing marginal rate of substitution between R and L implies that the absolute size of the increase in R required to stay in office when performance declines is larger than the decrease possible when performance improves. Because of this asymmetry, a cross-sectional regression between some index of economic performance, such as the growth rate of national income used in Bilson's 1982 study as well as in many other studies, and a repression index, such as the Freedom House Index of Civil Liberties, will not necessarily reveal the true relationship between these two variables. Of course, dictators, especially tin pots, are not perfect, and they sometimes make mistakes. If they did not, then, provided they had command over sufficient resources to obtain mem they would never be deposed. The classic error for a tin-pot dictator is to respond to worsening economic conditions by relaxing repression rather than increasing it. For reasons that will become apparent later, I call this the error of tin-pots who confuse themselves with totalitarians. For example, there is evidence that the Shah of Iran responded in this fashion to the unrest resulting in part from the considerable deterioration in economic conditions after 1976, and the result was his ouster, Arjomand 1986. In the long run, maintaining repression at Rx is both expensive, because L5LX is not the cost-minimizing solution, and unnecessary, because at RL9 the supply of loyalty will expand beyond low. Consequently, in the long run, the dictator can allow R to drift down, provided that PL is increased to eliminate the shortage of L which would arise again if R were to fall back to ρ. The rise in PL from P degree L to P have attempted to build mass parties, and where they have been created they turned out to be ineffectual structures because genuine participation was not permitted. P58. Assume, then, that the resource constraint for the military is steeper than that for a civilian regime, example BB compared with B2 in figure 3.2. The initial equilibrium for the military regime is at a point like EO in figure 3.2, compared with E2 for the civilian regime, thus implying the use of more repression, R, and less political loyalty, L, compared with the civilian regime. What makes this military regime unstable? 2 57. Swear this question, one has to probe into the motives behind the intervention of the military into political life. Although these reasons are undoubtedly many and complex, ranging from disgust at the behavior of civilian politicians and fear of communist takeover to the desire to restore order to political life, there is one motive that stands out for its simplicity and generality, the desire to increase the budget of the military. There is considerable evidence to support the importance of this motive. Robert Putnam, 1967, classified 20 Latin American countries according to the extent of military intervention and found a positive correlation between this variable and defense spending as a percentage of GNP. Philip Schmitter, 1971, classified Latin American countries into 3 groups according to the level of military intervention, and he found that central government expenditures devoted to the military ranged from 9 to 14 and then to 19% as the level of military intervention increased. Nordlinger, 1977, found that the average proportion of GNP allocated to defense expenditures was almost twice as high in countries with a pre-Darian officer corps than in those in which the military accepted civilian control. In other words, one straightforward way to explain military intervention in politics is to model the military as a budget-maximizing bureau and to note that intervention is a strategy available to the military for increasing its budgets in countries with weak political systems. As argued elsewhere, Breton and Wintrobe 1975, 1982, Wintrobe 1997, budget maximization is too specific a maxi-MAND to satisfactorily represent the objectives of most bureaus, mainly because of the existence of substantial opportunities for mobility among the different bureaus in most bureaucracies. However, this objection does not apply to the military, which tends to be a closed hierarchy. Since career opportunities for military personnel tend to be limited in bureaus outside the military hierarchy, budget maximization is often the most attractive strategy available to raise the salaries, prestige, and power of military personnel. Consequently, the objectives of military dictators are not necessarily the same as those of tin-pot regimes generally. Suppose, then, that the military takes power from a civilian regime. As a result, the equilibrium shifts from E2 to EO in figure 3.2. The military then proceeds to do what military governments do best, namely, raise the salaries of military personnel. This has a peculiar consequence, which is that it raises the price of repression, PR, i.e., it destroys the comparative advantage of the military in governing. In figure 3.2 the budget constraint BB would pivot downward toward the origin from point B on the horizontal axis, not shown, that is, its slope would flatten out. Consequently, having achieved its primary aim, increasing the military. 58. Budget. A military government which was acting rationally would hand power over to a civilian regime, but, of course, only after having received suitable guarantees of immunity from prosecution and from budget cuts by the new regime. Of course, a military government which seeks to remain in office not merely to raise the military budget will sense the danger that would be posed by excessive salary increases. Such action could undermine its capacity to govern, and it may therefore attempt to limit them or to restrict them to certain subgroups in the military. This action, however, tends to breed internal dissension, to destroy the internal cohesiveness of the military hierarchy, and possibly to breed a counter-coup. Counter-coups are quite common in military governments. According to Gavin Kennedy's 1974 study, they were twice as likely in a military as in a civilian regime, and the vast majority involved the overthrow of one military government and its replacement by another. Consequently, it is not difficult to explain either the instability of military regimes or why the vast majority of such regimes tend to end in a voluntary withdrawal of the military from power. There is nothing peculiar about the fact that the military, once in power, tends to reward its supporters. All political regimes presumably do this. Political parties that are backed by unions presumably reward unions when in power. Political parties backed by business groups presumably reward them when in power, and so on. What is peculiar about military governments is that in the process of rewarding their supporters, they tend to weaken, rather than strengthen, their own capacity to govern. Although this point is obviously not a complete explanation of these regimes, it does explain both the instability of military regimes and why they typically end in a voluntary transfer of power to civilian regimes. 3. Totalitarian regimes. The differences between the totalitarian and tin pot regimes are reflected in their respective maxim ends. In a totalitarian regime, I assume that the dictator, or the leader, Hitler, Stalin, or great helmsman, Mao, uses the instruments of repression and loyalty to maximize power over the population under his or her control. I believe this objective is consistent with the descriptions of such regimes in Arendt, 1951-1973, Friedrich and Brzezinski, 1965, and Hayek, 1944. The classic historical examples are Nazi Germany and Stalin's Russia in the 1930s. For example, at the height of Hitler's power, the population of Germany was held to be subject not to any laws but exclusively to the will of the Führer as divined from his speeches and other remarks. Subjection to laws would 59. Amount to circumscribing the power of the leader, Arendt 1951. How useful the various concepts of totalitarian rule are, and how much they are applicable to other societies, such as Russia between Stalin and Gorbachev or contemporary China, is a much debated question. For we will be presenting some evidence on this matter later in this section. In any case, extreme cases are often useful analytically, and this conception of totalitarian regimes is useful insofar as it places tin pot and totalitarian regimes at opposite extremes. Most real-world dictatorships undoubtedly lie somewhere in between these two extremes. From an economic point of view, the central question is not so much the maximand but the nature of the constraint on the totalitarian leader's maximization of power. Budget considerations may pose a constraint, 5. Particularly at the point at which revenue-maximizing taxes have been imposed on every available tax base. However, the leader can always nationalize or confiscate resources directly. Deleterious economic effects such as deadweight losses, which, according to Becker's 1983 formulation, constrain the behavior of ruling interest groups, may cause problems, but they do not, at first blush, necessarily reduce the power of the leader. Suppose, then, for the sake of argument, that we ignore budgetary and price constraints. They are discussed in full in Chapter 5. Is there any other constraint on the totalitarian leader's maximization of power? From the leader's point of view, the key consideration is the loyalty of the population. The leader's problem is depicted in Figure 3.4. So long as the aggregate supply of loyalty curve is upward sloping, the dictator can increase his or her power over the population by increasing the level of repression. Consequently, if the LS curve were upward sloping throughout its range, the only possible equilibrium would be a corner solution involving the perfect repression of the population, a goal which, Arendt often suggested, the Nazi regime had set itself, namely, the permanent domination of each single individual in each and every sphere of life, 1951/1973, p. 325, and one which, she sometimes implied, it had attained. However, considerable evidence has been amassed subsequently that this goal was not achieved by the Nazi regime, see, example Broschett 1981. In addition, theoretical considerations suggest that there is a conflict between perfect repression and the maximization of power over the population. To see this, recall from section 3a earlier that an increase in repression induces opposing effects on the supply of loyalty to the regime. The substitution effect, the change in the amount of loyalty supplied as a result of a fall in the return or of an increase in the risk of disloyalty, always favors the regime. On the other hand, an increase in the probability of being discovered for having links to actual or potential opposition movements, or an increase in the sanction imposed for this offense, reduces expected wealth, and this reduction in wealth has an income effect which leads an individual to reduce all investments in political loyalty, including those with the regime. At low levels of repression, it is reasonable to assume that the income effect is small for most people, so that their response is dominated by the substitution effect, as argued earlier in the context of our analysis of tin pot dictatorships. However, as the level of repression increases, the income effect gets larger. In addition, as the level of repression increases, the number and the size of groups that are opposed to the regime become smaller, and at very high levels of repression, opposition to the regime tends to get wiped out. Consequently, the substitution effect becomes vanishingly small as the level of repression becomes very large. Ultimately, then, a point must be reached at which the income effect overwhelms the substitution effect. 61. For most citizens, causing the aggregate supply of loyalty to the regime to bend backward, as depicted in figure 3.4. This point is reinforced if we note that the process of repression will usually be subject to error. The real opponents of the regime do not typically identify themselves as such, and actual or potential opposition to the regime will have to be inferred from certain behavior and characteristics. At low levels of repression, the identification of opposition leaders is a relatively simple task. At higher levels of repression, it becomes more and more difficult. Consequently, even perfectly loyal individuals will have to be more and more careful in establishing or maintaining network links. It may turn out that their investments will, ex post, turn out to have been made with the wrong people. Such a possibility explains the great effort during the Stalinist purges of the Communist Party in the late 1930s to wring fabricated confessions from the accused in the infamous Moscow show trials. The more that doubts persisted within the party as to the real guilt of the accused, the more that party members could reasonably be expected to withhold making any investments, even from perfectly loyal motives, for fear that they themselves would become the victims of the terror. Indeed, there is some evidence that by the late 1930s even Stalin felt that the purges had gone too far, Shapiro 1971, pages 435 ff. This fact explains both the subsequent liquidation of the liquidators and the ultimate relaxation of the terror at the end of 1938. If the supply of loyalty becomes backward bending, optimality for the totalitarian dictator is at a point like EO in figure 3.4, where the backward bending supply curve is tangent to the highest attainable isopower line. Formally, the leader chooses R and L to maximize power, but subject to the constraint posed by the supply of loyalty. That is, his or her problem is 11. The solution is simply 12, caret equals. Which shows that if the supply of loyalty is the only constraint, the slope of the supply curve must be the same as that of the isopower line at the optimum point, EO in figure 3.4. Note that the dictator might still be able to increase his or her power by better than expected performance. 62. PE, or by raising the price of loyalty, PL, as will be discussed shortly. But at EO the limits of repression as a means of increasing power over the population have been reached. One implication of this model is that in a totalitarian regime, repression is carried to the point at which at the margin, an increase in repression reduces the supply of loyalty. The opposite prediction holds for a tin pot. Consequently, one test of whether a dictatorship is totalitarian or tin pot concerns the marginal behavior of the supply of loyalty in response to a change in the level of repression at the equilibrium point. Interestingly, some evidence on this question has been collected for the former Soviet regime. Using data from the Soviet Interview Project, D. Bari and D. Silver, 1987, computed a KGB differential, the relationship between the estimated competence of the KGB and the degree of support for various goals of the regime. That is, the subjects, 2,793 Soviet émigrés, were asked to rank the leaders of various Soviet institutions on different scales, including a scale for competence. They were also asked how much they supported various regime goals. Bari and Silver found that although support for regime goals was positively related to the estimated competence and honesty of various institutional leaders, excluding the KGB, it was, significantly, negatively related to the estimated competence of the KGB. Thus, whatever the limitations of the procedure and the data, the results do indicate that at least as far as these respondents were concerned, the Soviet Union under Brezhnev was still a totalitarian regime. A totalitarian regime also differs from a tin pot in its response to exogenous shocks. Suppose, for example, that the performance of the regime were to improve, and that the leader could claim credit for this improvement. The improvement can be, as with tin pots, in any kind of performance, including success in war or in solving some major political problem, but we focus here on economic performance, such as an improvement in the rate of economic growth, a reduction in inflation or unemployment, and so on. An improvement in any of these dimensions of performance shifts the supply of loyalty curve to the right, as depicted in figure 3.5. The new equilibrium is at X. The power of the regime over the population increases unambiguously, because the supply of loyalty shifts to the right. The new LS curve, LS backslash must be tangent to a higher isopower line than L5, the old supply curve. And for the most obvious cases, example a parallel shift of the backward bending supply curve, and homogeneous isopower lines, the level of repression tends to. Figure 3.5. How equilibrium levels of repression and loyalty under a totalitarian regime are affected by changes in economic performance and Western policy. Increase as well. The reason is simple. The increase in the supply of loyalty as a consequence of the improvement in performance provides the leader with an opportunity to amass more power. Since the leader maximizes power, unlike a tin pot, who would simply squander the extra resources on personal consumption, he or she takes this opportunity to do so. In the former Soviet Union and in the satellite communist countries of Eastern Europe, this performance for many years was surprisingly good. From the 1960s onward, however, economic performance, as measured by the rate of growth of national income or productivity, steadily declined, over 1987. Our model predicts that in response to this decline, the levels of power, loyalty, and repression will all diminish. Even before the collapse of communism in the former Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, there was evidence supporting this proposition. Stephen White, 1986, for example, argued that as economic performance in Eastern Europe declined during the 1980s, the parties looked for other ways to secure legitimacy, and he noted the following: 1. Increasing use of the electoral mechanism. Whereas multiple candidacies in communist elec. 64. Elections were an isolated phenomenon in the 1960s, they were characteristic of over half of the countries of Eastern Europe in the 1980s. 2. Political incorporation. The proportion of the population that belonged to the party increased steadily from 3 to 4% in the 1950s to 6 to 10% in the 1970s and 1980s. 3. Associational incorporation, and 4. The instigation in successive countries of the practice of allowing letters to be written to the party, the state, and the press. Of course, the events following the 1989–91 period in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, however difficult to imagine before the fact, are consistent with this model. So is the fact that in communist China, where the economy has been liberalized and growth is substantial, political repression shows no sign of easing. That is, events in both the former Soviet Union and its satellites, as well as in communist China, are consistent with the positive correlation between the level of economic performance and the level of repression as predicted here for totalitarian regimes. Finally, and perhaps most important, the model implies that the average level of repression and the average level of loyalty are positively correlated in totalitarian regimes. In Figure 3.5, both repression and loyalty increase for movements along a given supply curve, except at the margin. This fact suggests that as long as such methods are successful, the level of loyalty to the regime in totalitarian regimes is high compared with tin pot regimes. Informal evidence that this is true is summarized and interpreted in Chapter 13 for the Nazi regime, and in Chapter 10 for the Soviet regime. It is also worth noting that when communism failed economically, and when its support declined, the various regimes collapsed. So the collapse of communism is consistent with the fact that it was based in part on the support of the population. When that support vanished as the result of the failure of the regime to deliver on its promises, so did the regime. The interpretation of totalitarian regimes suggested by this model, then, is quite different from those that are common in the literature, including those put forth by both proponents of the concept of totalitarianism and their critics. It is also very different from the command economy construct widely used in the economic literature on socialist countries. The basic idea here is that the repression characteristic of totalitarian societies helps to build a core of loyal supporters whose relationship with the regime is primarily one of exchange rather than of coercion. The regime accommodates these offers of support through an institutional mechanism that facilitates the accumulation of loyalty and enforces exchanges. This institution is the totalitarian party. In order to fulfill this role, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, for example, was organized in a particular way. First, the party Con. 65 controlled the productive system. This was true in a formal sense. Article 6 of the Soviet Constitution specified that the party was the leading and directing force of Soviet society, and, in the industrial sector at least, in an informal sense, insofar as the party permeated the productive system. Every factory of even modest size contained a party cell. Consequently, the party had much stronger control over the bureaucracy than the governing party in a democracy has over the civil service. The party controlled promotions and access to a vast range of perquisites, including housing, the closed system of hospitals, special shops, and so on. See Matthews 1978, who describes these privileges in detail. The party used these resources as prizes to encourage subordinates to compete with each other to loyally advance the goals of the party, possibly as in a Laser-Rosen-style tournament, see Laser and Rosen 1981. When the system functioned efficiently, subordinates competed to loyally advance the goals of their superiors by showing initiative, dedication, enterprise, and flexibility, rather than to simply obey orders, as discussed at much greater length in Chapter 10. In return, the party ensured that the implicit contract that loyal performance would be rewarded was kept, that is, superiors within the government, ministry, or party hierarchies did not renege on promises to subordinates. In this way, the Communist Party substituted for enforceable property rights to solve the problem of mutual cheating, which is characteristic of exchange when law-based property rights are absent. One reason the party could fulfill this role was that it was expected to be a long-lived institution. So exchanges over time, for example, across generations, were possible. This fact explains one commonly noted feature of totalitarian regimes, their orientation toward economic growth. Otherwise, it is not obvious why such policies would be in the interest of the regime. The leaders could simply exercise their monopoly power by lavish living. Why should they sacrifice present consumption for a future when they will no longer be in office? Why should they make such a sacrifice when it was unlikely that their sons and daughters would succeed them? If membership at the top, for example, in the Politburo, were transferable through sale, the leaders of the Politburo could collect the capitalized value of their offices and would have an incentive to preserve it. 7. It is obvious why this route was not taken. An alternative, however, is provided if the Communist Party facilitated exchanges between the young and the old. In that case, differences in time preference would be eliminated through trade. The old, the leadership, would pursue growth-orientated policies, and the young would offer loyal performance in exchange. This explains the peculiar futuristic look of all totalitarian parties, the Thousand-Year Reich, the early associations of fascism with the artistic movement known as Futurism, and the enormous program of forced industrialization carried out by Stalin. In addition to enforcing exchange, a totalitarian party possesses a number of features which facilitate investments in loyalty to the party. These features are described in detail in Chapter 10, on the former Soviet system, and in Chapter 13, on the Nazi regime. The way this worked may be gleaned from the following points about the former Soviet system, most of which apply to the contemporary, and very much alive, Chinese system, see, example Valder 1986, as well as to the defunct Soviet one. First, in contrast to a democracy, there was no free rider problem with respect to political participation in the former Soviet Union. Political participation, one way of investing in loyalty, was demanded, monitored, and rewarded. For details on these and other practices, see Hoff and Feinsod 1979, also see Scapiro 1971 for a historical treatment. Second, membership in the party was an exclusive privilege. Exclusive membership made expulsion possible, and the threat of expulsion for disloyalty, whether on an individual or a mass basis, the party purge, was obviously a powerful incentive device. Third, the party was centrally organized. All factions and groups within the party were officially prohibited in the party's statutes. Communication and decision-making were organized along strictly hierarchical lines, the principle of democratic centralism. To the extent that these three incentives were effective, loyalty was diverted toward the party and its hierarchy and not to other, proscribed, political groupings within it, or to dissident groups outside it. From the party's point of view, dissidence threatens exchanges in the same way that crime threatens both property rights and efficiency in a capitalist economy. A fourth, and more subtle, point concerns the role of the totalitarian party's ideology. At a basic level, the party's ideology was just a set of promises which established its goals. The ideology of Marxism-Leninism is often seen as a critique of capitalist societies which did not fundamentally guide, or hinder, the actual functioning of the former Soviet system. But this critique also reinforced the party's promises and helped to promote loyalty to the party. One obvious way that it did this was by identifying heroes and villains as well as by glorifying successes and minimizing the failures of the party. An even more subtle point is that the party's totalitarian ideology and propaganda may have succeeded in building its reputation, irrespective of whether the party line was believed or not, in the same way that, according to Klein and Loeffler, 1981, advertising promotes the reputation. 67. Of and brand loyalty to a capitalist firm. In their model, it is not the content of advertising but its volume, the accumulated stock, that provides information. Because better products are advertised more, or, more precisely, because producers have a greater incentive to accumulate a larger stock of advertising capital for higher quality products, advertising can signal quality. The buyer who knows nothing about two different products except that one has been advertised more than the other can still correctly infer that it is indeed of higher quality. However, that repetitive quality is surely even more characteristic of totalitarian ideology and propaganda? That is, it is not the content of a message but the number of times it is repeated, the magnitude of the party's investments in its promises, that contributes to reputation and promotes loyalty. Of course, words are cheap, hence the typical resort to exaggeration, hyperbole, and repetition, in part, as a way of compensating for this truth. Why would Pravda devote 2/3 of its space for 9 months to the publication of greetings to Stalin on the occasion of his 70th birthday? As in the case of advertising, one cannot discover the meaning of ideology by looking solely at its content. Happy birthday, Stalin. One important aspect of the communication is not its content, but the frequency with which the message is repeated. Finally, less subtly, but perhaps most important, the party controlled the distribution of rents. One simple interpretation of the legendary shortages characteristic of Soviet-type systems, shortages which are otherwise rather difficult to explain, the difficulties have been discussed extensively by Kornai 1980, is simply that the shortages create rents, and the rents are controlled by the party. Consequently, they are an excellent device for building party loyalty. In this interpretation, the shortages are a permanent feature of Soviet-type systems, and no economic reform can be expected to remove them. 8. This brief description of the workings of the system, for more detail and for an explanation of why loyalty within the system tends to corrode over time, see chapters 9 and 10 on the Soviet system, and chapter 13 on the Nazi regime, suggests that in totalitarian societies, the organizational technology for operating an economic system on what might be called loyalty-based property rights is far more advanced than it is in other political systems. For policy implications, perhaps surprisingly, in view of its simplicity, the model developed here does yield rather strong implications with respect to the policies which should be followed by democratic countries vis-a-vis both tin pot and totalitarian dictatorships. I assume throughout that the only aim of Western governments is to promote freedom, that is, that the countries of the West have no strategic or economic interests other than the promotion of freedom for their people. This is obviously an idealistic point of view, but it does represent the oft-stated aim of much of Western policy. A. Aid policy toward tin pots. One major policy issue with respect to tin pot dictatorships is whether to extend economic aid to them or not, and, if aid is given, whether this aid should be tied to improvements in the human rights record of such regimes. Figure 3.6 displays the policy dilemma faced by democracies with respect to tin pot regimes. The initial equilibrium is at E0. Consider first the policy of giving aid with no strings attached. Aid in this form does not change the relative costs of repression by and loyalty to the dictator. It implies only that more resources, BB rather than BB in figure 3.6, could be spent on repression and loyalty while maintaining the dictator's personal consumption at its initial level. However, if, as depicted, the original budget constraint provides enough resources for the dictator to remain in office, it is at least tangent to Min, the dictator will simply spend the aid on personal consumption. If the tin pot could not remain in office without foreign assistance, i.e., if BB were to be everywhere below Min, the aid would have an effect which is to maintain the dictator in office as long as the aid is continued. Otherwise, the equilibrium levels of R and L at rho and low, respectively, would be unchanged. An alternative policy that is often advocated is to tie the aid to a constraint on violations of human rights by the tin pot. Assuming that this constraint can be made effective, that is, assuming that violations can be properly monitored and that the constraint is binding, we find that the tin pot will be constrained to impose a level of repression lower than rho, example 1 no greater than R in figure 3.6. As figure 3.6 clearly shows, the effect of the binding constraint is to destabilize the regime. In the 69 short run, loyalty is fixed at low, and with R of repression and low of loyalty, the dictator has insufficient power to stay in office, no matter how high the level of external assistance. Neither of these two policies, then, is effective in reducing repression. The first policy, aid with no strings attached, is ineffective because although it may maintain the tin pot in office, it creates no incentives for the tin pot to substitute loyalty for repression as a means of staying in power. The second policy, aid with a binding human rights constraint, is ineffective because it gives the tin pot no chance to make such a substitution but rather puts the tin pot in immediate danger of being deposed. If the aim of the policy is to cause the tin pot's downfall, why extend aid at all? Moreover, both policies may have other effects which are counterproductive. For example, if the aid is continued for a long time, the tin pot is freed from dependence on the loyalty of his or her supporters and may substitute for such loyalty a dependence on foreign aid, especially if he or she finds it easier to get the aid than to maintain loyalty. Alternatively, if the tin pot is deposed, the regime which replaces him or her may be even less palatable. Kirkpatrick's point. There is, however, a third policy which has some chance of success. This is a policy of aid, combined with a long-term human rights constraint, that is, one that becomes successively more stringent over time. The aim is to force the tin pot to a new long-run equilibrium at ebb. The long-run constraint ensures that in the future the tin pot will only be able to stay in office at a level of repression no greater than rho. The aid 70 provides the tin pot with sufficient resources to purchase the extra loyalty required at no sacrifice to his or her personal consumption, and the long-term nature of the constraint implies that sufficient time is allowed for the dictator's investments to yield the required support. Consequently, this policy alone among those considered provides the correct incentives to the tin pot to reduce repression. B. Aid policy toward totalitarians. The central issues for the democracies in dealing with a totalitarian government are, 1. Should democracies engage in economic relations, trade and investment, with it in the hope that these relationships are likely to improve the economic performance of such a government, or should they pursue policies such as an arms race or economic sanctions which can, among other possible effects, worsen the totalitarian regime's economic performance? 2. Should the democracies push for human rights? Again, the point of view in addressing these questions is a scientific one. Given the assumptions of our model, we want to know which policies will reduce the optimal level of repression chosen by the totalitarian leader. We can begin with aid policy. Figure 3.5 displays the policy dilemma of the democracies in dealing with totalitarian governments. EO is the initial equilibrium. If as a result of the aid, or of trade or other favorable economic relationships with the democracies, the economic performance of the regime improves, and if the regime can take at least part of the credit for this improvement, the supply of loyalty to the regime LS shifts to the right, to LS. The most plausible result, see the earlier discussion in section 3, is a new equilibrium like X in figure 3.5, with the dictator obtaining more power and more loyalty and being more repressive. In this case the direct result of the aid is to worsen the political rights of the people, even if it raises their standard of living, so that these policies, by themselves, tend to be ineffective in increasing freedom. On the other hand, a human rights constraint, example 1 binding at R, if imposed alone, would simply reduce the power of the regime and therefore be unacceptable to the leader. This can be seen in figure 3.5, the new optimum for the dictator with a long-term binding human rights constraint of R is at E2, a lower level of power than EO. Again, however, although neither policy is effective when used alone, the two can be effective in combination. The principle is simple, a long-term binding. 71. Human rights constraint can be suggested to the regime, provided it is accompanied by the offer of sufficient aid to allow the dictator to increase loyalty to L3. At these levels of repression and loyalty, E3 in figure 3.5, the dictator has as much power as before. Repression, however, is successfully reduced, from rho to R. Consequently, slightly more aid will increase the dictator's power, and therefore be acceptable to him or her, while still reducing the level of repression under the regime. A more acute dilemma confronts the democracies in dealing with totalitarian dictatorships in decline and seeking to reform. The analysis in Figure 3.5 suggests, as indicated earlier, that the proper response to economic decline for a totalitarian government is some relaxation of repression, example from R1 to Rho in Figure 3.5. The next step in the sequence, however, is economic reform and not full political liberalization. Substantial liberalization, any R-Rho, will simply reduce loyalty and power further. Moreover, if the leader expects economic reforms initially to cause widespread hardship, example producing unemployment or price increases, and hence to produce the potential for political unrest, the leader's problems would only be exacerbated by political liberalization, which allows the opposition to organize and a bandwagon effect to develop. Consequently, the optimal sequence of reforms for the leader of a totalitarian regime is some relaxation of repression followed by economic reforms to increase the supply of loyalty before major political reforms are attempted. Given this important result, we conclude that the dilemma for democracies is that if the economic reforms are successful and if the leader can claim the credit for this improvement so that loyalty increases in the long run, any power-maximizing leader will then be tempted to renege on his or her promises of political liberalization and respond by increasing rather than decreasing political repression. That is, the new power-maximizing equilibrium at higher LLX compared with low, implies higher R. Again, therefore, from the point of view of democracies, which are considering whether to expand economic relations with such a regime, there is no substitute for the principle of insistence on a long-term binding human rights constraint if their objective is to minimize the repressiveness of the dictator's regime. So we have a very simple guide, a single standard, to the policies that should be pursued by foreign governments interested in reducing repression. Human rights observance should be the cornerstone of Western policy. Aid to any type of regime can be expected to produce beneficial effects provided it is accompanied by a long-term human rights constraint, one which becomes progressively more stringent over time. 72. Without the human rights standard, the effects of aid will be ineffective or perverse. See trade policy. Another policy dilemma is whether to trade with dictatorships. Trade policy is a bit more complicated than aid policy. We can distinguish the following effects. 1. Trade may be expected to increase the national income of the target regime directly, because its income will rise as a result of both the availability of imported inputs at a lower price and the increase in demand for the target's exports. To the extent that the regime can successfully claim credit for this improvement in welfare, loyalty to the regime may be expected to increase. 2. Since the richer people are, the more they tend to demand liberty, the increase in income tends to reduce loyalty to the dictatorship as people increasingly demand their rights. Bilson, London Reagan, and Poole. However, note that the estimated size of this effect is very small. Thus, as London Reagan and Poole conclude their analysis of this effect in non-European countries, those expecting income growth to promote the development of democratic institutions must be very patient indeed. Pages 22 to 3. 3. The increase in trade creates further links between foreign businesses and domestic producers, possibly resulting in the development of independent power bases within the target regime. This is particularly likely when the trade is not organized through the central government, as it is in Cuba, for example. Thus, in China, regional governments in particular have built up substantial connections with outsiders and with the private sector, and they rely much less on the central government for revenue than they did before Deng launched the revolution he blandly called socialism with Chinese characteristics, cited in Farquhar, p. 15. To the extent that this happens, loyalty to the regime may fall. On the other hand, it has been argued, perhaps most forcefully by Huntington, 1996, that trade between different types of civilizations actually increases mistrust, because the increased intensity of contacts simply breeds hostility. He points out, for example, that World War I occurred at precisely the last peak of the openness of the international system. If Huntington is right, trade might generate 73. 8. A short-run fall in loyalty to the regime due to the initial increase in foreign contacts, but in the longer run, Further contacts simply breed nationalism and possibly increased support for the dictatorship in the target regime. 4. The rise in income may increase tax revenues, and as a result, dictators may have more resources at their disposal. These resources may be used either for their own consumption or to further their hold on power by increasing expenditures on either repression or loyalty. To disentangle the implications for policy, note that the question with respect to points 1 to 3 is simply whether the net effect of the trade agreement is to increase or decrease loyalty to the regime. Point 4 concerns the dictator's budget, and detailed analysis of this issue will have to be left to section 4 in chapter 5. Considering points 1 to 3, then let us suppose first that, as seems likely, support for the regime increases as the result of the trade agreement. Suppose also that the ruler is a tin pot. Then it can be argued that with increased support, the tin pot will be motivated to relax repression, and there is thus no need for a human rights constraint. But note that even in this case, the human rights constraint does no harm. It simply asks the dictator to do what he or she would do in any case, and therefore it should be acceptable to him or her. On the other hand, if, on balance, loyalty to the regime were to decrease as a result of trade, the tin pot would want to raise repression in order to stay in office, and the human rights constraint is absolutely necessary for the trade agreement to lower, not raise, repression. Suppose now that we are dealing with a totalitarian dictator. Here, if loyalty were to increase, on balance, as the result of the trade agreement, the dictator would tend to raise repression, and the binding human rights constraint would be necessary to prevent a loss of freedom. The only case for a trade agreement with a totalitarian regime is where the opposite happens, that is, where loyalty to the regime decreases from the trade agreement. In that case, repression falls as well. This is the only case where trade with a totalitarian regime makes sense. But note that the totalitarian leader, in pursuing this trade agreement, cannot fail to be aware of the likely consequences of the trade agreement for the regime's hold on power, namely, that its capacity for repression, the loyalty of the citizenry, and its power are all going to diminish as a result of his or her signing up. So, if this analysis were correct, it requires us to believe that the totalitarian leader, in pursuing trade, is either unaware of, or deliberately acting contrary to, his or her own long-run interest. It is noteworthy also that all the totalitarian regimes which have collapsed 74 historically did so as a result of falling, not rising, real incomes, and that the increase in income in China has resulted in not the slightest relaxation of repression there after almost 2 decades of reform and spectacular economic growth. The case for trade with totalitarian regimes, therefore, is particularly weak. Finally, suppose that the human rights constraint cannot be implemented, either because the target regime is too powerful or because no binding agreement can be reached among the countries involved in implementing the policy. Then there is a difficult choice between a policy of sanctions, on the one hand, and trade agreements with no human rights constraint, on the other. Of course, the actual choices are never this stark, and the actual policies that are followed will be a mixture of trade and sanctions, but the basic principle involved in the choice remains one of engagement or isolation. In that case, the analysis here implies that the least harm is likely to come from a trade agreement with a tin pot regime, and that the most harm will come from trade with a totalitarian. These policies are strictly second best in the economists' terminology. Note that an analogous set of second best policies exist for aid as well. Aid in the absence of a progressively tightening human rights constraint will probably do less harm to a tin pot subjects, in the sense that rather than actually increase the level of repression, the aid will just be wasted, than to those living under a totalitarian regime. However, the single standard, based on the progressive human rights constraint, remains the first best policy. The analysis also suggests that the key to unraveling the dictator's hold on power is to attack the instruments that are used to maintain that hold on the population, namely repression and loyal support. There are other policies that can be used for this purpose, even where agreement and coordination among the democracies is weak. One example is to provide external support for dissidents and for resistance movements inside the regime. Such a tactic was used in South Africa, but it is often neglected in the case of China. Perhaps even more important, the message here is that dictators survive on the basis of the support of segments of the population, and attacking these bases of support is an important tool in trying to undermine the regime. Of course, a number of other policies could be considered, including applying economic sanctions, giving aid to international agencies rather than to the dictator, earmarking the aid for specific investment projects, and so on. Their effects can easily be analyzed within the present framework. Although I shall not do so here in detail, there is one point about sanctions which is worth emphasizing: sanctions are not just the reverse of aid, and policies like those pursued by the United States and the UN. 75. Vis-a-vis regimes like Castro's Cuba, Hussein's Iraq, or Milosevic's Serbia may superficially resemble those described here, but in fact they work very differently. In all these cases, the United States or UN imposed sanctions and then offered to lift them as a reward for better behavior. For example, the Americans have, as of mid-1997, continued to block Belgrade's admission to such world institutions as the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, demanding that Milosevic first open a dialogue with his political opponents and allow more political freedom. 9. Such policies are not necessarily wrong-headed, but they do not work in the manner of those advocated here. The sequence is reversed: the regime has to liberalize first, that is, before the sanctions are lifted and before trade is allowed to resume and aid to flow. This means that the regime cannot use the benefit of aid or trade to build loyalty prior to liberalization, which is the effect of the policies advocated here. Dictators who agree to liberalize put themselves in immediate danger of being deposed, and it is no surprise that Castro, Hussein, and Milosevic have all been reluctant to do so. The policies work only if they succeed in coercing or bullying the dictator into submission. There is nothing necessarily ethically wrong with this policy, since all these leaders oppress their peoples. It's just that such policies have failed. The United States has bullied Castro for 30 years, but after all that time he is, as of this writing, still in power, and his regime is, according to Freedom House reports, Freedom House, 1997, as oppressive as ever. Coercive strategies have also failed, as of this writing, to dislodge or liberalize Saddam Hussein's regime. Finally, it is worth mentioning some other problems with sanctions. Their use may perversely stimulate nationalistic support for the dictator, the rally round the flag effect, and they may actually strengthen his or her hold on power by isolating the regime from Western influence. And their use requires coordination of policy among and enforcement by the sanctioning countries in order to prevent businesses in non-sanctioning countries or in countries where the sanctions are loosely monitored from moving in to exploit the opportunities available from evading the sanctions. Aid and trade agreements have none of these problems. Of course, sometimes sanctions and even stronger measures, including a declaration of war, may have to be used. But toppling an entrenched dictator is seldom easy. The policies advocated here give the dictator the opportunity to substitute a policy of building loyalty for repression as a means for staying in power, and they therefore have a greater chance of being acceptable to the dictator. They do carry a real danger insofar as the dictator could agree to the aid or trade and promise liberalization down the road only to renege when the time comes to make good on the promise, as just discussed. But that just means the agreements have to be monitored and enforced. If the United States or UN has the will to do so, the policies advocated here have a much greater chance of success than others, simply because they appeal to the dictator's self-interest and try to accommodate it, and they also have the virtue of maintaining the UN's commitment to human rights. 5. Conclusion. In this chapter, I used basic tools of economic theory to construct a simple model of the political behavior of dictatorship. Two extreme cases were considered: a tin-pot dictatorship, defined as one in which the dictator wishes only to minimize the costs of remaining in power so that he or she can continue to collect the rewards of office, and a totalitarian dictatorship, defined as one in which the totalitarian leader maximizes power over the population. I derived some novel predictions. For example, an improvement in economic or other type of performance implies that a tin-pot dictator will reduce the extent of his or her repression of the population. A totalitarian, on the other hand, tends to respond by increasing it. I presented some evidence that supports this prediction for totalitarian dictatorships. The model also explains why military dictatorships, a subspecies of tin pots, tend to be short-lived and why they often voluntarily hand over power to a civilian regime. Finally, the model also explains a number of features of totalitarian regimes, for example, the persistence of shortages in Soviet-type regimes, the preferences of their leadership for economic growth, and the structure of totalitarian party organization. Perhaps surprisingly, the simple model developed here yields rather strong policy implications with respect to how democratic regimes should deal with dictatorships, on the assumption that democracies wish to maximize freedom in the world. In particular, an insistence on the observance of human rights under either type of regime, provided such a policy is imposed in the right way and accompanied by sufficient aid, trade, or investment, is shown to be not only a sensible but also a necessary condition if economic relations with either type of regime are to increase, and not decrease, human freedom. 4. It was dangerous to trust the sincerity of Augustus. To seem to distrust it was still more dangerous. Gibbon, The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, 1981. One love and hate in the Roman Empire. The ancient Roman Empire still remains the example of greatness to which many dictators aspire. It was the model for Mussolini and Hitler, who tried to emulate it in both architectural style and longevity, and who failed on both counts. As an illustration of absolute power, what was perhaps most remarkable about the empire was its extent. Whoever commanded the empire monopolized political power in the civilized world. As Gibbon, 1981, expressed it, the object of displeasure, escaping from the narrow limits of his dominions, would easily obtain, in a happier climate, a secure refuge, a new fortune adequate to his merit, the freedom of complaint, and perhaps the means of revenge. But the empire of the Romans filled the world, and when that empire fell into the hands of a single person, the world became a safe and dreary prison for his enemies. Wherever you are, said Cicero to the exiled Marcellus, remember that you are equally within the power of the conqueror. Pages 111-12, the emperors themselves did not use the title dictator, but they most surely had those powers. The main other contenders for power were the Senate and the people of Rome. The people were largely tamed as a result of the struggles at the end of the Roman Republic, and the Senate by the Emperor Augustus. Thus, according to the historian Paul Vane, 1990, there was nothing they could do. The army, the fiscus, foreign policy, all were in the emperor's 77. 78. domain. They confined themselves to rubber stamping the emperor's decisions, while hoping that he would be tactful enough not to do them the dubious and dangerous honor of asking their advice, and that he would be kind enough to await their acclamations without demanding them. They would never be delivered late. p. 412. Thus, the emperors had tremendous formal powers. How did they make them effective? How could they secure their hold on power, especially in the absence of a formally specified method of succession and in the presence of numerous rivals? Modern autocrats typically attempt to earn the loyalty of their subjects through the pursuit of economic growth. In the ancient world, technology was largely static, Finley 1973, and the issue of the pursuit of economic growth, so dear to the modern heart, did not really present itself. As Picard has nicely put it, the fundamental problem in the history of the Roman Empire was the meager opportunity for creative investment, which obliged it to live from day to day, spending its profits without care for the future, quoted in Vane 1990, p. 55. Vane adds that as a result of big differences in income, a large part of the surplus was concentrated in the hands of the possessing class, and this class used it for splendors that were out of proportion to the level of prosperity attained by society as a whole, pages 55 to 6. As far as the overt repression of the population was concerned, the police were virtually non-existent, Macmullen 1988, p. 58. Of course, at higher levels, murdering actual and potential rivals, especially relatives, was common. Still, what has to be explained is how, at its height, a vast empire of 60 to 70 million people was controlled by a tiny imperial apparatus. Its precise size is very difficult to estimate. Macmullen suggests a figure of 500,000, but no one thinks it was very large. See, example Barrow 1949/1987, Dudley 1975, or Grant 1978. 4 mechanisms of control are usually discussed. 1. Gifts. 2. Conquest. 3. Clientage. 4. Ideology, the imperial cult. The third and fourth mechanisms raise no new theoretical issues, and, institutionally, they are too complicated to discuss in the space available here. On clientage, the interested reader may consult Vane 1990, pages 216 ff, Grant 1978, pages 60 ff, or Dudley 1975, chapter 8, on ideology, see Vane 1990, especially ch 4. We focus here, therefore, on gifts and 79. Conquest, or war. These topics are discussed, respectively, in sections 4 and 3 of this chapter. Apart from the issue of control, how can the behavior of the Roman emperors be modeled? The typical Roman emperor is obviously no tin pot. On the other hand, the political and bureaucratic institutions of the ancient Roman Empire are entirely unlike those of a modern totalitarian regime, with its instruments of mass communication and control, and especially its capacity to stimulate, monitor, and reward political participation by a vast proportion of the population through the institution of the mass party. Accordingly, some new categories are needed. Section 2, which follows, classifies these regimes as either tyrannies or timocracies, and it extends the economic analysis of dictatorship developed in the last chapter for tinpot and totalitarian regimes to tyranny. Section 5 develops the model of timocratic, benevolent, rule. I suggest the Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius as a possible historical example of a timocrat and use the economic theory of the family. The benevolent dictator is the father of his people, to explain the workings of this seductive but flawed form of government. Section 6 shows how a regime can degenerate from timocracy into tyranny, and it illustrates this transition with the story of the Emperor Commodus, Aurelius' son and successor. Section 7 concludes the chapter. To timocracy and tyranny. In the preceding chapter, I categorized modern dictatorships as either tinpot or totalitarian. Both types of regimes use the instruments of repression and loyalty to accumulate power. The tinpot leader is essentially a rent-seeker, who seeks no more power over the population than the minimum needed to stay in office, using the rest of the resources of the state for his or her own purposes, palaces, Mercedes-Benzes, Swiss bank accounts, and so on. The totalitarian leader, Hitler, Stalin, the Ayatollah, on the other hand, maximizes power over the population. The constraint on the totalitarian's power maximization is the supply of loyalty curve. As long as increased repression increases the loyalty of the population, it increases the power of the totalitarian leader as well. However, once the supply of loyalty curve bends backward, further repression reduces loyalty, ultimately by enough to reduce power. The totalitarian leader's power is therefore maximized at the point at which the backward-bending supply of loyalty curve is tangent to an isopower line curve, as shown in the preceding chapter, example figure 3.5. As already suggested, neither the tinpot nor totalitarian images are 80. Appropriate for the Roman Empire. The people of Rome constituted less than 1% of the Roman Empire. At their peak the armed forces of Rome numbered 500,000 to 600,000 or so. The Senate was a small and ineffectual body. And the bureaucracy and the institutions for operating the state were of course very primitive, for example, Fixed, regular, annual taxes were not instituted until very late in the empire. So the emperor relied on both very large penalties as a technique of repression, to compensate for the technological lack of monitoring capacity, and bread and circuses and other gifts to accumulate loyalty. However, there is one respect in which Roman leaders resemble the modern totalitarian dictator, in the use of propaganda. One way they did this was through building. For example, Augustus states in his residential gesti his testimonial, carved on his tomb, to his accomplishments as ruler of the people of Rome, which included a careful accounting of the funds that he spent personally for their welfare on buildings and entertainments, that the Rome he inherited was made of rubble, but that by the end of his reign he had turned it into marble. Modern totalitarian leaders such as Mussolini, Hitler, and Stalin copied this mania for building directly from the Roman Empire. Nevertheless, the political institutions of the Roman Empire lacked the crucial nexus between repression and loyalty, that over a wide range, increased repression generates more loyalty, which, I have argued, is characteristic of totalitarian societies. Instead, these regimes appear, and did in fact appear to contemporaries, as either tyrants, characterized by high repression and low loyalty, or timocrats, characterized by high loyalty with low levels of repression. The range of possible equilibria is illustrated in figure 4.1.1. Borrow the term timocracy from Plato, in the Republic, who designated by it what is obviously a benevolent dictatorship, although this type of regime ranks second to rule by the philosopher king in Plato's scheme. Still, the Greek root of the word timocracy is thymos, to love. That these two, timocracy and tyranny, are the possible equilibria is also another way of illustrating the dictator's dilemma. The dictator does not know, although he will have his suspicions, whether he is loved or hated by the population, i.e., whether he is regarded as a timocrat or tyrant. The equilibrium for a tyrant is depicted in figure 4.2. Like a totalitarian, the tyrant also maximizes power. But the tyrant lacks the mass party and other political institutions that permit the totalitarian leader to monitor and reward political participation or loyalty on a grand scale. In the Roman Empire, the tyrant's capacity to build loyalty was with the groups we have discussed in the previous section, the people of Rome, the army, and the Senate. As a result, the supply curve of loyalty is much more steeply sloped than that of a totalitarian leader, see example figure 3.4 or 3.5. Equilibrium is at EO in the figure, with loyalty low and repression K. The analysis is obviously very simple, but the equilibrium so depicted does illustrate all three of the definitions of tyranny in antiquity. 82. 1. A regime in which the tyrant keeps himself in power through violence. 2. A regime run by a man whose policy runs contrary to the material interests of a section, large or small, of his subjects. 3. A regime controlled by a man whose delight in the exercise of power derives entirely from the servitude that he imposes on some of his subjects. The three definitions are given by Bain 1990, p. 405. By virtue of the first definition, tyranny is the only regime of the four possibilities in figure 4.1 in which repression is overwhelmingly the primary tool used to maintain power. By virtue of the second, the fact that the tyrant's policies are unpopular partly explains why the supply of loyalty to the regime is so low. And by virtue of the third, the tyrant's delight in exercising power is illustrated in figure 4.2 by the fact that he maximizes it. Thus, the three properties of the tyrant's equilibrium correspond well with the three definitions of tyranny in antiquity. Of course, tyrannies are not limited to the ancient world. Chapters 7 and 8 discuss some contemporary examples, Pinochet's in Chapter 7 and the apartheid government of South Africa in Chapter 8. What is perhaps unique to the ancient world is that it furnishes a possible example of timocracy. This subject is discussed in Section 5, after which we show how a regime can lapse from timocracy into tyranny. One way to understand the forces which may result in tyrannical rule is to recall a point made in the preceding chapter about the effect of improved economic performance on the fortunes of a tin pot. I suggested there that improved economic performance does not necessarily lead to greater loyalty to the tin pot because it has two effects on the typical subject. One, a substitution effect. Economic growth will typically raise the subject's return on their investments in the regime. Two, an income or wealth effect. To the extent that economic growth raises an individual's wealth, he or she is led to increase all of his or her investments, including those with opposition forces. For the latter reason, it is possible that economic growth may, if it leads the subject to invest more with the opposition than with the regime, actually diminish the dictator's security in office. This outcome suggests another possible strategy for the astute dictator. Under some circumstances, immiserizing the population may be more attractive than enriching it. This strategy may be attractive to dictators for two reasons. 83. 1. Looting, taxing, confiscating, or otherwise taking the money of their subjects for themselves gives dictators funds they can use to spend for their own purposes, or to buy off those whose active support they need the most, the army, close political associates, and so on. The pursuit of economic growth, on the other hand, forces dictators to refrain from overtaxation, overregulation, or confiscation, because of their possibly deleterious effects on growth. 2. Impoverishing the population implies it will have fewer resources which could be used to oppose the regime. And, as is well known, poor people tend to participate less in politics. 1. This fact provides one rationale for tyranny. Dictators who pursue a strategy of immiserization will not be loved, but most of the population will be too poor to actively oppose them, and what little opposition does arise can be controlled directly through the use of repression. The army and other groups, whose loyalty is essential, can be bought off with the resources taken from everyone else. This strategy of immiserization is clearly more attractive in societies in which the prospects of successful economic growth are slim, that is, in those in which the population is undereducated. Models of endogenous growth, example that of Azariadis and Drazen 1990, emphasize the importance of this factor in generating growth, in which it is primarily rural, and therefore least likely to benefit from growth, because growth usually means holding down the prices of primary products in order to benefit urban centers, and in which there is considerable income inequality. See Alzina and Roderick 1990, Person and Tabellini 1990, both studies show that income inequality and growth are negatively correlated. A good example of a modern country with a regime that appeared to have followed this strategy is Haiti under the Duvaliers. All of the conditions just listed were certainly present. In addition, one of the regime's most important allies was the Houngans or voodoo priests, who were natural community leaders because of the religious functions they fulfilled, and who were inherently anti-growth because growth or modernization could easily threaten their own position if it weakened the capacity of the masses to believe in the supernatural. Lundahl 1984. 3. War. The economic theory of conquest would appear to be perfectly straightforward. Conquest is profitable if the present value of taxes, booty, and other forms of revenue from conquered territories exceeds both the costs of conquest and the expected annual maintenance costs of expenditures involved in maintaining power over the subjugated peoples, that is, expenditures either to repress revolts or to buy or otherwise obtain the loyalty of the local inhabitants. Initially, there is probably a range of increasing returns, as conquered territories supply the conqueror with more manpower and other resources. However, it seems reasonable to assume ultimately diminishing returns to additional conquests, as territories which are farther away or more difficult to conquer, or whose peoples are more difficult to subjugate, are progressively encroached upon. Assuming for simplicity that all members of society share equally in the costs and benefits of foreign adventures, we find that the marginal adventure is that in which the marginal expected payoff is just equal to the marginal extra costs of conquest, administration, or subjugation. The marginal payoff to the dictator or other political leader may be very different from this one. For example, under the Roman Republic, a Roman general could raise an army, go and conquer a foreign territory, use the proceeds to pay off his veterans, and, at least formally, keep the proceeds for himself. Because under the Republic, Roman armies were very effective, there was no shortage of ambitious men willing to undertake this task, especially because, apart from the money, foreign conquest was the surest route to glory and a future in politics. Indeed, most of what later became the Roman Empire was in fact obtained under the Republic. Analytically, the result of a status-seeking competition like this is, naturally, overexpansion, because as with other status-seeking games, see Frank 1985, everyone cannot simultaneously move up the hierarchy. Indeed, it is often argued that it was the oligopolistic competition for power among the generals that ultimately resulted in the civil war which ended the Roman Republic, Barrow 1949/1987, pages 58 ff. This last difficulty was resolved by Augustus, who solved the problem of destructive oligopolistic competition by substituting for it the principle of monopoly rule or dictatorship, although he always refused the title dictator. He assumed control of all of the armed forces of the state, whose members were then required to take an oath of loyalty to him. He took control of the appointment of the provincial governors, previously, the Roman generals or warlords, and established checks and balances on their powers, Dudley 1975, p. 154. He also completely reorganized the 85 system of administrating newly conquered territories with his policies of Romanization, pages 160-1 and 228-9, and local government. And he soothed nationalistic feelings in the conquered territories by granting local self-government in exchange for loyalty to Rome, Barrow 1949/1987, p. 57, Dudley 1975, pages 160-1. However, Augustus and later emperors were still prone to overexpansion, as are all dictators. To see why, recall our general proposition that dictators are more insecure than democratic leaders. That proposition provides a simple explanation for the oft-noted fact that dictators fight wars more often than democratic leaders. First, dictators have more to fear from other regimes than democratic leaders. Dissidents within their own regime can ally with external forces, communications media in other countries can counteract a dictator's propaganda, perhaps most important, the dictator's promise not to attack other countries is less credible than a similar promise from a democratically elected leader. The democratic leader's promise will have been formally ratified between the executive and legislative bodies of the democracy, which in turn makes it binding on the executive. Dictators have no similar way of making their promises to a foreign leader credible. Second, there is perhaps no surer way to inspire loyalty from one's people than with the glory and the booty which result from foreign conquest. In this way, possibly unlike any other, dictators can displace their own fear onto those who would attempt to remove them from office. Finally, war is a controversial and difficult decision, and in any democracy, there will undoubtedly be groups and forces opposed to it. As a result, democratic societies can be plagued by inaction, as discussed further in Chapter 11. Dictators, on the other hand, do not need to forge a consensus in favor of war to be able to engage in it. These ideas can be compared with the classic Kantian explanation of why dictatorial regimes fight wars more frequently than do democracies, an idea revived recently by Schweller, 1992. This explanation rests on the proposition that democracies fight fewer wars than do dictatorships because in a democracy, the consent of the citizenry is required in order to initiate war, and nothing is more natural than that those who would have to decide to undergo all the deprivations of war will very much hesitate to start such an evil game. Kant, quoted in Schweller, p. 241. Dictators, on the other hand, may resolve for war from insignificant reasons, as if it were but a hunting expedition. Kant, quoted in Schweller, LOCCIT, see also Lake 1992, because they do not bear the costs of war. With respect to the Kantian argument, the important issue is the likely fate of a leader who loses a war. Bruce Bueno de Mesquita, Randolph Siverson, and Gary Waller provided empirical evidence on this issue. 86. Using a large sample of countries during the 1823 to 1974 period, they showed that there is a strong relationship between losing a war and drastic changes in political leadership, with 29.5% of the losers, and only 9.1% of the winners experiencing a violent regime change. Finally, in considering the costs of defeat to a dictator, it is perhaps worth pondering the case of the Roman Emperor Valerian, who was defeated and captured by the Persians. For the emperor it was a permanent humiliation. For the rest of his life, Trevor Roper, 1965, wrote, he was carried about in chains to be a living footstool for the Persian king when he mounted his horse, p. 54. In short, the Kantian argument is wrong. Costs of defeat to a dictator are not necessarily smaller, and they can be substantially larger than they would be for any democratic leader. For gifts linked to conquest, but apart from it, was the other important mechanism for accumulating loyalty under both the Roman Republic and the Empire, the practice of euergetism, as Vane calls it, beneficence, or gift-giving. Apart from the executive, the magistrates, the three other contenders for power in ancient Rome were the army, the Senate, and the people of Rome. One way to describe the history of ancient Rome is to say that there was a steady loss of power, first by the people, and then by the Senate to the army and the executive, the magistrates. Of course, this is an oversimplification. There were many shifts of power among these four groups over the 1,000 years of history from about 500 BC to about AD 500. Throughout that history, however, only these groups were those with the power to unseat a ruling oligarch under the Republic, and later an emperor. They were also the main recipients of gifts. The army received donativum, bonuses, the Senate various privileges, and the people of Rome bread and circuses. How can the extensive practice of gift-giving, common in many modern as well as in ancient dictatorships, be explained? The economic theory of gifts has been discussed by George Akerlof, 1984, Gary Becker, 1974, and Colin Kammerer, 1988. Becker discussed gifts in the context of altruism, an important subject to which we turn in the next section. Akerlof notes that the root for the word gift in the two major ancient languages, Ancient German and Ancient Greek, is the same as the root for the word poison. He suggests that this is because of the reciprocal character of gifts. Gifts given usually demand gifts in return. A more specific interpretation of the poisonous quality of gifts is that accepting a gift puts the recipient in a position of debt, and therefore in 87. A circumspect and responsive, poisonous, relation to the donor as long as the gift goes unrequited. Perhaps there is no better example of the poisonous quality of gifts than that of the gift by Constantine of Roman citizenship to all the citizens of the provinces ruled by Rome. With this gift, the Roman government acquired the right to levy taxes on those people. None of these authors discuss political gifts, which may have different functions. Many of these are traced out with great skill by the historian Paul Vane, 1990, in his justly celebrated Bread and Circuses. But before returning to the case of ancient Rome, let us consider the case of Zaire's Mobutu. Mobutu was known for distributing largesse to the Zairean people, and the press there constantly catalogued his magnanimous gestures. According to Michael Schitzberg's 1988 account, whenever a new development project is completed, be it a renovated building, a new construction, road, or hospital, the press presents the new or rebuilt facility as a gift from the president-founder to his children, the Zairean population, even a hearse for the city of Nbujimai, are all gifts from the Father that demonstrate his eternal love and solicitude. p. 77, in turn, the people were required to repay the guide, as Mobutu was known, with their taxes. As Schatzberg put it, billions of dollars he extracts from the Zairean people is therefore only his due. The father bestows gifts on his children and what he receives in return is merely repayment of an outstanding and never-ending obligation. No theft, no corruption, no exploitation, only grateful children repaying their generous father, p. 81. Thus, One important meaning of gift-giving under dictatorship is to confirm the dictator's ownership of the assets of the state. Theoretically, gifts solve a Coasian bargaining problem. Two parties can only exchange, even if transactions costs are low, when property rights are established, that is, if it is known what belongs to whom. When dictators make a gift to the public or some part of it, from the public treasury, they are asserting that it is their right to give that money, and by accepting the gift, the recipient is agreeing to this fact. The gift confirms that the dictator owns the resources of the state. Whereas the people are compelled to pay their taxes and to accept the confiscations of the dictator may, as a matter of his or her own choosing, give, out of his or her own pocket, public expenditures to them. By accepting these as gifts, the people confirm the dictator's power. 88. Yet there is one important sense in which the establishment of property rights in this way differs from the legal establishment of property rights that facilitates market exchange. Whereas dictators may legitimize their right to hold office through gifts, they do not thereby acquire the power to transfer those rights. This problem, the lack of an established succession mechanism, recurs throughout the history of the Roman Empire. It also distinguishes this type of dictatorship, Caesarism, as we shall refer to it, following Vane, p. 410, from some other types in which this problem is, more or less, solved, for example, by dynastic succession or divine right. Of course, the idea that a ruler can acquire the right to hold office in any of these ways rather than by the granting of this right by the people is what fundamentally distinguishes dictatorship from democracy. The Emperor Augustus knew the meaning of gift-giving. According to Gaius Suetonius, 1957, he was extraordinarily generous with his gifts, but when his house on the Palatine Hill burned down, a fund for its rebuilding was started by the veterans, the guilds, and the tribes, to which people of every sort made further individual contributions according to their means. Augustus, to show his gratitude for the gift, took a token coin from each heap, but no more than a single silver piece, p. 86. Truly, for an emperor, it may be said that it is better to give than to receive. And there are many other nuances to the practice of political gift-giving in ancient Rome. For example, one function of Eurgetism both in Greece and Republican Rome as well as in the Empire was to limit entry to politics to those who could afford to give gifts. Another was to build support, because the population loved games, all sex and violence, as the historian Macmullen put it, 1988, p. 45. Consequently, the notables tried to outdo each other in providing lavish entertainments. The population, in turn, egged them on, in John Chrysostom's beautiful description. The theater fills, and the whole citizenry is seated up there, presenting the most brilliant spectacle made up of so many faces, that the very topmost gallery and its covering is blocked out by men's bodies. Upon the entrance of that benefactor who brought them together, they leap to their feet, uttering a salute as from a single mouth, with one voice calling him guardian and leader of their common city. They stretch forth their arms, then at intervals they compare him to the greatest of all rivers, they 89. Liken the grandeur and flow of his civic generosity, in its abundance, to the waters of the Nile, and they call him a very Nile of gifts, himself, and some who flatter still more, declaring the comparison with the Nile too mean, set aside rivers and seas and bring in ocean, and they say that is what he is, as ocean among waters, so he in his gifts. They omit no possible term of praise. He himself bows to them, and by this pays his respects, and so he seats himself among the blessings of all, who, every one of them, pray to be such as he, and then to die. And while he revels in his heart's desire like a person drunk with vainglory, to the point that he would spend his very self, he can take in no least sensation of his losses. But when he is at home, then at that moment he understands they were no dream but a reality in hard cash, quoted in Macmullen, pages 45-6. So the games provided an opportunity not only for the notable to signal how much he cared for the people, but also for the people to signal their support for the notable or even the emperor. The people in the crowd were, relatively, safe from political retaliation and could express their true sentiments. Thus, on some occasions, the audience could be considerably less than enthusiastic. For example, the emperor himself had his favorite gladiators, so that when the audience booed them, this could be taken to be an expression of opposition. The shows were also sometimes scenes of political disturbances. According to Vane, 1990, T was at a show that the crowd successfully pressed Galba to execute Tigellinus, complained about the high price of corn, desperately entreated Gaius to cut down imports and grant some relief from the burden of taxes, and chanted their desire for peace, p. 401. Under the emperor, there were months of festivals, spaced out in a series of several days at a time. The people of Rome spent these months in the emperor's company. The Senate was also at the circus or in the amphitheater when, at the games, the emperors had themselves acclaimed by the people. This was acceptable unless it went too far. Vane says that the worst stage was reached when certain emperors demanded to be acclaimed by the Senate itself. These were usually the same ones who decimated the ruling group by driving senators to suicide by accusing them of high treason or, as it was put, lèse-majesté. In the reigns of such men the senators looked on the emperor as an idol, red with their blood, that they were forced to worship, p. 407. 90. The other major recipient of gifts was the army. The donativum was born with Claudius on his accession. The praetorians placed him on the throne, and he needed to thank them for their support and to seal his accord with them, especially because the Senate was slow to confirm the praetorians' choice. He promised the men 150 gold pieces each and bound them by oath so that they would remain loyal to him, Suetonius 1957, p. 191, Vane 1990, p. 341. At the death of Claudius, Nero promised a donativum after his father's example, and the tradition became fixed. The next emperor, Galba, promised a larger bonus than usual, but then he announced that he would not honor it, saying, "It is my custom to levy troops, not to buy them," Suetonius 1957, p. 255. 5 days later, the guards launched a coup d'état under the leadership of Otho. Just before his death, Galba is said to have promised the bounty after all, p. 257. Thus, the gift of the donativum to the army was always made in exchange for the army's vow of loyalty, that is, the army's recognition of the donor's ownership of the state and his right to the office of emperor. This changed by the 3rd century AD, as the barbarian threat steadily increased, the army became more and more important, and the power of the generals grew. The soldiers made and unmade emperors. On at least one occasion the throne was literally auctioned off to the highest bidder, Vane 1990, p. 336. The emperors pampered the military more and more, raising their pay and gratuities, rewarding them with lands and suffering their petty tyranny over the civilian population, Barrow 1949/1987, p. 165. Finally, the empire turned into a vast administrative machine designed to produce taxes to maintain the army, Barrow, p. 171, who no longer accepted gifts but demanded payment. 5. All you need is love, timocracy. A. The economic theory of altruism. A number of motives for giving have just been discussed, including signaling, establishing the property rights of the emperor over the resources of the state, and creating barriers to entry to political office. But is there not still the possibility that a dictator could be genuinely altruistic and give to the people because he or she cares for them? If so, how would such a dictator rule? Turning to contemporary economic theory for advice on this matter and recalling the previously discussed analogy of the dictator as the father of his people, a favorite metaphor of dictators of all stripes, suggests that we consult the economics of the family. Here we indeed have economic models of the effects of 91. Altruism on behavior. Of course, even if a genuinely benevolent dictator, a timocrat, existed, he or she could not be expected to know these models, but if they point to effects which a wise politician could be expected to discover from experience, then they will be relevant to his or her conduct. So we will begin our analysis of timocracy by reviewing the main results in the economics of altruism within the family. These results are then used to analyze timocratic rule. Becker, 1974-1976, was the first to attempt a formal demonstration of the effects of altruistic giving. In the famous rotten kid theorem, he visualized an altruistic parent, the father, interacting with a selfish, rotten, kid. The model assumes that the kid, let's assume, for argument's sake, a son, has opportunities to provide benefits to his father at a cost to himself. Ordinarily, because the son is selfish, it could safely be assumed that he would not do such a thing. However, if the father is altruistic, he will want to make income transfers to his son in order to make the son happy. The level of these transfers, in turn, depends on the father's own income or wealth. Even though the boy is selfish, he might therefore be motivated to behave as if he were altruistic toward his father, because by increasing his father's wealth, he also increases the size of the transfers the father makes to him in return. Becker showed that if the father is sufficiently benevolent, the prospect of these transfers will motivate the kid to act as if he were unselfish and to jointly maximize the income of father and son. It immediately follows that altruism can pay off, not merely in utility terms, the increase in the father's utility from an increase in his son's consumption possibilities, but also in terms of the father's own consumption, if the son chooses the joint maximizing solution when the father is altruistic, but not when the father is selfish. It is possible, if the parameters are right, for the father's own consumption to increase. Figure 4.3, adapted from Hirschleifer 1977, depicts this possibility. The kid's consumption level is measured on the vertical axis, and the father's on the horizontal axis. PP is the kid's production possibility curve. Note that as depicted, the kid has some opportunities to increase his own consumption at the expense of that of his father, that is, by moving from / to R. If the father were selfish, the kid would obviously choose R. But if the father is altruistic and makes transfers to the kid, then the kid will realize that he is better off maximizing the joint income of the family and choosing / rather than R, because the altruistic father, whose indifference curves are like A, will more than compensate him for this choice by making a transfer so that the kid ends up at A*. Xenophon was aware of the logic behind the rotten kid theorem and of its application to dictatorship. In his dialogue on tyranny, the poet. 92. Kids' consumption A. Father's consumption. Simon Ides recommends love and generosity to the tyrant, Hiero, as the solution to his, the dictator's, dilemma. You must not, Hiero, shrink from spending from your private possessions for the common good. Your contest is against others who rule cities. If you make the city you rule the happiest of these, know well that you will be declared by Harold the victor in the most noble and magnificent contest among human beings. First, you would at once secure the love of your subjects, which is the very thing you happen to desire. Further, the herald of your victory would not be one, but all human beings would sing of your virtue. Being an object of attention you would be cherished not only by private men, but by many cities, marveled at not only in private, but in public among all as well. Every man present would be your ally, and every man absent would desire to see you. Therefore, you would not only be liked, you would be loved by human beings. But enrich your friends with confidence, Hiero, for you will enrich yourself. Augment the city, for you will attach power to yourself. Acquire allies for it. Consider the fatherland to be your estate, the citizens your comrades, friends your own children, your sons the same as your life, and try to surpass all these in benefactions. For you prove superior to your friends in benefi. 93. Since, your enemies will be utterly unable to resist you. Xenophon, in Strauss 1963-1991, p. 21. However, there is a flaw in Becker's argument, and therefore in Xenophon's implicitly. The comparison being made is that between a short-sightedly selfish and an altruistic father, to a father who is selfish but who can anticipate the gains from obtaining his son's cooperation would also provide transfers to his son for purely selfish reasons, the gains to him from the kid's cooperation. Moreover, the selfish father's own consumption would always exceed that of the altruistic father, that is, although altruism might pay off compared with short-sighted selfishness, far-sighted selfishness pays off better than altruism. The reason is simple. A far-sighted father will give to his kid the same way a banker gives a loan, to maximize profits on the exchange. An otherwise identical but altruistic father must give more than this, so he must be giving too much from the point of view of maximizing profits or from the point of view of his own consumption. Thus, in figure 4.3, the far-sighted but selfish father transfers enough so that the kid ends up at 5, which is just above R. The kid will still choose /, because he is better off at S than at R. But the selfish father ends up with more of his own consumption at S than the altruistic one, at A*. The same proposition obviously holds for dictatorship. But in either case, giving is shown to be a rational strategy. Another implication is that a father, really the head of the household, male or female, who makes transfers to other members of the household, whether for selfish or unselfish reasons, has considerable power over them. Thus, Becker shows that if one child were to attempt to appropriate the income or wealth of another, his or her effort would have no effect. The head would simply compensate by making a transfer to the child who had lost, and he would withdraw transfers from the child who had gained until the two incomes were at the optimum level from his, the head's, point of view. As long as the transfers from the head are large enough, he and he alone determines how much income each child will have, they have no say in the matter. A similar result would hold between a dictator and the citizenry under his or her control, so long as the taxing and spending powers of the regime are unconstrained. Since the donor has power over the recipient, gifts or the promise of gifts can be used to induce the recipients to do things that they might not do otherwise. B. Bernheim, A. Schleifer, and L. Summers, 1985, assumed that parents want their children to visit them and are willing to pay for these visits in the form of larger bequests. In the model, children may not. 2. See Ronald Wintrobe, 1981, 1983, for the original arguments on these points. 94. Mind visiting their parents at first, but after a while they get tired of doing so that further visits bring disutility. Parents never tire of seeing their children, at least, never before their children tire of visiting them, and so, at the margin, parents trade larger bequests for more visits. Amazingly, data do exist on the level of attention children give to their parents, in the form of indices of the number of weekly visits paid by children to their parents. Bernheim, Schleifer, and Summers' analysis of the data showed that the larger the potential bequest, the more frequent the visits. Most sadly, perhaps, visits to parents who were poor and became ill dropped off, whereas those to parents who were rich and became ill increased. Another interesting aspect of the relationship between a donor and recipient is what James Buchanan, 1975, has called the Samaritan's Dilemma. Put simply, recipients can be spoiled by gifts, they can turn lazy or fail to plan appropriately for the future, relying instead on anticipated gifts from the donor. Or they can spend time and effort trying to figure out ways to get more gifts instead of engaging in more productive behavior. A similar result is described in the literature on rent-seeking. The possibility of a gift from the government causes potential recipients to compete for this rent, and as a result, the entire value of the gift is squandered during this wasteful competition. This same point is also made in the literature on government welfare programs. It is said that welfare allegedly reduces the incentives on the part of recipients to look for a job, to work, to save, and to do other things that benefit society but that require effort and energy. 3. One important implication of this argument is that it explains why donors, whether parents or governments, typically monitor and try to control the behavior of recipients. They want to minimize deleterious effects. Thus, within the family, parents try to impose rules and regulations on their children, the children try to evade them or to outwit their parents in various ways, and the parents threaten them with sanctions when the rules and regulations are not followed. A government will typically impose stringent regulations on the recipients of transfers, such as unemployment insurance, welfare, and so on, and then it will monitor their behavior intensely. The central point is that in the absence of monitoring, giving can clearly have an effect that is precisely the reverse of that specified in the rotten kid theorem, that is, it can turn a good child, or citizen, rotten. In summary, there are a number of propositions in the theory of giving that should be of interest not only to the timocratic dictator but to all dictators. They are: 1. Through the use of gifts, a donor, whether selfish or altruistic, can obtain power over recipients and induce their cooperation toward his or her own objectives. 2. An altruistic donor can do this even if he or she is unaware of the fact that his or her gifts can induce cooperative behavior on the part of recipients, the rotten kid theorem. However, an altruistic donor will give too much from the point of view of maximizing his or her own consumption. 3. All donors have to monitor the behavior of each recipient to ensure that the gifts are not corrupting that recipient, and they will calibrate the size of their gifts to the possibility of monitoring recipients, giving less, or nothing, when monitoring is difficult or impossible. B. Benevolent dictatorship. Now let us apply these ideas to try to discover how a timocratic dictator will operate. For the purpose of exposition, we will consider a pure timocrat, that is, one who cares only about the welfare of his or her people and not at all about him or herself. It is doubtful whether such a benefactor has ever existed, although there is no shortage of political leaders who have pretended to be motivated in this way. But extreme cases are always useful analytically. The reader who wishes to imagine a concrete example of pure timocracy might consult the authoritative judgment of Edward Gibbon and ponder the age of the Antonines, of which Gibbon, 1981, declared: "If a man were called to fix the period in the history of the world during which the condition of the human race was most happy and prosperous, he would, without hesitation, name that which elapsed from the death of Domitian to the accession of Commodus. The vast extent of the Roman Empire was governed by absolute power, under the guidance of virtue and wisdom. The armies were restrained by the firm and gentle hand of 4 successive emperors whose characters and authority commanded involuntary respect. The labors of these monarchs were overpaid by the immense reward that inseparably waited on their success, by the honest pride of virtue." 96. And by the exquisite delight of beholding the general happiness of which they were the authors, p. 107, whether in fact this was such a happy time has of course been much debated, but at least some contemporary historians, example Grant 1994, pages 148 ff., are not completely opposed to Gibbon's judgment. We do know that this was a time of general prosperity and of the celebrated Pax Romana. As to what made the Antonine emperors capable of this form of behavior, however, Gibbon is unclear. 2 rulers in particular are singled out for praise, Antoninus Pius and Marcus Aurelius. But little is known about the first ruler, Gibbon 1980, p. 105, although it is known that he died tranquilly in AD 161, a not unremarkable event in the context of the period. Indeed, Grant, 1994, says that it was the first really serene death that any Roman emperor had experienced, p. 21. The second emperor, Marcus Aurelius, has left us his famous Meditations, 1964, in which he expressed his philosophy of rule in purely timocratic terms, that is, in statements like "let every action aim solely at the common good," quoted in Grant 1994, p. 55. Philosophy was in fact his favorite subject, possibly confirming Hick's, 1935, oft-quoted aphorism that he best of all monopoly profits is a quiet life, in Stigler and Bolding 1952, p. 369. However, The constant invasions of the period meant that he did not have enough time to pursue this interest. Two questions stand out for the economic theory of timocracy. 1. How would a timocrat rule? In particular, would a timocrat need to, or want to, use the instrument of repression, and if so, what are the equilibrium levels of repression and support under timocracy? 2. Is timocratic rule stable, that is, could it last? A moment's reflection will convince the reader that the answer to the first question, would a genuine timocrat repress his subjects, is yes. To see why, one need only note that although the timocrat may have enormous power and may have every intention of using it to benefit his or her subjects, this does not mean that there are no constraints on his or her behavior. 3 constraints are particularly worthy of attention. 1. The necessity to hold on to power. What is the point of wise and magnanimous rule if the only result is displacement from office by a tyrant with a surer grasp of the levers of power? Thus, even a pure timocrat cannot allow power to fall below min, the minimum level of power needed to stay in office. 2. The Samaritan's dilemma. The timocrat, like the loving father in the theory of the family, will be aware of the Samaritan's 97 lemma, that is, of the disincentive effects of gifts on the people who receive them. Moreover, the timocrat's subjects are obviously much more numerous, and the task of monitoring them more complicated, than would be the case within the family. The expectation of gifts from the timocrat can be expected to give rise to widespread rent-seeking and sycophancy as each individual among the citizenry tries to convince the dictator that he or she is the most worthy of his or her largesse. 3. The rotten kid theorem. This factor leads to results that are the opposite of those produced by the first two, and it simplifies rather than complicates the timocrat's task. In the context of timocratic rule, the theorem implies that the people can be expected to respond positively to compassion and to support the regime in order to preserve the leader's wealth and hence the size of the gifts to them. Again, in the context of dictatorship, this factor operates more strongly than it does within the family. Under dictatorship, it is a very real possibility that the timocrat will be replaced by someone less generous, and this possibility gives the citizens, especially those who do particularly well under his or her regime, a powerful motive to support him or her. All of these considerations and the interaction among them can be understood better if we put them together into a simple formal model. Thus, assume the timocrat maximizes the welfare of the citizenry, that is, he or she maximizes I, where WT indicates the weight that the timocrat gives to person/s welfare, U is /s utility, which depends on YT, the person's income, saving is omitted, GT is the size of the gift to I, and T is the tax rate, assumed to take the form of a constant tax rate on income for simplicity only. There were no income taxes in the Roman Empire. The first of the constraints just mentioned is that power cannot be allowed to fall below min. That is, 2, 7 ein min, where 3, n equals k, lr / as before. The second constraint is on the dictator's budget, 4, f plus ti, g, equals pl, rg, l plus prr plus g where 98. Y equals y, g, y0 and place equals pl, rg, dpl/dg0 in the budget constraint, f is foreign income, and it is assumed to be constant. The purpose of introducing it into 4 is just to emphasize that not all gifts are simply redistributions of the taxpayer's own money. F could also represent any other source of the emperor's budget which is independent of the taxes on or incomes of the population. The variable T, the tax rate, is assumed to be a uniform tax on income. Y, for simplicity as before, G represents the aggregate costs of the gifts from the timocrat to the population. The Samaritan's dilemma is incorporated in the negative dependence of Y on G. That is, as gifts increase, the aggregate income earned by the citizenry falls as the population increasingly resorts to rent-seeking and other forms of unproductive behavior. The rotten kid effect is represented by the negative effect of G on PL, that is, gifts enable the dictator to obtain loyalty at a lower price. Note that apart from these two effects, the problem is formally identical to the tin pots problem, except that Timocrats maximize the welfare of the citizenry subject to the constraint that they stay in office, whereas tin pots maximize their own consumption or welfare subject to the same constraint. This resemblance is easily seen if we illustrate the Timocrats' equilibrium graphically, as is done in figure 4.4. Note that the budget constraint BB depicted there is the power budget constraint B equals PRR plus PLL only, and it is not the total budget constraint described in equation 4, that is, it doesn't include the Timocrats' gifts. But it does show the effect of giving on PL. In figure 4.4, the supply of loyalty is high even at low levels of repression, because people are eager to avail themselves of the largesse of the Timocrat. However, even the Timocrat will find, like the altruistic father, that some repression, rules, prohibitions of certain activities, penalties for antisocial behavior, improves the supply of genuine loyalty, so the LS curve slopes up with respect to our Timocrats maximize the welfare of the citizenry, so they are in equilibrium at the cost-minimizing combination of R and L, given their capacity to accumulate L at low cost because of the effects of gifts in reducing PL. However, Timocrats will seek no more power than this, so they stay on 7 imin. In this sense, they resemble tin pots. Indeed, the dynamics of the Timocrats' responses are identical to those of the tin pot. If performance deteriorates or for some other reason the supply of loyalty to the Timocrat falls, the Timocrat is forced to increase the level of repression or lose office. The pattern will also be the same as that discussed earlier for the tin pot, an initial sharp increase of repression, followed by a subsequent fall to a level which is still higher than the original one. Most alarmingly, like the 99. Figure 4.4. Timocracy. Tin pot, the Timocrat's rule is fragile, because he or she does not maximize power, he or she is always on the verge of losing it to one who does. What about the rotten kid theorem? And Xenophon's advice to give to the people? Figure 4.4 shows that advice is flawed. The love and protection of the citizenry for Timocrats do not help them out of this dilemma, for their very magnanimity means that they squander any potential cushion of available power, any n-min, by increasing their gifts until the cushion is dissipated. To reveal the second flaw of Timocratic government, examine the equilibrium conditions for Timocrats. Their choice levels of G, R, and L to maximize, 1, subject to the constraints, 2, 4, yields both the familiar cost-minimizing conditions for R and L derived earlier for the tin pot and a new condition for the optimal level of G. 5, plus LDPL/DG. In which X is the marginal utility of money, extra budgetary resources. From equation 5, we find that an increase in G has the following effects. 1. The citizens benefit directly, the first term on the left-hand side of 2. National income falls, YG on the left-hand side. 3. There is a direct cost to the treasury, the first term on the right-hand side. 4. There is also an indirect cost insofar as tax revenue falls as Y is reduced, the second term on the right-hand side. 5. The cost of obtaining loyalty is reduced, the last term in. Put another way, we could say that the Timocrat may be thought of as equating the marginal benefits of gifts to their marginal costs. At the margin, the Timocrat will increase gifts until, 1, the direct benefits to the citizenry plus, 2, the extra benefits due to the reduction in the cost of obtaining loyalty are just equal to, 3, the disutility from the reduction in national income and in tax revenue caused by the gifts plus, 4, the direct costs of the gifts themselves. Note that only a Timocrat who is both wise and generous will consider all these benefits and costs. An ignorant or stupid Timocrat will fail to consider the costs of giving and may spoil the population, as the citizens of Rome were often alleged to have been, see Gibbon 1981, Grant 1978, or Vane 1990. On the other hand, a simulated timocrat, that is, one who pretends to care but only gives in order to increase his or her power or for other selfish reasons, will still make gifts to reduce PL but will neglect the direct benefits of the gifts to the citizens. It follows that one cannot infer that a ruler is a timocrat from the size of the gifts alone, because a power maximizer could easily give more than a timocrat. This outcome could occur because repression tends to be higher under the power maximizer, possibly resulting in larger gifts to partially offset this increased repression. It follows then to conclude that a regime is timocratic, one needs to know the level of repression as well as the size of gifts. Large gifts combined with low repression does imply timocracy. 4. Equation 5 illustrates a second flaw in timocratic rule, as well as the basic difference between the head of a family and a head of a state, even granting the unlikely possibility that a dictator would arise who was as altruistic toward his or her people as a father or mother toward his or her family. If the timocrat is successful, the people will increasingly come to rely on the regime's benevolence. The cost of doing so is the reduction in national income as citizens resort to unproductive forms of behavior. If the quality of the timocrat's leadership is the main determinant of social welfare, as may be true under some circumstances, example during wars, then these costs may be more than offset by the increased loyalty of the citizenry, which aids the leader in his or her tasks by freeing up 101 resources for other purposes. However, if the efforts of the citizenry are the primary determinant of welfare, or if the timocrat's leadership is misguided, then the costs of dependence on the timocrat will be too large. This is another reason why dictators of all types seek collective projects in which their guidance rather than the initiative and efforts of individuals is the main determinant of the outcome. By doing so, they augment their power. The same considerations determine whether leadership by the head of a family raises or lowers welfare within the family. Clearly, the condition is more likely to be satisfied within the family, especially when children are young. Still, there is the obvious problem of the role of other adults, i.e., besides the head, within the family. The more important their efforts in determining family welfare, the greater the problems resulting from dependence and the less likely the family with the head is to maximize family welfare. So Becker's theory works best if apart from the head, the rest of the family consists of dependent children. In a similar vein, Gibbon's judgment on the wisdom of the rulers during the age of the Antonines and the general happiness of the period is tempered by his judgment of the Roman people themselves, who, he asserts, willingly gave up democracy and supported the emperor as the man best fitted to rule over them and to support them, in turn, in their lifestyle. Gibbon 1981, see also Grant 1994, p. 152. 6. From timocracy to tyranny. Between the reign of Augustus and that of Trajan and the Antonines, Gibbon, 1980, declares that Rome groaned beneath an unremitting tyranny, p. 108, and indeed, the period does include many of the most famous tyrants of Roman history, including Tiberius and Nero. Marcus Aurelius was succeeded by his son, Commodus, whose own rule degenerated into tyranny, thus ending Rome's golden age. Gibbon's account of his fall is instructive, and the shift from timocracy to tyranny provides a nice comparative static illustration of our model. First, he asserts that Commodus was not born vicious but was weak rather than wicked, p. 116. But, according to Gibbon, a fatal incident decided his fluctuating character. He continued, one evening, AD 183, as the emperor was returning to the palace through a dark and narrow portico in the amphitheater, an assassin who waited his passage rushed upon him with a drawn sword, loudly exclaiming, "The Senate sends you this." The menace prevented the deed, the assassin was seized by the 102 guards and immediately revealed the authors of the conspiracy. But the words of the assassin sunk deep into the mind of Commodus and left an indelible impression of fear and hatred against the whole body of the Senate, p. 118. Commodus reacted by employing informers to discover those who could conceivably be treasonous or disaffected within the Senate, and he executed those who were suspected. But his informers were themselves corrupt. The result was that who might lament or revenge his fate, p. 118. Figure 4.5 depicts the passage of the regime from timocracy to tyranny. The initial equilibrium under the timocratic reign of Marcus Aurelius is at ebb. This is the position inherited by Commodus. The increase in repression under Commodus' rule, from Rx to R2, would have increased his power to NE if L had remained at LV, but as the suspicion of Commodus turned everyone, loyal or treasonous, into an imagined enemy, the supply of genuine loyalty dried up, as shown by the leftward shift of the supply curve. The initial fall of loyalty is magnified further as his suspicions, which may have been largely groundless to begin with, make the senators afraid and therefore suspicious of him in turn, thus amplifying his own suspicions, and so on in a downward spiral ending at E2, with L equals L2, and R equals R2. Because he could not trust the senators, they could not trust him, and repression increasingly replaced loyalty as the sole instrument of maintaining power. The next stage of the regime was reached when, with his enemies taken care of, Commodus thought he could relax in his fashion. He mounted gladiatorial activities and gave himself over to the pleasures of the flesh. According to Gibbon, he then employed Cleander to manage the public business. Commodus chose him, Gibbon says, because suspicious princes often promote the last of mankind, from a vain persuasion that those who have no dependence except on their favor will have no attachment except to the person of their benefactor. Was devoid of any ability or virtue which could inspire the emperor with envy or distrust. Avarice was the reigning passion of his soul and the great principle of his administration. 1981, pages 120-1. 103. WL2LL*. Figure 4.5. From timocracy to tyranny, the assassination of Commodus. While Cleander plundered the public purse, Commodus degenerated further and lost all interest in affairs of state, immersing himself in the pursuit of relaxation, as just described. However, Cleander's regime was hated by the people, and its ugliness and corruption finally resulted in a revolt, which ended with a mob storming the emperor's palace, where Commodus lay dissolved in luxury and alone, unconscious of the civil war. It was death to approach his person with the unwelcome news. He would have perished in this supine security had not two women, his elder sister Fadia and Marcia, the most favored of his concubines, ventured to break into his presence. Bathed in tears and with disheveled hair, they threw themselves at his feet and, with all the pressing eloquence of fear, discovered to the affrighted emperor the crimes of the minister, the rage of the people, and the impending ruin which in a few minutes would burst over his palace and his person. Commodus started from his dream of pleasure and commanded that the head of Cleander should be thrown out to the people. The desired spectacle instantly appeased the tumult, and the son of Marcus might even yet have regained the affection and confidence of his outraged subjects, p. 123. 104. But it was not to be, for by this time Commodus valued nothing in sovereign power except the unbounded license of indulging in his sensual appetites, p. 123. He thought his taste for the exercise of violence, which had been amply demonstrated, was enough to control his enemies. The downward spiral of power continued, and in the end, he perished as soon as he was dreaded by his own domestics, including the same concubine Marcia, whose loyalty had previously saved him. They resolved to prevent the fate which hung over their own heads, either from the mad caprice of the tyrant or the sudden indignation of the people, p. 128, and they thus engaged a professional wrestler to come into Commodus' bedroom and strangle him. Commodus had finally reached the stage at which it was less risky for those closest to him to attempt to assassinate him than to leave him alive, i.e., in figure 4.5, at the point at which L equals 0 and therefore N equals 0. 7. Conclusion. In this chapter I have explored two more solutions to the dictator's dilemma, tyranny and timocracy, and I have looked briefly at examples in the regimes of Mobutu of Zaire and Papa Doc of Haiti. I have also dwelled much more extensively on the ancient Roman Empire. In all these cases, the regime did not pursue economic growth as a means of building support. Papa Doc's Haiti and Mobutu's Zaire appeared to be immiserizing dictatorships, that is, the regimes impoverished their people and did not build support but survived by taxing and destroying the opposition. These regimes are examples of tyranny, characterized by high levels of repression and low public support. Economic growth was minimal in the ancient Roman Empire as well, and political support was built there through gifts to the people and through foreign conquest. I suggested that gifts served a number of political functions, including signaling, providing a barrier to entry into politics against those who couldn't afford to give such gifts, and establishing ownership, the right of the emperor to office and his right to dispose of the public purse as he wishes. Though many Roman emperors were undoubtedly tyrants who were hated by the people, not all were, and for this reason, as well as for its importance in the human imagination, past and present, I also analyzed the possibly mythical case of timocracy or benevolent dictatorship, low repression and high public support. Apart from the unlikely possibility of a genuinely benevolent dictator actually coming to power, this form of government, longed for throughout history, is flawed. The main flaws analyzed are that it is unstable and that dependence on the 105 timocrats' largesse weakens the people as they devote themselves to lining up to receive gifts. Finally, I analyzed the transition in the Roman Empire from alleged timocracy, under Marcus Aurelius, to tyranny, under Commodus. 5. A more general model. 1. All the elements that affect the dictator's behavior are now in place. To begin with, we know some things about his or her personality. Such leaders tend to be paranoid, because they lack reliable information about what their people are really thinking about them. One of their chief concerns is staying in office, and to this end, they are engaged with more or less frequency, depending on the type of dictatorship, in buying loyalty and implementing repressive measures in order to do so. We know less about their subjects, but we do know that as long as they are at all numerous, and especially if they are unorganized, the benefits to each one of overthrowing the dictator will be small compared with the potential costs. This free rider problem helps dictators immensely in the task of staying in office, but it doesn't solve it completely, and under the right circumstances they can be deposed, as dictators often are. This can happen in a number of ways, one by a cabal of associates, including those closest to the leader 2. Through the loss of support of powerful bureaucracies, especially the army 3. By a revolt of the mob 4. Through the intervention of foreign powers. The behavior of a dictator's subjects was modeled in Chapter 3 as follows. Each subject faces a choice between supporting and opposing the regime. Whatever individual subjects decide, the decision is typically not revealed to the dictator, because it will usually pay to pretend that they do support him, even when they do not. The dictator's task is to face up to the state of uncertainty and devise and maintain a set of incentives that leads the subjects to make the right decision. He or she attempts to control them by either obtaining their loyalty through the distribution of rents, or by other means, and by repressing their capacity to organize any opposition to the regime. 106. Beyond this, our main task in the preceding 2 chapters has been to develop the idea that there are 4 different kinds of dictators and that much of their behavior that is interesting depends on their type. In this chapter we want to show that the 4 images may also be thought of together as different solutions to a more general way of thinking about dictatorship. This chapter develops this general model. It also shows the conditions under which each one of the 4 types emerges. In the model the dictator's preferences are left very general to show how different constraints shape his or her behavior. Dictators maximize utility, which depends on consumption and power, not consumption alone, like the tin pot, or power alone, like the totalitarian or tyrant. The constraint on behavior does not arise from an artificially fixed budget, nor from arbitrary limits to his or her power, but from the ultimately diminishing possibilities of transforming money into power and vice versa. More precisely, the dictator is constrained in 2 ways. The first constraint, the costs of accumulating power, is governed by the political institutions of the regime, and the second, the capacity to use power to get money, by the dictator's economy. As far as the economy is concerned, What will turn out to be crucial is not whether the dictator's intervention helps or hurts the economy on the whole, but the effects of marginal, further, interventions on economic growth, efficiency, or the dictator's budget. If this marginal effect is positive, whether the total effect is positive or negative within a considerable range, the dictator will tend to be oriented more toward power than consumption, thus making him a tyrant or totalitarian. On the other hand, if the use of power tends to retard growth, and other dimensions of economic efficiency, rather than to favor it, the dictator tends to be a tin pot. So the marginal economic effects of the dictator's power help to determine whether the dictator is tin pot, totalitarian, or tyrant. 1. This chapter models the economic organization of dictatorship in very general terms. Subsequent chapters will flesh this model out for particular systems. Thus, the relationship between the dictator's economic institutions and power is elaborated in Chapter 7 for free market institutions, in Chapter 8 on the kinds of interventions which existed in the labor market in apartheid South Africa, and in Chapters 9 and 10 for the Soviet regime and the post-Mao free market communism in China. The outline of the chapter is as follows. The next section first describes the dictator's utility function and the two constraints on its maximization, the resource costs of the accumulation of power and the costs in terms of power of raising revenue. This model is then solved for the equilibrium levels of power and budget, the dictator's consumption, and the level of repression and support. Section 3 shows how the four types of dictatorship emerge as special cases of this more general model depending on the dictator's preferences and his or her constraints, especially the capacity to convert money into power and power into money. Section 4 develops the comparative statics and policy implications of this model, how power and budgetary revenues, as well as the other variables mentioned, change in response to external shocks. Section 5 concludes the chapter. 2. The model as just suggested, the model developed in the preceding two chapters needs to be generalized in three ways. 1. Dictators have been assumed so far to maximize either power, if totalitarian or tyrant, or consumption, if tin pot. Here we will simply assume that all dictators maximize a utility function which includes both power and consumption as arguments. 2 dictators have been classified as tin pot, tyrant, totalitarian, or timocrat. We will show how these different types can be thought of as emerging from a more general model. 3. The constraint on the dictator's maximization has been based, in the analyses of tyrants and totalitarians, on the assumption that either the dictator's budget or the price of loyalty is fixed. We will relax these assumptions and allow both the price of loyalty and the dictator's budget to be determined endogenously. On the first point, the utility function for the dictator simply takes the form U equals U, Kc, where N equals power, as before, and C equals the personal consumption level. Thus, a dictator can spend resources in two ways. 1. To increase his or her power, 71, that is, by expenditures on repression, R, or loyalty, L. 2. On consumption goods, palaces, parties, Mercedes-Benzes, and so on. This division is shown in Figure 5.1, here the dictator's utility function, U, and C, is maximized subject to a budget constraint, the derivation of which is discussed shortly, yielding an equilibrium at E, with N equals Tc, and C equals C star. Note that a pure tyrant or totalitarian, interested only in power, would be in equilibrium at the corner solution max. A pure tin pot, maximizing consumption subject to the minimum level of power. 109. Necessary to remain in office, min, is in equilibrium at the opposite corner, where N min. Thus, most real-world dictators will be in equilibrium at an interior solution in Figure 5.1, and the closer they are to the tin pot or tyrant ideal types, the closer they will be to either corner of the budget constraint. The second limitation of the analysis of the last two chapters is that in analyzing tyranny and totalitarianism, we have assumed that the price of loyalty, PL, is fixed. But this price is controlled by the dictator. The donativum is a good example, and if, by raising it, he or she could obtain more loyalty and more power, why would he or she not do so? To be sure, a larger budget would be required. But are there not ways for a dictator to find the extra money? To suggest, as is sometimes done, that a dictator's budget can be specified simply as that obtainable by means of the revenue-maximizing tax rate also evades the issue, for there is always the possibility of searching for new tax bases. Accordingly, we now allow the price of loyalty, PL, to be a variable under the dictator's control. An increase in PL would bring forth a larger supply of loyalty, L5, for any given level of R, that is, it would shift LS to the right, as shown in figure 5.2, where an increase in PL from P degree L to PF and then to P caret shifts LS successively to the right, implying that a higher and higher budget, B, C, would be spent on accumulating N. Figure 5.2 therefore implies a positive relationship between the resources spent on accumulation. 110. B2C. BOC. Figure 5.2. How money is transformed into power. Lating power, B, C, and the level of power, 71. This relationship is displayed in figure 5.3 as the N, B, C, curve. This curve, in effect, shows how the dictator can convert money into power. The upward sloping N, B, C, curve in figure 5.3 implies a positive relationship between the amount of money spent accumulating N, the dictator's total budget B, minus expenditures on C, and the level of N obtained. It seems reasonable to assume diminishing returns to these expenditures, that is, to assume that the slope of the money into power curve is steadily increasing. In the case of loyalty, the dictator is progressively forced to forge relationships with those in the population who are less and less sympathetic or with whom it is harder and harder to communicate. In the case of repression, the dictator will be forced to employ personnel who are less and less suitable and to repress those who are more and more resistant. The slope of the N, B, C, curve, or, more precisely, the elasticity of N with respect to money, E71, is a crucial variable to which we shall return. It is obviously governed by the political organization of the regime. For example, if the dictator heads a mass political party, the supply of loyalty will tend to be larger than otherwise, implying a relatively elastic supply at any given price, if controls on newspapers, TV, and radio are in place, and if a substantial apparatus of indoctrination and repression is available, the elasticity of repression R with respect to its price will tend to be large, producing a relatively high E71. The elasticity N also depends on the productivity of R and L in producing power, NR and NL, which in turn depends on the characteristics of the population under control. If the people are disorganized or apathetic, EK will tend to be relatively high. Similarly, E71 will tend to be high if the opposition is weak, the bureaucracy easily tamed, and interest groups docile or easily bought off. What then is the limit to the dictator's power? Of course, diminishing returns to the accumulation of loyalty imply that successive increases in PL will increase L by less and less. But as long as there is no limit to the dictator's capacity to finance the accumulation of loyalty, there is no obvious limit to the dictator's power, or to the level of loyalty or repray. 112. Zion he or she can produce. In brief, if there is no limit to the dictator's resources, there is no limit to his or her power, because resources can always be transformed into power by the process we have just outlined. Is there any limit to the dictator's resources? As suggested earlier, it would be arbitrary to specify that the dictator's power is limited by a revenue-maximizing tax. For as long as dictators have sufficient power, they can raise more funds by imposing new tax bases and by finding other ways to raise money. 3. In short, if there is no limit to a dictator's power, there is no limit to his or her resources either. It follows that the limits on budgetary resources and power must be simultaneously determined. We have already suggested that although budgetary considerations do not limit power, such power does become more and more costly to accumulate, as shown by the increasing slope of K, B, C. We now turn to the dictator's economy, as summarized by the B, K, curve in figure 5.3. This curve describes the relationship between the exercise of political power and the consequences of that use for the dictator's budget, that is, the conversion, in effect, of power into money. Although there are diverse forms of economy under dictatorship, all of them suggest that this curve, too, displays diminishing, and sometimes negative, returns. We will explain how the intersection of these two curves, at E, in figure 5.3 provides the limitation on both the dictator's budget and his or her power, that is, how it produces the equilibrium level of both power, 7t, and budget, B**. The derivation of the B, N, curve is complicated for the simple reason that political dictatorship is consistent with numerous varieties of economic systems. To take only a few wildly divergent examples, all of which are discussed in more detail in the following chapters of this book, consider the forms encompassed by the Soviet system of central planning, Pinochet's free market economy, or the regulated labor market under apartheid South Africa. From these cases it is immediately obvious that there can be no general model of the economy of dictatorship, except at an extremely abstract level. Moreover, in my view, the working of individual systems cannot be properly understood by analyzing each one as a set of interferences or distortions of a free market economy. The systems are particular ways of organizing production and distribution. What can be discussed at a general level are the ways in which economic organization can generate or fail to generate resources that can then be transformed into power, that is, the extent to which the economy sustains or undermines the dictator's political regime. 113. To illustrate, perhaps the most basic process for turning power into budgetary resources is by using it to implement and collect taxes. It seems clear that there is a positive relationship between power and the capacity to raise tax revenue. At low levels of power, dictators may impose taxes, but they will face problems such as evasion and outright refusal to pay, and they will also be restricted in their choice of tax bases. The larger their apparatus of power, the more they are capable of imposing higher tax rates, closing loopholes, policing evasion, and imposing new tax bases, and the greater the level of compliance by the population, either out of fear of repression or because of loyalty. The process of the steady encroachment of the state and its taxing capacity on society has often been described for the absolutist monarchs of Europe, see, example Tilly 1975. One can also observe it in the case of the Roman Empire, see Grant 1978, also see Dudley 1975. Most recently, it has taken place in African countries, see Kolaki 1984, who describes the case of Zaire. As depicted in figure 5.3, the power into money curve B, N, also shows diminishing returns, that is, at higher levels of N, more and more power is needed to extract a given additional amount of revenue from the population, which again seems reasonable. This method, collection of taxes, is only one process by which political power can be converted into budgetary resources. With this method, B and N are positively correlated, that is, dB/dN equals BK0, although presumably, national income Y falls as taxes are increased due to the disincentive effects of taxation. Of course, at sufficiently high tax rates, the relationship could be reversed, BN0. However, it is easy to imagine other processes in which the effects of the application of political power on the economy are different. Suppose, for example, that the dictator, through his or her control of the machinery of government, provides a public good or input, example roads, water supplies, technological help, and so on, which raises the income of the private sector. If the tax revenues of the regime increase with national income, as would be the case with a proportional tax rate T, then B equals TI, and Y equals Y, N, with Y0, so that B equals TI, RI, where, again, BN0. In this process, provision of a public input, y, n, and b all increase. Yet another example of the application of political power to the economy is provided by the creation of rent. Suppose that the dictator imposes an import license for certain products and distributes this license to the private sector in exchange for a bribe. The import license reduces the efficiency of the private sector, so that, for this exercise of power, national income falls, that is, y equals y, ri, with yf0. However, the revenues of the government could easily increase, as long as the fall in national income is not so large as to reduce revenues by more than the 114 amount that the bribe increases them. If this were to happen, the dictator would be irrational to create and distribute the rent in the first place. In this case, then, Bn0, but Yn0. A slight change in the example produces the result that Bk0. Suppose that the dictator creates a rent and, instead of receiving a bribe in exchange, gets a commitment of loyalty, which will be particularly credible if the rent can be withdrawn and given to someone else. Then the budget B falls as Y falls, although power is increased. In this process, the exercise of power reduces Y and B / that is, Bn and Yk are both 0. Yet another example can be provided in which Bn0. Consider the interpretation discussed earlier and advanced by Douglas North and Barry Weingast, 1989, and Hilton Root, 1994, who examined England's Glorious Revolution. Before the revolution, the king had difficulty raising revenue, essentially because after repeated instances of reneging, his promises to repay lacked credibility. So the king ceded some financial authority to Parliament. After that, the king's promises to repay were credible, and he could obtain loans more easily than before. In this analysis, by ceding power, the king increased his capacity to raise revenue, that is, Bn0. In general, then, the power-to-money curve Bn may be either positively or negatively sloped. It seems reasonable to assume that, initially, it must be positively sloped, for a ruler who starts from very low, or 0, levels of power, the provision of basic public infrastructure or the imposition of simple taxes at low rates must raise revenue. Beyond this, however, there is little to be said at a general level. As we will see in Part 3, this matter depends crucially on the nature of the economic institutions of particular regimes. Specifying these institutions clarifies the slope of the power into money curve Bn. No matter what the slope of Bn, however, equilibrium in figure 5.3 is at the intersection of the Bn, and N, B, C, curves, or at pound, implying a total budget of B and power equal to N star. At pound asterisk, all of the dictator's budgetary resources are spent, either on power or on consumption goods. For thus, at E, the dictator has sufficient resources B to maintain power at 7C asterisk and consumption at C, and he or she has sufficient power to obtain the budget B. Given the choice of consumption at C asterisk, we see that the dictator cannot obtain more power, it would require more resources than B, and cannot obtain a bigger budget, it would require more power than 7T. On the other hand, at any point to the left of E asterisk, there is a surplus, which may be measured either in money, at 7C, 0 example this is equal to Bx, Bo, or in power Fa, N0. Similarly, at any point to pound S right, there is a deficit, not shown, again, there are both insufficient budgetary resources to maintain NTT and insufficient power to maintain a budget BB star. 5. Note that this equilibrium depends on the dictator's consumption C. If the ruler were willing to reduce this below C asterisk, for example, the money into power curve N, B, C, would shift to the right, implying an equilibrium at the intersection of this new curve with B, N. There is obviously a limit to the extent to which any ruler is willing to reduce consumption. But the dependency of N asterisk and B asterisk on C asterisk just underlines the fact that, in general, Figure 5.3 must be considered along with Figure 5.1. In general, rulers will choose a combination of C and N, depending on their preferences for the two, as displayed in Figure 5.1. So Figure 5.1 and Figure 5.3, or Figure 5.4, jointly determine the dictator's optimal levels C, B, and N star. The proof that * is an equilibrium is similar if B*0. This case is shown in Figure 5.4. Again, at a point to the left of E*, there is a budget surplus, equal to B1, BO at TI0, example or tickets, and 0 at BO. But note that here, with BN0, either the desire for more consumption or for more power drives the dictator in the direction of E*. In this case, only the craving for power does. Thus, with BBX and C equals CO, there is a surplus, shown as BX, BO or NX, and 0 in the figure. The surplus can be spent either by accumulating more 7i, in which case the final equilibrium is at *, or by increasing C, from CO to Q, in which case the final equilibrium is at E1. Given the dictator's choices of C, B, and TC, it is then a simple matter to determine optimal R and L. Note that the optimal levels of R and L depend only on the amount of resources used to accumulate N, that is, on B, C, and on the production function for power, C equation. These solutions have already been given in Chapter 3 and are simply the optimal conditions for cost minimization in the use of inputs to produce power, conditions which require that the marginal costs of accumulating. Consequently, the ruler can be regarded as choosing between power and consumption only, and then choosing the optimal combination of instruments to minimize the costs of N. In Figure 5.3, or 5.4, Pn is just the slope of the money into power curve N, B, C. So the ruler can safely gaze at Figures 5.1 and 5.3, or 5.4, decide on the optimal Ti, B, and C, and then look at Figure 5.2 to find the division of B, C between R and L. That is, in the first instance, the ruler maximizes, assuming, without loss of generality, that the price of the consumption good, PC is equal to 117. 2. U equals U, and C, subject to the constraint that 3, B, N, equals PNN, BC. The left-hand side of the constraint, 3, is just the power into money curve B, N, which shows how budgetary resources are obtained. The right-hand side shows how the funds are spent, either on consumption, C, or by accumulating power, TC, by means of the money-to-power relation, with each unit of N multiplied by Pn, the money price of power. The solution, first-order conditions, may be obtained by choosing N and C to maximize, 2, subject to the constraint, 3. Rearranging terms, it is expressed simply as 4, equals 4, where P\L plus or minus \B, i.e., the elasticity of N with respect to its price. As usual, this simply implies that the marginal rate of substitution between consumption and power must be equated to their marginal rate of transformation. The left-hand side of 4, or 4, is just the slope of an indifference curve in Figure 5.1, and the right-hand side is the slope of the budget constraint. Since the left-hand side is positive, the right-hand side must also be positive, that is 5, P, I plus or minus, BK0. Equations 4 and 5 show the full costs of accumulating more power, which include its price, Pn, plus the increase 6 in the costs of previously accumulated units of power incurred by attempting to accumulate more, as governed by the size of 1 minus, if Bn 0, the increase in budgetary resources made possible by having more power. If Bn 0, extra power reduces the dictator's total budget, and this is a further cost of power accumulation. Equation 4/ displays in a particularly transparent way the three elements that enter into the dictator's calculus, The marginal costs of accumulating power \Pn\1, the marginal effect of power on the dictator's budget, Bn, and UCIon, the dictator's preferences for power versus consumption. The first term, as explained earlier, is governed by the dictator's political apparatus for building loyalty and for repression and the productivity of these instruments in producing power, that is, all the factors discussed in the preceding two chapters. The second term, Bn, shows what the accumulation of power does to the dictator's budget by virtue of its effects on the economy, example its effects on economic growth, economic efficiency, and the capacity to implement taxes. As mentioned previously, these effects depend on the character of the regime. They are discussed for the Pinochet regime in Chapter 7, for the apartheid system in Chapter 8, and for the Soviet and Chinese systems in Chapters 9 and 10. The third factor, UC/UK, simply represents the dictator's preferences between consumption and power. Sometimes, as discussed in subsequent chapters, one can see some of the factors at work in molding these preferences, for example, how party organization or the nature of the dictator's support can drive him or her in the direction of maximizing power. But perhaps more than any other political or economic agent, political dictators have some freedom to put their stamp on society. These three elements, in turn, determine the nature of the dictatorship, whether the regime resembles more closely that of a tin pot, totalitarian, tyrant, or timocrat, a subject to which we now turn. 3. The derivation of regimes. The derivation of the four types of regimes from this analysis is straightforward. Both the dictator's preferences and the characteristics of the political and economic constraints facing him or her are important. As far as preferences are concerned, the larger the dictator's preferences for immediate consumption relative to power, the more likely he or she is to be a tin pot. The extreme case of a pure tin pot emerges if the wealth 119. Elasticity of consumption goods is 1, that of a pure tyrant or totalitarian emerges when the wealth elasticity of power is 1. Only genuinely altruistic preferences on the dictator's part can lead to a timocracy. The political constraint is the effectiveness of the political apparatus. The larger ZK, the elasticity of power with respect to its price, the more likely the dictator is to be a totalitarian rather than a tyrant, given a relatively large taste for power. The factor E71 in turn depends on all of the variables discussed in Chapter 3, the prices of loyalty and repression and their marginal productivities in producing power. And finally, the more the accumulation of power favors economic growth and efficiency, BK0, or at least does not retard it very much, at the margin, the more likely the regime is to be totalitarian than tyrannical. To illustrate these points, let us contrast very briefly two types of regime, that of Pinochet's Chile and Stalin's Russia. The Pinochet regime in Chile was undoubtedly one of tyranny. 7, repression was high, yet no mass party was ever built, preventing the accumulation of loyalty on a substantial scale. Consequently, when repression was relaxed, Pinochet's unpopularity revealed itself. There are several reasons for this result. First, the free market ideology adopted by Pinochet early under his regime, partly as a tool to break up the old leftist coalition, which had culminated in the socialist regime of Allende, prevented him from acquiring the system for the mass distribution of rents that could have solidified his hold on power. In short, there was no political mechanism to translate either repression or the benefits of successful economic growth into loyalty. At the same time, the freeing of markets meant that the overt use of his power to interfere with the functioning of those markets or to raise taxes on a substantial scale, beyond that required to finance the increase in the military budget 8, would have reduced the market's capacity to stimulate economic growth and efficiency. It would also have reduced his budget. This result, in turn, would have interfered with his capacity to build up the army and the police in order to enforce repression. On the other hand, the essence of Stalinist central planning 9 is that the economic system is demonetized and that private property rights are severely attenuated so that the Communist Party can control the direction of production. What determines the behavior of the regime, the levels of C, 7T, B, R, and L, is not whether this massive political interference in the economic system reduces growth or efficiency. What determines this behavior are the effects of a marginal increase in the power of the party on these variables. Because, as will be examined in much greater detail in chapters 9 and 10, the enforcement apparatus of the party in effect substituted for legal contractual enforcement, as long as the party was controlled by its leadership and the leadership of the party was growth-oriented, an increase in the power of the party had a positive effect on growth and government revenues, YN and BN0. On this analysis, the reduction in economic growth in the Soviet system in the 1970s and 1980s was therefore due to a reduction in the power of the party. In this sense, Stalin's totalitarianism, no less than Pinochet's tyranny, was partly the result of the operation of political and economic constraints. Of course, the overall level of efficiency of the dictator's economy plays a role in the survival of the regime. But the importance of this factor arises on the international side, that is, as a result of the competition from other regimes or regime types. This competition can be manifested in three ways: 1. To the extent that citizens of a dictatorship can get information on the standard of living, relative to their own, of those outside it. 2. To the extent that the dictatorship competes by virtue of trade with other nations. 3. Through military competition, that is, through arms races, war, and foreign conquest. The model identifies a set of circumstances under which dictators are particularly likely to promote nationalistic and autarkic policies, namely, when domestic conditions favor the accumulation of a large amount of power, E71 high, BN0, but when the performance of the economy compares unfavorably with that of other regimes. Of course, dictatorship by its nature tends to have a comparative advantage, relative to democracy, at building a strong military, because of the dictator's capacity to repress civilian opposition to the required sacrifice for military goods. These factors combine to reinforce the proclivity of dictatorships for international aggression, a topic which was discussed in Chapter 4. For comparative statics to illustrate the usefulness of this apparatus, let us ask the same question addressed in the preceding two chapters, namely, what is the effect of economic growth on the level of repression? Note that the analysis of increased trade or foreign conquest would be similar. There are two effects. First, as a result of more growth, the population has more income, and therefore the dictator's tax base is larger. At any given level of dictatorial power, this fact in turn implies more tax revenue for the autocrat. So, in Figure 5.5, the B/N curve will shift upward. Second, more growth may expand the supply of loyalty to the regime and therefore lower PL. Because more power can now be purchased with the same budget than before, the N/B/C curve in Figure 5.5 shifts to the right. Note that the magnitude of this effect can be expected to differ for different regime types. In particular, it will be relatively large for totalitarian regimes, and it will be relatively small for tyrannies, for whom LS is relatively inelastic with respect to both price and national income. The fall in PL will have the usual wealth and substitution effects. The substitution effect leads to an increase in L and a fall in R, and the wealth effect increases both L and R. This expansion of loyalty reinforces the effect of an enlarged tax base on B and N, both effects implying that, in equilibrium, B and N will be higher than before. The dictator's budget constraint in Figure 5.1 shows 122. How the dictator divides the extra revenue between N and C. As long as the wealth elasticity of N is positive, which is true for all except tin pot regimes, N will therefore increase. In general, then, the effect of improved economic performance for which the regime can claim credit is to increase J5, N, C, and L, except in the case of the tin pot dictator, who spends all of the increase in B on C so that N remains unchanged. For the tin pot then, R falls whereas L increases and N remains at min, just as in the simpler analysis of Chapter 3. In all other cases, the effect on R is ambiguous. The cross-substitution effect of the fall in PL tends to decrease R, whereas both the income effect and the increase in tax revenues tend to increase it. The larger the wealth elasticity of N, the more likely it is that R will increase as a result of increased economic growth. It follows that the closer the regime is to the tin pot type, that is, the greater the wealth elasticity of consumption goods relative to power, the more likely it is that an increase in economic growth will reduce repression. On the other hand, the closer the regime approximates one that maximizes power, whether totalitarian or tyrant, the more likely it is that economic growth will raise repression. So the tin pot and totalitarian images emerge as useful special cases of the more general model developed in this chapter. Alternatively, suppose that, contrary to this analysis, the supply of loyalty to the regime contracts as economic growth or trade results in the formation of networks with foreigners or within the private sector which are independent of the government. See the discussion of this possibility in Chapter 3, Section 4c. The contraction in loyalty to the regime implies an increase in the price of loyalty PL, and the money into power curve K, B, C, would shift to the left in figure 5.5, not shown, rather than to the right. By itself, this shift would tend to reduce percent NB, in contrast to the upward shift in the power into money curve BN, which tends to increase these variables, as just discussed. If the first effect is sufficiently large relative to the second, TI may actually fall, and if it is very large, B may fall as well. 10. But note once again that for this case to hold, dictators, in pursuing economic growth or a trade agreement, must be sowing the seeds of their own destruction, loss of power and budgetary revenue. On the other hand, if, as seems more likely, the second effect dominates, the conclusions of the analysis just conducted are unaffected, and N and B still increase. In conclusion, therefore, it is worth noting that even in the case in which loyalty to the regime falls as the result of growth or a trade agreement, the power and budgetary resources of the regime still increase, unless the drop in loyalty were of sufficient magnitude to overcome the effect of the increase in the regime's budgetary revenues on its capacity to accumulate power. Note that policy implications similar to those derived in Chapter 3 for tin pot and totalitarian regimes also tend to emerge from this more general framework. Apart from the generalization of the utility function, the main innovation of this more general approach is that it allows us to see the effect of a trade or aid agreement on the dictator's revenues. As just discussed, the effect of this shift reinforces the effects of the trade or aid agreement in increasing B and TI, assuming the trade or aid agreement increases loyalty and therefore shifts the N, B, C, curve to the right. The first best policy therefore remains the single standard of aid or trade combined with a progressively tightening human rights constraint. This policy applies to all types of regimes, i.e., in the more general framework, regardless of the relative weights of consumption C and power N in the dictator's utility function. Although these weights and the elasticities of the power into money and money into power curves do not affect the optimal policy, they do affect the amount of harm that the wrong policies can do. In Chapter 3,1 suggested that with a totalitarian regime, the most harm can result from trade or aid in the absence of a human rights constraint, but that the least can result with a tin pot. Here, we can generalize this conclusion in two ways. The first follows from the fact that tyrannies behave the same way as totalitarian regimes, but that the elasticity of N with respect to B is lower in tyrannies. This fact implies that trade or aid with tyrannies without a binding human rights constraint actually worsens repression, but not by as much as it does in the totalitarian case. So tyrants form an intermediate case between tin pots and totalitarians. The least harm will be done by trading with a tin pot regime, the most with a totalitarian, and tyrants fall in the middle. Second, one can express the potential harm which results from the wrong policies in terms of the three elements that enter the dictators. Calculus, the marginal costs of accumulating power PI, the marginal effect of power on the dictator's budget, BN, and UC/UK, the dictator's preferences for power versus consumption. The greater the wield elasticity of power relative to consumption in the dictator's preferences, the greater the marginal effectiveness of power in raising the dictator's budget, and the lower the marginal cost of accumulating power, the more an aid or trade agreement without a human rights constraint will increase the dictator's power and level of repression on the population. 5. Conclusion. This chapter generalized the models developed in the last two chapters in three ways. 1. The utility function. In this more general model, dictators do not simply maximize either consumption or power, but they maximize a general utility function in which these variables appear as arguments. 2. The price of loyalty and budget constraint. In this model, neither the price of loyalty nor the budget constraint is fixed, but both are endogenously determined. 3. The classification of dictators. In this chapter, we showed how tinpots, totalitarians, tyrants, and timocrats materialize as special cases of the more general model. The factors which determine a dictator's type are simply the three fundamental elements that enter any autocrat's political and economic decision-making calculus: the dictator's preferences for power versus consumption, the costs of accumulating power as governed by his or her political organization, and the effect of power on the dictator's budget as determined by the organization of the economy. Finally, I showed that more sophisticated versions of the simple predictions and policy implications derived from the basic model of tinpots versus totalitarians that was developed in Chapter 3 tend to emerge from this more general model as well. Part 3. 6. The economy of dictatorship. 1. A specter haunts democracy. Many, if not most, of the citizens of democratic countries put great value on liberty and the capacity to develop as individuals, both of which are the hallmarks of democracy. However, these freedoms have a price, one that arises from the fact that when individuals are free to develop in different ways, they will tend to take different paths. Moreover, in open societies characterized by freedom of association, individuals are free to join or form into groups. Groups are free to practice and to advocate their own beliefs, and the result is what often appears to be a cacophony of different values, lifestyles, beliefs, and practices. On any given day in the United States, for example, the individual picking up a newspaper or watching television may be confronted with the views of right-to-lifers, the Christian Coalition, gun control advocates, prostitutes associations, lesbians for Christ, advocates for the disempowered, corporate advertising of every description, advocates for the legalization of drugs, crusaders against McDonald's, people who want to fight pornography on the internet, people who think television sitcoms are a threat to family values, and so on. Now, there are many who revel in this diversity, but for others the flourishing of alternative lifestyles and points of view that are antithetical to their own brings only discomfort. But this is not the problem which concerns us here. That concerns us is an economic one. These people have to work together. In the workplace they have to communicate as well as coordinate their activities with one another. Politically, they all have to be able to live with the same governments. To some extent the problem is solved by competition, which in business tends to group like-minded individuals in the same firm, and different individuals in different companies. In a federal political system, competition among jurisdictions has the same effect of sorting individuals into jurisdictions. There are many other sortings as well, by family, friend 127. 128. Ships, or the natural environment. Because all these sortings cannot be done at the same time to any great degree, the result is that the typical firm in any big city in the United States, for example, has a workforce consisting of individuals with an extraordinarily diverse array of beliefs, practices, lifestyles, and habits. They can work together, but things are not as easy as they might be. And although the economic performance of the United States has been good, it does not rival that of South Korea or China over the last 10 years or so. What explains the extraordinary performance, in terms of growth rates, of these countries? To many, the answer is obvious: in place of the corruption, individualism, and anarchy which characterize Western-style democracies, these societies are disciplined and organized. And whether for cultural, sociological, political, or economic reasons, the workplace in these societies is characterized by a group cohesion, or a capacity for group loyalty, of which citizens in a democracy are utterly incapable. This threat, namely, that an authoritarian, cohesive, organized, and disciplined society is capable of levels of economic performance that are simply impossible in a democracy, is the specter that haunts democracy. Currently, the threat is seen to come from Asian values as expressed most obviously in Singapore or South Korea. A few years ago, the threat was seen to emanate from Japan, and as Paul Krugman, 1994, has reminded us, this threat gave rise to a slew of books with titles like The Emerging Japanese Superstate, Herman Kahn, Japan as Number One, Ezra Vogel, One and Looking at the Sun, James Fallows 1994, which attributed Japan's economic success to conceptions of how to organize production that are wholly different from those practiced in the United States. However, arguments like these are hardly confined to semi-popular treatises. Indeed, a great deal of social science, especially the branch of economic theory known as game theory, has contributed, directly or indirectly, to this way of thinking. In much, not all, of course, of that work, the central problem is seen as one of finding cooperative solutions to the prisoner's dilemma game. In the standard analysis, rational, selfish individuals will not cooperate in a one-shot game. This lack of cooperation results in inefficiency. As a consequence, a vast effort has been put into the search for a set of conditions, and their possible interpretation through appropriate institutional design, which will lead to cooperation. Sometimes the tendency to cooperate is attributed to mysterious cultural forces. A recent example appeared in an article by Martin Weitzman and Cheng Gang-Su, 1994, who addressed the important and fascinating question of how to explain the extraordinary economic performance of the township and village enterprises, TVEs, started under the Chinese Reform Program. These enterprises are local cooperatives, managed under the aegis of Chinese local governments. They evolved out of the Chinese government's free market reform program, which began in 1978, and they have been a major factor in the economic success of that program. These enterprises have hard budget constraints, but they are not private firms, and the nature of property rights in them is not clear. The following question therefore arises: how do we explain the extraordinary growth in factor productivity in these enterprises, which compare favorably in every respect with the performance of private firms? For example, during the 1979-91 period, total factor productivity growth in TVEs averaged 12% annually, Weitzman and Su 1994, p. 129. How can this performance be explained? Weitzman and Su explain this conundrum with a mysterious variable X, which denotes cooperative culture. This variable represents the ability of a group of people to resolve prisoner's dilemma-type free-riding problems internally, without the imposition of explicit rules of behavior. Other things, including the size of the group being equal, p. 138. Thus, they assert that East Asia is a high A society relative to Europe, which by comparison is more of a low X society, p. 139. Now this proposition might be surprising to many observers of China, a number of whom have documented the existence of widespread corruption there. A survey of corruption indices for 41 countries places China second only to Indonesia in its level of corruption. 3. And the alleged cooperative nature of Chinese culture would no doubt come as a shock to the inhabitants of China's gulags, about whom we know little, but reports of which suggest a system every bit as terrifying as the one ultimately discovered and documented in the former Soviet Union. 4. Finally, this explanation is inconsistent with the one piece of evidence about property rights in the TVEs that is cited by Weitzman and Su. It is very common to see that the basic rights are in the hands of the party and communal government apparatus. 5. This fact immediately suggests an alternative explanation for the superior performance of the TVEs, namely, that Communist Party control substituted for the missing property rights. 6 Economists are not the only social scientists searching for cooperative solutions to problems of social and economic organization. In political science, there is most recently the celebrated work of Robert Putnam, 1993, who explained the differences in the effectiveness of regional governments in Italy by using trust or social capital. To use Coleman's 1990 term, this variable, mysteriously, is so persistent that it has survived for hundreds of years. Mention should also be made of the work of Robert Axelrod, 1984, whose discovery of the live and let live system among opposing armies in World War I suggested that it was possible even for enemies to cooperate during wartime. Of course, this is only the contemporary edge of a strand of thinking which goes back hundreds of years, perhaps as far back as Aristotle. The point I am making here is that all of it fits in with a certain way of thinking. It is possible to organize society in such a way that individuals will cooperate, even when that cooperation is inconsistent with their self-interest narrowly conceived. The basic problem of social science is to discover how to do this. The specter that haunts the admirer of democracy who takes this point of view is the idea that the most likely form of social organization which makes this cooperation possible is some form of authoritarianism. For much of the 20th century, it was the original specter of communism which haunted the democracies. In the 1930s the threat came from Nazi Germany. In the 1980s it was the soft authoritarianism of South Korea and the other Asian tigers. In the 1990s the threat still seems to emanate from Asia, only now it seems to be the free market communism of China that appears to have achieved the most spectacular economic success under rule by a dictatorship. If we turn to modern economic theory for guidance on this issue, that is, for advice on how such economies might operate, we find surprisingly little which addresses this issue directly, and in a general way. The next section briefly surveys the literature on autocratic economies. Section 3 describes the basic elements of the method used here. Subsequent chapters in this part expand this general approach to explain the workings of specific autocratic institutions. Chapter 7 deals with the capitalist authoritarian of South Korea or Pinochet's Chile, Chapter 8 with the labor market under apartheid, and chapters 9 and 10 with communism in the former Soviet Union and in contemporary China. 2 alternative approaches to the economy of dictatorship. As suggested in the previous chapter, there are a variety of economic systems under political dictatorship. Many of the models which have been invented were designed to illuminate the workings of a particular type. With this caveat in mind, it is nevertheless useful to classify models of autocratic economic systems under 4 different headings. 1. Kleptocracy, pure redistribution. 2. Capitalist authoritarianism, suppression of redistribution. 3. The command economy. 4. Shadow economy. A brief description of each of these approaches follows. A. Kleptocracy, pure redistribution. In these models, dictators interfere with the economy only to effect a redistribution of resources toward themselves and loyal supporters whom the regimes wish to reward. Redistribution implies a loss of efficiency, insofar as those who are taxed work less hard, come up with fewer ideas and innovations, save less, and so forth. There may be a further loss as people waste resources in rent-seeking, that is, in trying to influence the dictator and his or her associates to include them among the favored groups. Apart from these inefficiencies, according to this approach, the economy under dictatorship works the same as capitalist economies in democratic countries. Despite its simplicity, this is actually the most common approach. It underlies the models of Herschel Grossman, 1991, 1996, Herschel Grossman and Suk Jae No, 1990, Douglas North, 1981, and Mancur Olson, 1993, as well as the rent-seeking approaches of Peter Boetka, 1993, A.L. Hillman and A. Schnitzer, 1986, and others. It has even been applied to communism, Morel and Olson 1991, Sicular 1988. Olson models autocracy with his well-known representation of the autocrat as a stationary bandit, 1993, 567-9, who maximizes revenue. Stationary bandits are superior to roving bandits, example Chinese warlords, because, being stationary, they have an incentive to preserve the wealth or capital of potential victims. Consequently, such bandits have some 132. Still insufficient, from the point of view of the citizenry under their rule, incentive to provide public goods to the people. The reason is that in the model, public goods enter as factor inputs that increase the output of private goods in society. Hence, the autocrat, by providing these goods, can further increase tax revenues. Given the level of public goods, the autocrat selects the revenue maximizing tax rate, as in G. Brennan and James Buchanan's, 1980, model of Leviathan. So the model determines optimal tax rates and the optimal level of public goods from the autocrat's point of view, i.e., both are chosen to maximize revenue. The concept of the stationary bandit nicely explains why many among the warring factions in Zaire in 1996 actually seemed to prefer the return of the notorious kleptocrat Mobutu Sese Seko to life in his absence. This partly explains how a kleptocrat like Mobutu could have remained in power for so long. But it is obviously not a sufficient explanation, or else dictators would never get deposed, and Mobutu would have stayed in power. Beyond this, however, the autocrat's survival problem is typically not modeled in this literature. 7. Moreover, the autocrat does not care about power, only revenue. So it is not obvious how one can use these models to understand many of history's most important dictatorships, example Hitler in Germany or Stalin in Russia. And, as these examples illustrate, the assumption of revenue maximization can result in an underestimate of the damage autocrats can do, as well as a misleading idea of the benefits of stationarity if applied to some dictatorships. To put it simply, and to take only the most obvious cases, we can say that the Jews under the Nazis, the blacks in South Africa, and the peasants under Stalin would all undoubtedly, were they given the choice, have preferred that their bandits were a little less stationary. Although models of kleptocracy have certain obvious applications, the regimes of Papa Doc Duvalier, Ferdinand Marcos, and Manuel Noriega come most quickly to mind. They have also been applied to other regimes, including communist ones, Morel and Olson 1991, Secular 1988. Secular's model is particularly interesting in this regard, because it develops a set of conditions for the entire planning apparatus to serve no allocation function, only a redistributive one. That is, if these marginal conditions are satisfied, the entire economic planning apparatus of communism has no effect on the allocation of resources, it just produces a set of lump sum transfers. Despite the plan, market prices guide production and the allocation of resources, and the plan only serves to redistribute income. Secular's careful empirical work, 1995. Effectiveness of insurgents relative to the ruler's soldiers. 133 shows, however, that these conditions are not likely to be satisfied in practice, thus providing the most scientific evidence available to date that the allocation function of communist planning has to be taken seriously. A third approach in this category is the model of rent-seeking, which is applied to autocracy in many places, see, example Hillman and Schnitzer 1986, also see Anderson and Boetka 1993. These models are discussed in the next chapter. One problem with this approach as a description of reality in, say, the former Soviet Union is not that rent-seeking didn't exist there, it did and was undoubtedly widespread, but that in the rent-seeking model, the efforts made to obtain the rents were pure waste. The party distributed rents, and the people made enormous efforts to obtain them, but the party in no way profited from them. Now dictators, it may be presumed, dislike waste. And no one denies that the Communist Party was enormously powerful for a long time in the former Soviet Union. Could it not have found a way to get something in exchange for these rents, example to channel rents in exchange for compliance to its goals? Later in this chapter and in more detail in chapters 9 and 10,1 will suggest that the party, like other successful autocratic political organizations, was organized precisely in such a way as to be able to take advantage of rent-seeking and to get something in return for it. One important limitation on the ruler's capacity for redistribution is described in a series of papers by North, Weingast, Root, and others, North 1981, North and Weingast 1989, Root 1994. In North's 1981 model of the monarchy, the king maximizes revenue, and the central problem is that the structure of property rights which is appropriate for this purpose is not usually that which is efficient from the economic point of view. Moreover, as mentioned in the previous chapter, the king may find that there is a trade-off between power and revenue. As Root, 1994, describes the irony of absolutism, absolute power gave the king the capacity to repudiate debts, but creditors took into account the king's reputation for repudiating debts and therefore demanded higher interest rates than would otherwise have been needed to elicit loans. Actually, because he was above the law, the king had to pay more for loanable funds than did his wealthy subjects. In short, the crown had a problem asserting its credit because it had a history of reneging on commitments, p. 177, emphasis added, Barry Weingast, 1995, and Gabriela Montanola, Ying IIGN, and Barry Weingast, 1995, used the same idea to provide another reason for the success of the TVEs in China. The fact that under China's reforms, 134. Subnational jurisdictions like provincial governments and corporations like the TVEs have hard budget constraints but that, within specified limits, their own authority has some durability frees them from both interference from and dependence on the national government. These self-imposed limitations on the power of the federal government imply a credible commitment on its part not to usurp the powers of the provincial governments or corporations or to bail them out. In turn, this increases the orientation of provincial governments toward efficiency and growth. b. Capitalist authoritarianism, suppression of redistribution. This approach is meant to characterize the soft authoritarianism or democraturas, hard democracies, of Southeast Asia and Latin America, regimes which combine market economies with autocratic political systems. Such systems perform in exactly the opposite fashion to the kind that has just been outlined. That is, in these systems, the regime acts to insulate the economy from the ravaging effects of pork barrel politics or rent-seeking by stifling the political forces of redistribution characteristic of democratic politics. Market forces are then freed to reward effort, saving, and innovation, hence producing superior economic growth. So these models and those in the previous category are based on exactly opposite assumptions, i.e., here dictatorships redistribute less than democracies do. The contradiction between these two models remains unresolved. Finally, note that capitalist authoritarian models do address the question with which we began this chapter: how can political repression have an impact on the functioning of an economy? That is, these models suggest that capitalist economic life is not independent of the political system under which it operates. See the command economy. This is the most common type of model used to analyze communist economic systems, systems which replace market forces with a central planning system. In the formal structure of the system, commands to enterprise managers are issued from the center, and the managers are motivated to carry them out by explicit or implicit threats of punishment. Supplies and demands of the different sectors are reconciled through input-output tables, material balances, and other bureaucratic tools. There is of course an enormous literature on the subject of Socialist 135. Planning, for surveys see Ellman 1979, also see Kornai 1992. Michael Ellman, 1979, describes the basic principles of how planning was intended to work. The basic principles included party-mindedness, directive character, instructions, one-man management, and scientific analysis. The principle of party-mindedness means that the plan is a concrete expression of party policy. It must look at all problems from a party point of view. Characterizing Soviet planning, Stalin long ago observed that our plans are not forecasts but instructions. In the USSR, the mark of planning is thought to be that economic activity proceeds in accordance with institutions from above. The Leninist principle of one-man management is very important in Soviet planning. It means that in each economic unit decisions are made, not by a committee, but by one man. He has the authority to take decisions and is responsible to his superiors for the execution of orders. Soviet plans are intended to embody not the subjective decision of this or that official or organization, but a scientific analysis of the problems confronting society. Hence an important role in the planning process is played by scientific organizations. For example, consumption planning is partly based on scientific consumption norms worked out by the relevant organizations. Pages 17 to 18, emphasis added. 15 years later, Joseph Stiglitz, 1994, provided an account of the economic failures of the planning system. He also stressed its informational requirements. At the heart of the economic failure a variety of information problems which, interpreted broadly, include incentive issues. Perhaps the most important reason for failure was the very reason that Hayek argued that central planning would fail. The central authorities simply did not have the information required to run the entire economy. p. 198, Stiglitz went on to stress the specific flaws of excessive centralization, the difficulty in controlling product quality, inappropriate incentives, selection of individuals to run the system, problems, accounting, lack of competition, and lack of innovation and adaptability. All these flaws, he suggested, could be interpreted as information problems, broadly speaking. p. 198. 136. On either of these accounts, the planning system itself is apolitical. 8. It follows political directions, but whether it operates well or badly is the result not of competitive political or bureaucratic forces or mechanisms, but of how well instructions can be issued and carried out. To put it another way, the command model has never been married to theories of bureaucratic behavior which go beyond Weber's, 1978, authority model. But other, more modern, theories could be used, including contemporary rational choice approaches to bureaucratic behavior. For example, one simple way to explain the gigantism characteristic of former Soviet enterprises and, for that matter, the whole planning apparatus itself would be along the lines of William Niskanen's, 1971, theory of bureaucracy, in which bureaucrats maximize the size of the budget under their control. Planners' behavior would then be interpreted, not according to the principles of scientific socialism that had gone well or badly, but by the planners' interest in obtaining more income, prestige, or power for themselves. Other models could be used 9 by those who find the Niskanen approach too limited. Chapters 9 and 10 develop my own approach to this issue. To sum up, the command economy model highlights a feature of the Soviet-type economy that is often neglected in other approaches to communist economics, namely, the fact that the Soviet-type system is a bureaucratic system. From this point of view, if there are laws or generalizations about bureaucratic behavior, including this behavior in other contexts, such as large corporations or government bureaus in democratic regimes, these laws should be germane to understanding how the Soviet system itself worked. Indeed, in a context like the Soviet economy, in which markets were suppressed in the most extreme fashion, we would expect all the characteristics of bureaucratic behavior not only to be present but also to be overwhelmingly present. As Oscar Lang, 1938-1964, foresaw long ago, the real danger of socialism is bureaucratization of economic life and not the impossibility of coping with the allocation of resources, pages 109 to 10, quoted in Schleifer and Vishny 1994, p. 167, emphasis in original. D. The shadow economy. This approach is also mainly used to analyze Soviet-style economies and is a good antidote to the command approach. It applies as well. Elements. 9. See the surveys by Wintrobe and Moe in Dennis Mueller, 1997. 137 to other systems in which there is a large amount of political intervention in the economy, as in some contemporary Islamic societies. The idea is that market or market-like incentives are the only ones which really work, so that, to illustrate with the Soviet system, the vast apparatus of central planning fails in varying degrees to solve the economic problems of the system. In fact, the system really works in an entirely different way, that is, by virtue of the intervention of informal and often illegal devices such as blat, influence, teclachi, expediters, and other market-like devices that supplement the formal system. Work in this vein began with Grossman's often cited, 1977, article and continues in, for example, the books of Peter Boettke, 1993, Edward Hewitt, 1988, Peter Rutland, 1985, and Jan Wyniecki, 1988. Thus, Rutland's, 1985, book is entitled The Myth of the Plan, Chapter 3 of Hewitt's, 1988, text on the Soviet system, entitled The Soviet Economic System as it is Designed to Operate, is followed by Chapter 4, The Soviet Economic System as it Actually Operates. In this way of thinking, the secondary supply system of black markets and toll-cake is the main way to obtain the supplies which may have been formally allocated by the plan but which, typically, were never received. Alternatively, blat is used to obtain needed inputs. Shabashniki, moonlighters, allow enterprises to undertake construction services, for cash, that the official system will not permit. And so on. How large a role these informal mechanisms play in repairing the holes in the centralized planning system is of course enormously difficult to guess. The command model takes the formal planning system seriously, and therefore it implicitly assumes that the holes are relatively small. At the other extreme is Boettke's, 1993, view, which characterizes the Soviet system as a pseudo-reality of a rational, hierarchical planned economy coexisting with the reality of planned failure and illicit corrective measures on both the production and consumption side of the market, p. 69. Indeed, Boettke concludes that the Soviet economy was not a planned economy radically different from any other economic system witnessed in history. It was overregulated, abused and distorted, but it was, nevertheless, a market economy, p. 69. At the theoretical level, one problem with this idea is that while shadow mechanisms like blat and shabashniki may sometimes improve allocation and coordination, they can also obviously be used for private gain, and their use in this fashion may have the opposite effects, reducing productivity or disrupting the system. Indeed, in the planning universe, it is an article of faith that all horizontal information flows are potentially disruptive of central control. Erickson 1991, p. 19. Hewitt, 1988, tries to resolve this problem by distinguishing between the shadow economy. 138. Which supplements Goshnabb, State Committee for Materials and Technical Supply, and Gosplan, State Planning Committee, in ways that allow the system to perform better than it otherwise would, and the secondary economy, in which the motive is private gain and in which enterprises make goods on the side which they sell for a profit, p. 179. However, the difficulty, acknowledged by Hewitt, is that, as in capitalist economies, motivation does not sort out those actions which actually benefit the economy from those which do not. 3. Overview, Elements of the Autocratic Economy. The preceding, all too brief sketch of alternative approaches to the economy of dictatorship implies that there are 3 issues which need to be addressed. This is done in the remaining chapters in this part. The issues are, 1. Do dictatorships tend to redistribute income or wealth more or less than democracies? Can any generalizations be developed on this question? One thing can be said at the outset: it is obvious that there is massive redistribution in communist economic systems. And from our modeling of the political sector in Part 2, it is also clear that all dictators redistribute wealth to their cronies. The redistribution issue becomes problematic mainly in so-called capitalist authoritarian systems like those that existed in Chile or South Korea. Chapter 7 therefore considers the general issue of whether dictators redistribute more than democracies do, with special reference to these systems, and it suggests a general principle, that all dictators do redistribute more than democracies and that capitalist authoritarian regimes are no exception. So parallel to the idea developed in Part 2 that there is always a class of people that is repressed under dictatorship, Chapter 7 begins the substantive analysis of Part 3 by suggesting that there is always a second class as well, the overpaid. There is a second issue which emerges from our survey, that of the workings of communist economies. 2. How can the command and shadow models of the communist economy be reconciled? Chapters 9 and 10 approach this issue by following Lang's 1938-1964 hint, cited earlier, and emphasizing a third feature of these economies, that they are bureaucracies. I use a general model of bureaucratic behavior, one that was developed previously, Breton and Wintrobe 1982, to integrate the command and shadow economy models into a single model. This model is then used to resolve a number of puzzles about the workings of these economies, such as the role of political power in the workings of the centrally planned economy, 139 the tendency of these economies to ossify over time, and how the Chinese were able to reform their economy along free market lines while the Soviets could not. One final issue must be considered. 3. What role does the dictator's political power play in the workings of the economy? This is the question raised at the beginning of this chapter. In our survey we saw that there has typically been little consideration of the enforcement problem in markets, 10 and there has therefore also been scant consideration of the possibility that there might be bases other than markets for making a transaction. Some of the arguments behind the shadow economy models are just extreme versions of this general point of view. So it is easy to conclude that dictators can only successfully operate the economy if they keep their hands off it, that is, by allowing free markets. In that case the problem outlined at the beginning of this chapter disappears. But the problem is removed by assumption, the possibility that dictatorships might be capable of superior economic performance through some other means is simply not admitted, except in the command model, which is so naive on the question of incentives that it remains an easy target. Yet contemporary economic theory does provide a very simple mechanism whereby just this superior performance could be achieved, through the potential capacity of autocratic forms of organization to solve the enforcement problem. The basic logic here is illustrated in Figure 6.1. The demand for labor is given by the DL curve and labor supply by SL. If contracts were costlessly enforceable, equilibrium in the free market would be at the intersection of supply and demand, with wage rate Wm and employment Lm. However, enforcement is often costly, as discussed in Chapter 2. Under these circumstances, as Carl Shapiro and Joseph Stiglitz, 1984, showed, even in a free labor market, jobs are rationed, and private firms in a free market, in order to deter cheating, shirking, will pay wages higher than those which would clear the market. Equilibrium will be at the intersection of a no-cheating condition, like NCC in Figure 6.1, and the demand for labor, i.e., at the intersection of the wage rate WP with employment at LP. In this way of thinking, the private labor market is also characterized by information and incentive problems. Employers lack information on the performance of their employees, and the employees lack the correct incentive to reveal this information. One way in which private firms solve this problem is through the payment of an efficiency wage, which motivates employees to be loyal to the firm. Similar information and incentive problems exist in other relationships in the free market economy, once costly enforcement is acknowledged, for example, between managers and their shareholders, and between managers of firms and sources of capital. See Stiglitz 1994 for a good survey. Now suppose the industry in question is controlled by a political dictatorship. Under dictatorship, jobs may also be rationed. For example, in the Soviet-type system, the government, not the market, decided on the allocation of jobs. Like the private firm, the government wanted employees who wouldn't cheat. In this context, however, cheating could be widely interpreted to include shirking, wrongful criticism of the government, insufficient demonstrations of enthusiasm, or whatever, according to the party, was important, as communicated in its ideology. So the government would offer a non-market clearing wage like WP, which need not be the same as the WP that would be chosen by firms in the private market. We return to this point in a moment. If the supply curve represents their opportunity costs, employees can earn WA in an alternative employment. So rents in this industry are 141 represented by the shaded area S. If figure 6.1 is taken to represent the Soviet firm, S represents the rewards for loyalty. Alternatively, if figure 6.1 represents a free labor market, S represents the premium necessary to deter cheating, with private loyalty to the firm replacing loyalty to a Marxist state. Of course, so many things are left out in this oversimplified picture. For example, no mention is being made of all of the other institutions and processes which differentiate a free market economy from a socialist one, including private ownership, competition among firms, the operation of the capital market, incentives for innovation and for maintaining product quality, relations with customers, and so on. This is so because on most analyses, all these factors explain why free markets are so efficient. But dictatorship is so common politically, and the economies of many dictatorships are so apparently successful for long periods, that the reader might think it is worth his or her while to disregard all these factors for a moment and focus on only one question: in which system will the loyalty premium be lower? A number of variables may be expected to affect the size of the loyalty premium, including the firm's, or the state's, capacity to monitor employees, the sanctions available to punish cheating, and the individual employee's opportunities outside the firm or enterprise. 11. Consideration of them suggests the following hypothesis: the premium necessary to deter cheating is smaller in a dictatorship than in a free society. Several reasons justify this hypothesis. First, under dictatorship the regime typically controls many of the good jobs in the system, in the former Soviet system, virtually all of them. So the individual typically has fewer opportunities outside the system controlled by the government than an individual who is outside a capitalist firm in a market system. This makes the threat of dismissal in a dictatorship a more severe sanction than dismissal from a capitalist firm. Second, there is typically no independent legal system in a dictatorship to which an employee could go to accuse the government of such things as wrongful dismissal. So the autocrat has more freedom to optimize in the design and implementation of sanctions. Finally, the government's monitoring apparatus is typically more thorough, and, especially in the former Soviet Union, more integrated into the operations of a productive enterprise than could ever be the case inside a firm in a democratic country. These three effects reinforce each other in lowering the premium required to deter cheating inside the enterprise under dictatorship, compared with its capitalist democratic variants. 142. The economic dilemma of an autocratic system is thus not at all that the regime lacks the instruments or the machinery necessary to create an effective incentive system capable of calling forth productive effort, as is often suggested. The machinery of dictatorship, rewards, sanctions, and instruments of monitoring, available for this purpose appears quite formidable. Moreover, on this interpretation, the function of this apparatus is not simply to ensure obedience to orders, but to obtain the loyalty of employees. Once that is understood, the information and incentive problems associated with the naive command model are considerably reduced. Loyal employees do not simply follow instructions, motivated by the prospect of obtaining rents and disciplined by the possibility of sanctions. They can be counted on to compete with each other to further the goals of the system. Although the basic logic just outlined applies to most autocratic economic systems, the institutions which implement this principle differ. In the apartheid system in South Africa, for example, job reservation meant that certain jobs in the white manufacturing sector were reserved for white workers, who consequently earned a wage premium over what would prevail in a free labor market. Another institution used there was the pass system. Under that system, blacks needed a pass, without which they could not obtain a job in the manufacturing sector. Black workers who were suspected of cheating, again, broadly interpreted, and who were dismissed from their jobs also lost their passes, and therefore the right to remain in the manufacturing sector. The only alternative was to get a bad job in the homelands, at a lower wage, W in figure 6.1. Again, the pass system appeared to give white employers a powerful tool to discipline black workers. Employers could threaten them with dismissal not merely from the firm but also from the entire manufacturing sector itself. The pass system can be analyzed in the same way, using figure 6.1, except that the institutions of apartheid labor market regulation, rather than those of Soviet communism, determine the location of the NCC curve and the size of the wage premium in that figure. These examples suggest some ways in which autocratic political power can be used to improve the efficiency of the economy. Autocratic power does this when it successfully provides incentives, in the form of rents, to the workforce to adopt attitudes of loyalty and discipline. On the other hand, sometimes the mechanisms for this purpose fail. The machinery of dictatorship still grinds out rents, but they do not serve the dictator's objectives, and the economy stalls. For example, suppose that the Communist Party got corrupted in some way, so that jobs were given out in exchange for bribes rather than political or organizational loyalty. Then the area S in figure 6.1 would still describe the rents received by employee 143. ES. It would also describe the amount of the bribes received in exchange, as discussed further in Chapter 9. But no political loyalty would be generated, economic efficiency would fall, and the regime would be undermined. So what decides whether political power helps or hurts the economy? The circumstances are not at all obvious. The surprise of the economic collapse of communism in the 1989-91 period illustrates this point. The end of Soviet communism caught most observers unaware, and even those whose figures were pessimistic enough to explain it after the event could not have predicted it before it happened, unless its collapse had always been their prediction ever since 1917. The same could be said about the end of apartheid in South Africa. Chapter 8 on apartheid and chapters 9 and 10 on communism develop models which address this question. For conclusion in this chapter, I have suggested that from an economic point of view, our main concern with dictatorship is the possibility that autocratic forms of economic organization might be superior to democratic ones in terms of promoting economic growth or efficiency. This belief has been a recurring nightmare, beginning in the 20th century with the fear of communism as an economic system, followed by admiration and fear of Hitler's juggernaut in the 1930s, and extending in more recent years to the threats from Japan, Inc., Asian values, South Korea and Chile, and now the free market communism of China. If we turn to contemporary economic theories of autocracy for illumination on the sources of this fear, we find that there is actually very little discussion of the problem from this point of view. 4 kinds of models to be found in the literature were summarized: dictatorship as redistribution, kleptocracy as suppression of redistribution, capitalist authoritarianism as command economy, and as shadow economy. Only the second, dictatorship as suppression of redistribution, addresses this concern, and dictatorship plays virtually no economic role in that model but merely saves the economy from the ravages of pork barrel politics alleged to be characteristic of democracy. Yet contemporary economic theory does provide at least one mechanism in which dictatorship can directly affect the workings of markets, through its potential capacity to create a loyal and disciplined labor force, as discussed in contemporary efficiency wage models. I showed how this model can be adapted to develop a political economy perspective, one which illustrates how political dictatorship and the economy affect each other. 144. In subsequent chapters, I will use this basic tool, and I will also borrow elements from the other models outlined in this chapter to explain the economic behavior of a number of autocratic economies. The next chapter addresses the issue of redistribution, with special reference to the capitalist authoritarian systems of Pinochet's Chile and South Korea. Chapter 8 deals with apartheid, and chapters 9 and 10 with communist economies. One way to understand the ordering of these chapters is that we proceed from lower to progressively higher levels of government intervention and the use of political power to control the economy. In other words, we begin with tin pots and proceed to the economies of tyrannies and totalitarian regimes. 7. Redistribution and rent-seeking. 1. One popular explanation of how too much democracy can be bad for economic development involves the idea that democracy is plagued by redistributional impulses. Perhaps the most famous work to advance this theme is Mancur Olson's The Rise and Decline of Nations, 1982. In this book, interest groups are reclassified as distributional coalitions which pursue their own selfish interests at the expense of overall economic efficiency. The older and more established the democracy, the larger the number of distributional coalitions that have a chance to form, and the more the economic landscape is rent with inefficient laws, regulations, and other practices that hinder growth. In a similar vein, the vast literature on rent-seeking, which was originated by Gordon Tullock, 1967, A.O. Kruger, 1974, and R.A. Posner, 1975, identified rent-seeking and its associated social costs with democratic government. This literature made it possible, by a strange twist of logic in which democracy is identified with the proliferation of economic monopolies, for monopoly to be elevated to the status of a serious problem. Although critical of democratic processes, none of the above-named authors has embraced the notion that authoritarianism can facilitate economic development, and indeed, Olson in particular has forcefully argued the opposite, 1993. However, the closely related idea that insulating economic policy from democratic processes, a little bit one of dictatorship, can be good for economic development has gained currency, especially in political science and among both economic and political science theorists of development who specifically point to the capacity of authoritarian states to resist distributional pressures as the key to successful development. One influential contemporary exponent of this view seems to be Stephen Haggard, 1990, although the argument is much older. A good list of earlier references can be found in Przeworski and Limonji, 1993. Among development economists, Pranab Bardhan, 1990, is explicit on the redistributional issue. He writes, once developmental goals are centrally involved in the issues of the legitimacy of the regime, I think it is not so much authoritarianism per se which makes a difference, but the extent of insulation that the decision-makers can organize against the ravages of short-run pork-barrel politics, p. 5. Perhaps more important than academic fashion is the striking success in economic terms of a number of countries under authoritarian regimes, commonly known as the NICs, newly industrializing countries, especially the East Asian economies of Singapore, South Korea, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. Most dramatic has been the success of free market communism in contemporary China, in which extensive political authoritarianism has combined with the opening of free markets to achieve dazzling economic growth. By contrast, the failures of populist governments in recent years, especially in Latin America, have been only too apparent. R. Dornbush and S. Edwards, 1990, invented the derisive label macroeconomic populism to describe the policies of countries like Chile under Allende or Peru under Garcia, in which leftist governments attempted to respond to pressures for income redistribution through macroeconomic means. They point out that these programs usually achieved the opposite result of their objectives and ended when foreign exchange constraints and extreme inflation forced a program of violent real wage cuts that ended in massive political instability, violence, and in the case of Chile, even in a coup, p. 248. Although their 1990 article uses Chile and Peru as examples of macroeconomic populism, their subsequent, 1991, edited volume expands the list of populist experiences to include Argentina, Brazil, Mexico, and Nicaragua. The authors emphasize that they share the predilections of the policymakers who authored these episodes, that is, they believe that income is distributed unacceptably in these countries. It is just that populism is no substitute for sound economics, fiscal conservatism, and, presumably, patience while waiting for the next generation at least to improve the distribution of income. Although controversy continues over whether the root of the success of the East Asian NICs is due to their relentless use of free markets, 2 or to the opposite, 3 the most dramatic case of turnaround is probably contemporary Chile, where one of the most brutal periods of dictatorship seems to have given birth, after some false starts, to a dynamic and successful market economy, in which democracy has, mostly, returned and in which even the former enemies of the regime appear loath to abandon many of its policies. Indeed, support for the Chilean achievement can even be found from Guillermo O'Donnell, 1993, the original architect of the bureaucratic authoritarian model of Latin American dictatorships and one of their most important critics. He wrote, "The sober fact is that the distributional consequences of more ambiguous and less harsh policies in countries such as Brazil, Argentina, and Peru have not been better than the ones under the Pinochet government. Furthermore, the resources presently available to the Chilean government for alleviating equity problems are relatively larger than the ones available to Brazil, Peru, and Argentina." p. 1366, presumably, however, Pinochet would not be pleased by the analogy O'Donnell draws between the effectiveness of some of Pinochet's policies and those of Lenin. The argument that authoritarianism fosters growth has not gone uncriticized. In particular, scientific work on the connection between authoritarianism and growth has achieved decidedly mixed results. Przeworski and Limongi, 1993, examined the statistical evidence. They reviewed 18 studies, each of which considered a number of countries over a period of time. The countries were classified as either democratic or authoritarian, and tests were performed to see which type of regime was more favorable to economic growth. As they summarized their findings, of the 21 results in the 18 studies, 8 found in favor of democracy, 8 found in favor of authoritarianism, and 5 discovered no difference, p. 60. One obvious problem with the methodology used in those studies is that the category political regime, democratic versus authoritarian, is simply too coarse. Thus, such studies would end up lumping together countries like South Korea and Zaire or Haiti. Neither Zaire's Mobutu nor Haiti's Papa Doc and his successors ever evinced much interest in promoting economic growth. On the contrary, such men succeeded in largely destroying their economies. Earlier, in Chapter 4.1 referred to these regimes as immiserizing dictatorships and showed some of the conditions under which that strategy is attractive to dictators. In any case, there is little doubt about the record of these regimes. Jeffrey Hawthorne, 1993, described the state of the Zairean economy as of 1993. The country's outstanding debt is widely reported to be the same size as Mobutu's personal fortune. Half the present budget goes to debt servicing, a quarter to Mobutu's own political fund which he uses to pay off the politicians and officers he constantly rotates, and the remaining quarter to internal security. Roads are 10% of what they were when the Belgians left in 1960, recorded wages, in real terms, 6%. It is estimated that only about 1% of the country is now cultivated, p. 1305. Another flaw in the theoretical case that capitalist authoritarian regimes facilitate economic growth has been elaborated by Alice Amston, 1989, and Robert Wade, 1990, and recently it has been emphasized in the economic development literature by Danny Roderick, 1993. Many of the most prominent NICs, they say, especially Korea, Singapore, and Taiwan, although authoritarian enough, do not fit the free market model. Their economies are not particularly free of trade restrictions, and their states have been extensively involved in industrialization. According to Roderick, 1993, in Korea, the average effective rate of protection for domestic sales only, actually rose from 30% in 1963 to 38% in 1978, after a dip to 24% in 1970. The Korean state has used trade protection, selective credit subsidies, export targets, for individual firms, public ownership of banking sector, export subsidies, and price controls, p. 22. Moreover, the policy instruments used in countries like Korea or Singapore that have been dramatically successful at achieving economic growth are no different from those that have apparently failed so miserably in Latin America, Africa, and the rest of Asia. The policies in question are import quotas and licenses, credit subsidies, tax exemptions, public ownership, and so on, LOCCIT. What is most conspicuously absent in this literature, either from those who believe that there is a connection between dictatorship, at least in its authoritarian capitalist variant, and economic growth, or from those who argue the opposite, is an adequate theoretical perspective. This chapter tries to take some steps toward filling this gap. I ask the questions, on theoretical grounds, which type of regime can be expected to engage in more redistribution, democracy or dictatorship? Is there any truth to the popular idea that democratic governments inhibit growth because of excess redistributory activity or rent-seeking? The analysis proceeds by examining the equilibrium level of redistribution in a number of well-known models of democracy. I look at the Alan Meltzer and Scott Richard, 1981, model, in which redistribution takes place from the mean to the median income voter, Gary Becker's, 1983, interest group model, and the probabilistic voting model of Peter Coughlin. 149. Dennis Mueller, and P. Morrell, 1990. I then ask what would happen to the level of redistribution in each of these models if a dictator took over the government. In all these cases, it turns out that more redistribution can be expected under dictatorship than democracy. Armed with this conclusion, I suggest an alternative explanation for the superior economic performance of capitalist authoritarian regimes. This explanation consists of two propositions. 1. These economies perform well, not because they don't redistribute but because they do. 2. The redistribution in the case of these regimes happens to be toward groups that especially profit from economic growth. 2. Dictatorship, democracy, and redistribution. This section develops the general comparison of the redistributive tendencies of democratic governments and dictatorships. Although I do not present a formal proof, I develop and defend a simple proposition: dictatorships tend to redistribute income more than democracies do. I conduct the analysis with reference to the standard economic theory of monopoly versus competition. In that model, it is assumed that a monopoly takes over a competitive industry and that the cost curves of the firms, which now become the monopolists' plants, are unchanged. Here, I assume that a dictator takes over a democratic government and that this change affects neither the costs nor the preferences of the people for public goods or public policies. To illustrate, I assume that if a left-wing dictator takes over, the preferences of the population do not shift either right or left simply because a democratic government has been replaced by a dictatorship. To be sure, some right-wing citizens may be expected to shift leftward in order to obtain favors from the dictator or to avoid repression. Such changes are endogenous to the analysis. What I am ruling out by assumption is shifts in the preferences of the population in the absence of any change in public policies on the part of the government, or any change in the distribution of the benefits and burdens of the state. Note that if this assumption were dropped, it is not obvious what would happen. One can make a case that some citizens would oppose the policies of the dictator, even if they are the same as the policies of the previous democratic government, simply because the regime is a dictatorship. But others can be expected to shift in the opposite direction. For so I will simply assume in what follows that shifts in support or opposition are undertaken in respect to changes in government policy, and not to the existence of dictatorship per se. Another issue which arises in conducting an analysis like this is the standard of comparison. If dictatorships are to be said to redistribute more than democracies, the obvious question is, compared to what? One obvious standard of comparison is the free market distribution of income, but this concept is itself ambiguous. It cannot be equated with what the distribution of income would look like in the absence of government, because in the absence of government, property rights would not exist, and the free market distribution of income is that which would obtain by relying on purely private methods of enforcement and not on public enforcement of property rights or contracts. Another approach to this problem is to designate the benchmark case as the distribution of income that would prevail under the minimal government obtaining under a constitution whose provisions are those which would be agreed to by the citizenry operating under a unanimity rule at the constitutional choice stage. In that case, even in the free market or benchmark case, there would be redistribution of income for charity purposes of the Pareto optimal variety. But there would also be redistribution to the extent that the public provision of defense, police protection, protection of contracts, and other public goods tended to favor one group or another. One good definition of minimal government along these lines might be that provided by James Buchanan in his Limits of Liberty, 1975. Suppose, then, under the benchmark case just defined, the distribution of income is given by SU, xn. Now suppose we assume a normal, not necessarily minimal, democratic government and ask what happens to this distribution. Of course, what happens depends on the model of democracy used, and there is at present no common agreement on the effect of democratic government on the distribution of income. In the standard, median voter model, there is no solution to this problem, because under majority rule, no majority coalition is dominant and the outcome simply cycles among the alternatives available. There are, however, other models which make stronger assumptions and do obtain determinate results, in Meltzer and Richard, 1981, in which income is redistributed from the mean to the median, in terms of income, voter, in Becker's, 1983, model of interest group pressure, and in the probabilistic voting model of Coughlin, 1986, and others. We will consider all three of these models. Each of them can be thought of as producing a vector of incomes YL9, YN. The next step is to impose a dictatorship and to see what happens to the distribution of income. Call the resulting distribution of income 151. Z1? Zn. Our central proposition is that the distribution of income under dictatorship, ZU, ZB, is further away from the benchmark free market case, JC1? XN, than the distribution of income under any of these three models of democracy, U, YN. Alternatively, and more formally, the proposition is that dictatorship is characterized by more redistributive activity, that is, 1 equals 1 1 equals 1. Before proceeding to a more formal analysis, let us consider a couple of reasons why we should expect this result. To illustrate, let us consider one simple explanation of the redistributive tendencies of dictatorship, that which is implicit in Przeworski's, 1991, analysis of self-enforcing democracy. Przeworski suggests that for democracy to be stable, it must be self-enforcing, and for that to be true, the competitive political process cannot result in outcomes highly adverse to any major group's interest. If it did, it would pay for that group to subvert democracy rather than to support it. The dictator faces no such constraint. A second line of thought has to do with the origins of dictatorship. As we will show in Chapter 11, the simplest explanation of the rise of dictatorship is that in societies with polarized preferences or with low trust between the citizens and the parties, or in which there is no willingness to compromise, there are really only two possibilities: either the party which gains office in democratic voting tries to implement its preferred position, in which case large social conflict will ensue, or the society will be simply paralyzed by inaction. The allure of dictatorship under these circumstances is obvious: either the left or the right, if it takes power by force, will be able to eliminate its opposition through repression, and in this way, it will be able to implement its program. Either alternative implies a massive redistribution of income in comparison to that which is typical in a democracy. A third and more complex line of argument concerns the rent-seeking process. To elaborate it, we first have to discuss a serious flaw in the standard model of rent-seeking. Explaining it will illustrate some of the ways in which the distribution of rents in democracies and dictatorships differ. Thus, consider the standard rent-seeking model. Citizens and interest groups compete for rents through wasteful activities such as lobbying, hiring lawyers, and so on. If the rent or prize is $10,000, and if 10 groups are competing, each of which has an equal chance of getting the rent, then the expected value of the rent to each competitor is $1,000. It follows that if the competitors are risk neutral, each of them will waste up to $1,000 attempting to obtain the prize. This conclusion, 152, has been widely accepted, although debate continues on whether the total amount spent on rent seeking exactly dissipates the rent, as it does in this example. 5. However, there is a logical problem. The process is irrational from the point of view of politicians. They give out a monopoly rent worth $10,000 and receive nothing in return. It is essential to the rent-seeking model that it makes no difference which of the competitors gets the prize, hence the lobbying activity is pure waste to the politicians as well as to society. A rational politician would organize the process differently. For example, he or she would suggest to the competitors that they should offer cash payments instead of wasting the time of politicians through their lobbying activities. But if bribes instead of lobbying are used, the $10,000 which is received in bribes by the politicians is not waste, but a pure transfer to politicians from interest groups, and in this case, the $10,000 represents no social waste or deadweight loss at all. To see some other ways in which the rent-seeking process can be organized, consider what typically happens under dictatorship. Dictators, at least the more successful, i.e., relatively long-lived ones, know how to organize things so that they capture a substantial return from rent-seeking efforts. To see this point, note first that under many regimes the distribution of rents reaches legendary proportions. Examples include the Marcos regime in the Philippines. For details, see Hutchcroft 1991, or for a more extensive treatment, see Werfel 1988, and the military regimes in Latin America in the 1970s and elsewhere, whose most concrete and lasting achievement was to increase military salaries and the military budget. Nordlinger 1977, Remmer 1989. The simplest explanation for the legendary shortages characteristic of Soviet-type systems is that the shortages create rents, the distribution of which is controlled by the Communist Party, which can then use them to garner political support. The South African system of apartheid provided both job reservation for white workers and the institution of the pass for the benefit of white capitalists. 6. In Nazi Germany, rents were often created and distributed on ethnic grounds. Perhaps one example will suffice: the medical profession, whose membership was disproportionately Nazi. German doctors and medical officials took the lead, i.e., they did not wait for orders from senior party officials, in expelling Jewish doctors from the profession and taking over their practices. See Cater 1983. One might think that as highly educated professionals, they could have been expected to oppose the use of such nonsensical criteria as blood, skull type, and so on as indices of human worth. Instead, they largely took the attitude that they were experts on such matters and that if these were to form the basis for regime policy, they wanted to be in the forefront of policy implementation. 7. In all these systems, resources were not wasted bidding for the rents of the public sector. Rents were given out, and the dictator received political support or money payments in return. In other words, there was no waste in the economic sense. This may be due to the different ways that rents are distributed in dictatorships, on the one hand, and democracies, on the other. Dictators typically impose restrictions on entry into competition for the rents given out by the state. Sometimes the rents are reserved for specific groups. This is obviously clear from the examples we have been referring to. The Chicago boys under Pinochet were not interested in the pleas of the old populist urban coalition, Constable and Valenzuela 1991. Blacks were not allowed to compete with whites in South Africa for privileges. The job reservation system could not have been converted into a program for overpaying blacks if only they had bid enough. Gypsies, homosexuals, Jews, and communists could not have gained ethnic or other preferences under the Nazis. One reason for this fact is obvious: if free competition for rents were allowed, then, because rent-seeking results in net losses, and because support depends on receiving net benefits, Dictators would lose support by distributing rents through an openly competitive process. How does democracy differ? Obviously, the restrictions on entry into bidding processes for rights and privileges or goods and services distributed by the state, which are characteristic of authoritarian governments, are inconsistent with the very notion of democracy. In any process of allocating public resources, I suggest that a typical democracy will impose certain conditions. 1. There should be no restrictions on who can bid, except of a technical nature. 2. The winning bid should be selected on the basis of criteria involving net benefit to the public, such as the worth of the project, its costs, and so on, and not on the political connections, race, ethnicity, status, and so on of the bidders. 3. The process of bidding should be as open as possible, and it should be open to review by an independent judiciary. 7. I owe this point to a private conversation with Michael Cater. 8. That is, the process is economically inefficient. 154. The inefficiency of democracy, according to the rent-seeking model, is now exposed. All these conditions imply that more resources will be wasted under the bidding process in democracy. In short, democracy is a much more wasteful system than dictatorship. Is this conclusion valid? If not, where is the flaw in the argument? One way to see the mistake is to first realize that the existence of rent-seeking losses implies gains from trade between politicians and rent-seekers. If these groups can trade with each other, example, if a rent-seeker can simply bribe a politician to give him or her a contract, the waste in the process will be eliminated. In other words, if transactions costs between these groups are low, the equilibrium level will differ from the one that was described in the rent-seeking model. It will be the corruption equilibrium, with no waste but with a defrauded public. On the other hand, suppose these transactions are prevented, because the rules against influence peddling, bribery, and extortion, the existence of which is characteristic of democracy everywhere, are well enforced by alert and powerful independent authorities. This condition results in a second possible equilibrium, one in which fair competition among bidders is enforced. If this bidding results in rents being distributed to those who bid the lowest or who offer the public the most in the way of benefits, then this process produces something useful. The natural name to give this equilibrium is strong democracy. The rent-seeking model rules out the possibility of the strong democracy equilibrium by assuming that it makes no difference who wins the contest, no social benefits result from the bidding process. The corruption equilibrium is ruled out by the assumption that the rules against corruption and the enforcement of them are so powerful that corruption is eliminated. These two assumptions leave only the equilibrium described in the rent-seeking model, waste. A more appropriate name for this equilibrium is irrational, because it implies that political institutions are fundamentally irrational in design. They are there to ensure the persistence of waste. As the Coase theorem implies, one should be skeptical of such equilibria. At this point, the reader may be tempted to ask, what difference does it make? Suppose that the losses from rent-seeking are not genuine waste in the economic sense, but merely unauthorized, in effect, fraudulent, transfers to politicians and bureaucrats. It is true that they are not waste in the sense of economic theory, but they are certainly not what the cost-benefit analysis promised. If the proper equilibrium involves corruption, not rent-seeking, isn't that bad enough? One reason for insisting on the distinction between corruption and rent-seeking is that the solutions to these two problems can be vastly 155 different. In particular, it is easy to imagine that a little bit of authoritarianism might possibly reduce rent-seeking, which after all is a form of political competition. It is much more difficult to believe that autocracy is the solution to corruption. Under autocracy, there are fewer or no constraints on the practice of rent distribution by independent courts or by an inquisitory free press. Political dictatorships also have a significantly larger capacity to organize the distribution of rents in order to maximize their own take in the case of bribes or to generate the most political support. Moreover, the dictator is capable of sanctioning non-repayment directly, thus solving the enforcement problem that is inherent in rent-seeking trades in a way that no democracy is capable of. Finally, as I have suggested, dictators lack the alternative ways of creating trust or support characteristic of democracy. The distribution of rents in exchange for loyalty is therefore their major avenue of developing political support or trust. So the correct conclusion to be drawn from the rent-seeking model is simply that democracy tends to be a less corrupt system than dictatorship. Now let us turn to a fourth line of thought, which pursues the analysis in a bit more depth by looking at some models of redistribution under democracy. The simplest model of political redistribution under democracy is probably Becker's, 1983, model of competition among interest groups. Most of the analysis there is conducted with just two homogeneous groups, S and T, that engage in political activity in order to raise the incomes of their respective members. Both groups produce political pressure, and in equilibrium, Group S receives a subsidy financed by taxes on Group T. The size of the tax and subsidy is determined by deadweight losses, which rise as the tax or subsidy rises, and by the fact that the loser in the political game, the taxed Group I, need not passively accept its losses but can limit them through lobbying, threats, disobedience, migration, and other kinds of political pressure. However, no model of the political system is presented, rather, the analysis is specifically intended to apply to many different kinds of political systems, including dictatorship, p. 375. Suppose, however, that the equilibrium described by Becker corresponds to that under democracy. How would it change if this democracy were taken over by a dictatorship? There are two main forces which would affect the outcome. The first is that the dictator has the power to repress opposition to his or her policies. The second is that the dictator is more insecure about his or her political support, because, as discussed in the previous section, among other things, the overt proffering of support from those over whom the dictator has power is necessarily less reliable than offers of support to a democratic politician. If the preferences and 156 constellation of power relations between the two groups are unchanged, the analysis would be unchanged if many groups were assumed. The most reasonable assumption to make is that the dictator achieves power with the support of the subsidized group. The dictator, however, has the power which was unavailable to a democratic politician, to directly repress pressure by members of the taxed group by banning their political organizations, refusing to permit their views to appear in the media, refusing to allow them to meet or organize, and jailing, torturing, or even executing their leaders. In terms of Becker's analysis, the effect of political repression is the same as if the taxed group experienced a reduction in its capacity to produce pressure, as described in Becker's Proposition 1. The result is an increase in the size of the subsidy to Group S and an increase in the tax on Group T, that is, more redistribution than in the democratic case. A second, widely used model of redistribution is the one developed by Meltzer and Richard, 1981. In that model, the decisive voter in a democracy is the median voter, and as long as his or her income is less than the mean income, there is redistribution from the more productive, rich to the less productive, poor and middle income voters. The tax rate is chosen by a decisive voter who, under democracy, is taken to be the median voter. The tax rate in turn determines the level of redistribution. If, on the other hand, the decisive voter were poor, he or she would choose a higher tax rate, resulting in more redistribution, but if rich, he or she would choose a lower one, resulting in less redistribution. One problem with the model is that it simply does not allow for any mechanism by which redistribution can be effected from the poor. Thus, none of the strategies discussed in Stigler's well-known paper on Director's Law, 1970, he alleged that redistribution in a democracy was typically from both the rich and the poor to the middle classes and included such practices as tax exemptions, minimum wage laws, farm policy, regulation, licensing practices, and so on, can be introduced into the model, in which redistribution is financed by a single tax rate that applies equally to everyone. Nor can any of the practices used by dictators who have drastically redistributed from the poor to the rich be discussed within this model. Practices, such as land alienation, widely practiced by colonial regimes in Africa on the endogenous black population, labor regulations, such as in the South African system of job reservation, or the ingenious schemes of Papa Doc Duvalier, who at one time sold workers to the neighboring Dominican Republic. So the model is not very useful for our purposes. 157. Nevertheless, despite these qualifications, it is simple to introduce dictatorship into the model by empowering the decisive voter with the capacity to repress opposition. In that case, provided only that this model permits higher taxation than is possible under democracy at any given level of productivity, the dictator would presumably repress the rich, leading again to more redistribution, in this case from the rich to the poor and the middle-income members of society. The third widely used model of income redistribution under democratic governments is the probabilistic voting model. In simplified form, Mueller 1989, there are two candidates, each of whom maximizes expected votes. Let Pu equal the probability that voters will vote for party 1, and consider a pure redistribution problem, one in which the government is faced simply with the problem of distributing $X among the N voters. Each party's platform is then simply a proposed allocation of the %X among the N voters. So each party maximizes. Since party 2 maximizes its expected vote total as well, the two parties propose a common platform, the equilibrium condition for which is. So in democratic equilibrium, each party maximizes a weighted sum of voters' utilities, in which a voter's weight, and therefore the sum allocated to that voter, is proportional to his or her responsiveness, to an increase in U2I. In a sense, then, the more disloyal the voter is to either party, the more that voter will receive as the result of democratic political competition. This conclusion makes sense if voters are sensitive or responsive to changes in the utilities promised by the parties for non-policy reasons, that is, if a voter who is a Democrat because his or her parents were Democrats doesn't care about the policies of the Democratic Party, but wants to please those parents instead. Voters like that can be exploited by politicians, who can actually give them less than they would get if they were less loyal to the Democratic Party. However, if Democratic voters will not easily switch to the Republican side because such voters are relying on the reputation of the Democratic Party to take care of them by giving them a disproportionate share of the spoils, then the party which attempts this strategy of exploitation will lose its reputation. Indeed, voters who would be tempted to be loyal to a particular party will 158. Anticipate that the party will take advantage of them in this way, i.e., they will realize that loyalty does not pay and will refuse to extend it. So the political strategy unravels. Coughlin, Mueller, and Morell, 1990, developed a model of interest group influence on democratic governments which partly solves this problem. In the model, each member of an interest group has a non-policy bias BTJ. Thus, BTJ0 implies a positive bias in favor of the party on the part of the H voter in the ith interest group. The BTJ are not known to the parties, but they are represented by a random variable distributed uniformly over the interval, /r, I/ with density at. Candidates are assumed to know the distribution of bias terms but not their individual values. So although each candidate cannot know with certainty how people will vote, he or she can predict that he or she will pick up a greater fraction of an interest group's vote as long as his or her platform promises more to the representative interest group member than the opponent's. Consequently, interest group influence is negatively related to the dispersion of the bias terms. In equilibrium, Democratic politicians act as if they maximized a weighted sum of voters' utilities, in which the weights, are positively related to interest group influence, that is, in which they are positively related to the density, of the bias terms. In that case, a group's weight, capacity to receive rents, is positively related to its influence, number of votes it can be expected to deliver. Being known to have a certain bias is helpful in receiving largesse if it is also expected that there are many others with similar biases. Now suppose that a dictator takes over this democratic polity, as before. Dictators are unlike democratic politicians in two main respects. 1. They have the power to repress opposition to their policies. 2. They do not and are not driven by competition to maximize expected votes, support, they are motivated by power. 9. Consequently, the dictator makes a different calculation than the vote-maximizing democratic politician. In the post-tax and transfer distribution of income under democracy, at the margin, $1 promised by a party to every individual raises his or her probability of voting for that party by the same amount as it does for any other recipient, that is, marginal expected support is equalized. For some, however, the absolute probability of supporting the regime still remains low. Indeed, there will be some among the recipients of largesse who actively oppose the government in power. The rents reduce their opposition to some extent, but they still remain opposed after receiving them. The dictator has the option of repressing these people. If he or she represses them, his or her power increases, a. because they are silenced and, b. because the resources formerly distributed to them can now be transferred to others. Against these two sources of gain must be weighed, c. the cost of the repression itself. As long as the increase in the dictator's power from repression, plus the increased loyalty, outweighs the costs, in terms of power foregone, of the repression, his or her power is increased. It follows that because dictators can deal with negative bias by repression, it enters their calculation directly. So there are two target variables of interest to the dictator, a citizen's bias, by, and / his or her sensitivity to a change in expected utility, where F may depend on the density of citizens at a certain bias level, as in the Coghlan, Mueller, and Morel model just discussed. Dictators also have two instruments at their disposal, repression and redistribution. A precise description of their optimal strategy in general is difficult. To see why, imagine that the dictator is sitting at a table and is looking at a list of the interest groups in the country. Imagine also that this list contains estimates of each group / and bias, by. The dictator wants to order these groups for the purpose of deciding whom to repress and whom to buy off. Is that the ordering produced by the FO/S is not the same as that produced by the /S. For example, some of the groups with low /S support the dictator, positive bias, whereas others are opposed, negative bias. One way to solve the problem, which also appears to be a reasonable strategy for the dictator to adopt, is to associate each target with an instrument, so repression is used to deal with negative bias, whereas rents are distributed to build support. This solution implies that those who are repressed are also subject to taxation, whereas the recipients of rents are not simultaneously repressed. Given this assumption, and with repression used against negative bias, we can see that the dictator's logic in distributing rents will be the same as that for a democratic government. The weights are positively related to FH, the sensitivity of citizens /S support to an increase in the difference in utility promised to him or her by the government over that expected from the opposition. If the Coghlan-Mueller-Morel model is used, / will be related to A as before. 10. The main difference between the results under dictatorship and a democracy can then be stated simply: under democracy, everyone, even opponents of the government, gets something in the probabilistic scheme, in which redistribution equalizes marginal expected support. The dictator, on the other hand, divides the population into two groups, those whom it is best to tax and repress, and those whom it is best to buy off. So the benefits and burdens of the public sector will be distributed more unequally under dictatorship than under democracy. 3. Redistribution in capitalist authoritarian states. So far in this chapter, I have argued that one popular explanation for the success of many developing countries with authoritarian political systems such as South Korea or Singapore, namely, that the authoritarian governments there redistribute less or are less subject to inefficiencies caused by rent-seeking than democracies, is misguided. I have tried to show, on the contrary, that all dictators can be expected to redistribute more than democracies do. As far as the facts are concerned, I know of no systematic evidence on this question, but it is well known that there is massive redistribution in totalitarian dictatorships and that most left-wing dictatorships tend to be redistributive in nature. It might appear more controversial to contend that the analysis applies also to capitalist authoritarian dictatorships, but I would not hesitate to suggest that it applies to these countries as well. The point has been missed, in my view, because of the fallacy of the free market, that is, the common assumption in this literature that markets operate costlessly, so that to have free markets, it is only necessary for the government to get out of the way. Once the central point of the efficiency wage literature is grasped, namely, that power relationships are central to competitive market behavior, then it is clear that how markets work depends on how property rights are specified and enforced. Dictatorships such as that of Pinochet in Chile or South Korea under the generals essentially redistribute by altering rights in the workplace. They shift the rights of labor to a management backed by the state, they raise the cost of job loss to workers, they remove or outlaw collective bargaining rights, and in other ways they generate a labor force willing to work for low wages. Thus, in examining the success of South Korea, R. Dornbush and Y.C. Park, 1987, argued the central point that Korean wages are exceptionally low by international standards, given the skill level of the labor force. p. 391. Pinochet at first banned unions and union activity, and then he severely restricted their freedom of action with the labor code promulgated in 1979, the first of the 7 modernizations. Related reforms in healthcare, social security, and other areas all had the effect of raising the cost of job loss to workers. 161. When democracy was restored, the area in which the government did make significant changes was to this labor code, and it did this shortly after it assumed office. Other measures redistributed more directly. 11. Moreover, political measures such as the widespread planting of spies in factories and the resulting culture of fear, Constable and Valenzuela 1991, Chapter 6, reinforced the rights of employers over workers and linked these rights with the state. Of course, not all capitalists benefited. Small, domestically oriented firms, part of the old, import substitution coalition, were severely damaged by the removal of tariff and exchange rate protection. The chief beneficiaries of the regime's policies were initially the large firms and the military. The concentration of wealth which was produced by such policies in Chile is well known, and it is described in Oppenheim, 1993, Chapter 6. Edwards and Edwards, 1987, give Gini coefficients which show significantly increased inequality over the period of the dictatorship until 1983, although they do quarrel with the significance that can be attached to these numbers, pages 167-8. However, they do not dispute the increase in unemployment over the period, and indeed they provide evidence that this occurred partly as a result of the rationing of jobs in the grupos, large firms. This analysis suggests that the economic success of capitalist authoritarian governments is not difficult to explain. It is not because they do not redistribute income, but because they do redistribute the capacity to earn income, in particular, by adopting measures which transfer rights over the control of labor from labor to capital. The extreme case of this type of regime is illustrated by the model of apartheid as a capitalist-oriented dictatorship developed in the next chapter. Of course, no institution like the PAS system existed in Chile or South Korea, and no racial group was singled out for exploitation in those countries. In that sense, capitalist authoritarianism and apartheid are very different types of regimes. But there is also a sense in which they resemble each other. Both use the powers of the state to obtain a disciplined labor force at relatively low wages. 12 dictators whose support is based on capital, either domestic or international, have an obvious reason to be future-oriented, because the future returns to capital are capitalized into the price of capital, and an increased prospect of economic growth which raises those returns increases the wealth of capital owners in the present. Moreover, to the extent that these regimes successfully discipline labor and attract capital investment, the marginal product of labor is raised, possibly bringing long-run increases in real wages as well. This is a simple explanation of the economic success of these countries, but one that strikes me as superior to the idea that their success is due to an absence of redistribution. Of course, many other elements, especially their export orientation, enter into the picture as well. But to the extent that the analysis of this chapter is correct, it raises the question of whether this kind of success is worth its price in terms of political freedom. 8. Apartheid. It was just too expensive. Pik Botha, explaining on ABC News his government's decision to abandon apartheid. 1. The system of apartheid in South Africa has passed into history. But what was apartheid, exactly, as a political economic system? Whose interests did it serve, and why was it abandoned? Perhaps surprisingly, there are no clear-cut, satisfactory answers to these questions. Moreover, there are a number of reasons why the apartheid laws are of general interest. First, they provide one of the few explicit examples of labor market regulations which are usually only implicit but which are generally characteristic of many dictatorships. In particular, two of the hallmarks of apartheid regulation: job reservation, in which certain kinds of jobs were reserved for specific groups, and influx control, in which only black workers with a pass were allowed to work in the white-controlled manufacturing sector, are widely, if more informally, practiced by non-democratic regimes, and examination of their operation in the context of the apartheid system can be expected to yield insights into how they work in general. Second, the apartheid laws provide a useful illustration and testing ground for the exploration of theories of economic exploitation, in which one group uses its political power over another to appropriate its earnings. It is a commonplace that this can be done through the government's tax and transfer system. What is striking about the apartheid system is how the apartheid laws of job reservation and influx control were used by whites to appropriate the earnings of blacks through the marketplace. In that sense, they provide an important, neglected, and rather subtle illustration of how political power can be used to affect the workings of markets. Finally, while it is reasonably clear what group was exploited under 163, 164, apartheid, i.e., black labor, it is much less certain who the main economic beneficiaries of this exploitation were, white labor or white capital. Exploring this issue allows us to develop general models of economic repression by labor and by capital, and to ask some interesting general questions. For example, which group, capital or labor, can be expected to be more efficient at the economic exploitation of a minority, or majority, group? What economic conditions facilitate successful exploitation by either type? A small but rich and insightful literature on the economics of apartheid exists, beginning with Richard Porter's seminal, 1978, paper and including extensions of that model by Mats Lundahl, 1982, and Ronald Findley and Mats Lundahl, 1987. Other important papers include William Kaempfer and Anton Lowenberg, 1988, J. Knight and M.D. McGrath, 1977, J. Knight and G. Lenta, 1980, Anton Lowenberg, 1989, and R.E.B. Lucas, 1985. One common theme in much, but not all, of this work is that as an economic